What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from somewhat gloomy, 76 degrees in, and relatively gloomy, maybe a little bit sunny, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today it's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a day of reunification with my fur daughter, with my big fatty, Kaya Piker. Hell yeah, we already got the mom dummy haters in the chat. This is Vika's Music, punk rocker, Eurobeat remix, Zoran Mamdani edition. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Don't call her fat, she big bone. No, she a fatty. We're alive. It is Saturday, November 8th, 2025. You already know what it is. You already know what's up. It's the HasanAbi Broadcast, baby. It's the HasanAbi Broadcast. We're live, we're alive, and we got a lot going on in the world. I'm going to get into all of that. But of course, before I do, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. And we will get into a bunch of things that are going on in the world. Okay. How's the flying back? Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. It's the personal news time. Personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Okay? I am a little tired, I'll be honest. I'm a little tired, okay? I am a Hasan. How does it feel to know that the CNN watching population knows who you are? I think it's great. It's great, but I think that we still need to do more work, because like the elderly politics enjoyers are actually fans, which is great. But at the same time, you know, the liberals will be the vanguard. The liberals will be the vanguard. However, you know, the youth also still is important to captivate. And I feel like the youth are so checked out of like actual real life politics for the most part, or they think they understand it, but they understand it mostly through like memes and slop tuber shit. And we got to figure out a way to restore that. We got to figure out a way to get these guys on board as well. Once again, with the leftist momentum. I mean, Zoran, I think, did a pretty good job with that, but that's only the beginning. We need to continue that. We need to continue that energy in general. You were superb on Radio 4 this week, fella. Thank you. But yes, folks, I'm live. I'm alive. And personal news-wise, obviously, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And not much is a lie. I ended the broadcast yesterday and then quickly got to the Dulles airport. Got out of my hotel, went to the Dulles airport, and I have had a stroke of very good luck. And I hope, Allah Nazar listen, I hope that it won't actually impact my travel going to China as well, because like the Dulles airport, honestly, the Dulles airport kind of goated. Like they have the new bag scanners, they have the new X-ray devices, and it's so good because you don't have to take all your electronic devices out, because you know, like when I'm traveling, I have so much electronic equipment that I bring with me everywhere I go. Like I have the bag. Who cares if it's the Dulles airport? It's not meant to be exciting. Good one. Oh God, we are so freaking unimaginably boomer coded. That's crazy. My mom had her first exposure to you yesterday, talking about being a doctor of racism. It wasn't the best intro. We'll work on it. Okay, that's fine. Hasan isn't going to see this. What is this clip? What terminal LaGuardia did you go in? Terminal C. LaGuardia is the easiest security in the U.S. Bro, the massive bag you wore to the party. Wait, what? What massive bag? Anyway, when I travel, I travel deep. Like I bring so many different things. I bring the desktop, I bring the IRL setup, and to the uninitiated, it probably looks like a bomb, you know? So I always appreciate the newer bag scanners that they have. So they had that at Dulles. TSA was also no lines. TSA had no lines, and I thought that was pretty crazy. And we didn't even get any sort of like ATC setbacks. We did not get any sort of ATC setbacks, which was also cool. When I flew back in the kind of red eye adjacent flight that we took from DC to Los Angeles. And then I came back home, and I couldn't sleep because it was not lie flat, obviously. But came back home, and I was actually incredibly tired, but I did something that I probably shouldn't have done, which was watch, and I'm going to butcher the name. It's like hard to say the name. Pluribus. I watched Pluribus, and oh my God, it's the Breaking Bad guy who made this new show. Oh my God, it is so, it is so good. It's Kino. It is goated. Okay. Hello. Hello, madam. Big ass fur baby. When do we begin the People's Protracted War? I don't know. I also have like, dude, I never have my lips like chafe or whatever it's called. I don't know what it is, but like the sides of my lips have been getting like weird. Is it dry? Is that what it is? Is it the cold weather? I don't know what it is, but chapped, not chafed. Chapped. I don't even know what the word is for it because that's how little it happens to me. Is it dry air? But like, I feel like LA is dry air. Maybe I'm dehydrated. I don't know what it is. In any case, as a symptom of autism, okay, everything's a symptom of autism. Shut up. Your lips are chopped, bro. Sure. Use cocoa butter, drink water. Dehydration plays a role. It might be dehydration. Because I'll be honest, I've been eating terribly. I haven't been working out. And my entire schedule is just like completely busted. You know? In any case, wait, what is this? People who trifle with Hasan Piker best be watched closely. Wait, what? This man is a black American theater teacher in Beijing, China. I like to make graphics on dem policy. Wait, this guy is literally in China. Why does he? I don't understand. He already lives in the most glorious version of how things could be. I don't know how. I just saw that recently. Anyway, I found out that there is like hella centrist liberals out there who genuinely hate the Podjons. Like they think the Podjons are bad, which was shocking. Like there's a lot of people. There are like the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris fans out there. Like I was genuinely shocked. There's like centrists. Now they're not relevant in the party infrastructure at all. But it was shocking to see because like my timeline on Twitter was polluted with this stuff, and I will briefly talk about it as well. But That's what I was doing. I was actually duking it out on Twitter because I was on the plane and I was bored and I had some time. I had some time on my hands, you know. They get it from the left and the centrist, which is funny to me. Yeah. I do have this policy where, you know, if you reach a certain level of success in whatever field, you're just going to eat it no matter what. We're just a very cynical. We live in a very cynical world and a very cynical universe. And I think no matter what happens, like, we just think everyone is insincere, right? And every single person is just like doing it for some other reason and not the reason what they say they're doing things for. The K-Hop is on life support, but it's still as annoying as ever. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that. It's neither here nor there. Personal news-wise, other than that, you know, Pluribus is fucking amazing. That's all I'm gonna say. It's amazing. It's actually amazing. It's so goated. It's so perfect. Vince Gilligan, he done did it again. My goat. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just, once again, the key here is charitability. You always got to have charitability. It's just something that I always say. And I will keep repeating it over and over and over again. What did you think of the Stalin mention in the second episode? I haven't seen the Stalin mention in the second episode because I haven't watched the second episode. But yeah. So Big Dog House China, we're not there yet. But we will get there. Anyway, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. We got motion. We got motion of the ocean. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to cover, and I don't have a lot of time today. So I'm just gonna keep doing it. Joyce Carol O still defending you just an hour ago. Yeah, she's incredible. She's the newest, most loyal soldier in the HasanAbi head franchise, dude. This is crazy. Back in LA, Trump makes SCOTUS starve SNAP recipients. Government shutdown continued. China, baby. Get in now. You rarely ever get someone who is who gets it and is just like and doesn't care about duking it out in the marketplace. Do we have a blast off meme? Yeah, I saw a Groyper attack Portnoy IRL. The Groypers are getting more, they're getting more aggressive. They're getting more confident. And we did kind of see this last time with whatchamacallit, with hold on, sorry. We did see this with like Charlottesville, right? Like, and that kind of response or that kind of attitude, that kind of action, that kind of mobilization from the right does need like some kind of counterbalance, a disciplined and continued steadfast response. It is an absolute necessity, because otherwise it just keeps growing. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. And I think people feel emboldened and they think they can get away with this kind of stuff in public. And someone has to remind them that, like, no, there is like social stigma associated with this shit, you know? And I'll be honest, like I despise Dave Portnoy. This is not a secret. I think he's a horrible person. And that was before he came out and was like, I'm Israel's strongest soldier. Having said that, like what he experienced here is like completely unacceptable. And what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, that's just like, if you want to get mad at someone, I'm not the biggest fan of like, stalking out people and trying to confront them in the real world to begin with. I think it's like fucking annoying, and it's dangerous. It's shitty. It's silly. And most people don't do stuff like that. You have to be like a deeply unwell person to do stuff like that. But this is exactly the profile of a person who would do such a thing. Someone heard yelling slurs during Dave Portnoy's pizza review in Starkville, Mississippi.
Hey, fuck the Jews! Fuck you, Dave Portnoy!
Not cool.
Why you come in the camera, buddy? Why you come here?
Oh my gosh.
You're a whole ass loser, bro. Straight up. Straight up. You do shit like that, you're a whole ass loser. Just remember that, okay? It's just like, it's so fucking, yeah, in Mississippi, who would have thought? I mean, it's not surprising, but it's just like this is, you knowing fascism was at the door in 2020?
Yes, Trump is worse than Biden.
When is this? Predictions undefeated 3 minutes ago? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Hasan, why does the majority of YouTube and Twitch not like you? I think it's more so the channels that you see. That's just what it is. And it is overwhelming. There's an overwhelming amount. There's like an entire industry designed around never really revealing what your politics are, but actively just like hitting left. And it does have the capacity to cook your algo because there's so much. There's just so much of that kind of content, and I think that's why you see a lot of people. That's why you see a lot of people entertain this kind of shit, and especially on like the apolitical side of Twitch. And the apolitical side of YouTube, like the slop tubers and whatnot, they just constantly do this thing where they are, they're just trying to find whatever they can, trying to grab on to whatever they can and turn into drama. Someone with like an actual political vision. But it's okay. It is what it is. It happens. This is years and years of being presented as like the person that represents liberalism, socialism, communism, the Democratic Party, in the eyes of so many people. And when you're, one of the biggest, unfortunately, this is just always going to happen. It is what it is, especially at a time like. What did you guys think was going to happen? I mean, we talk about how like right-wing the internet is and how right-wing a lot of male spaces are, right? And obviously, a byproduct of that is going to be an endless faucet of misinformation and an endless line of attack where people where people basically stake out their political positions without actually saying what their political positions are. And it's actually one of the best ways to do it is attack someone who is a representative of like the Democratic Party, liberalism, socialism, communism, all of that. By just being like, focusing on the drama revolving around that sort of shit. Show you how your haters twist your words. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get back to the Dave Portnoy stuff in a second. Did we blast off yet? Yeah. Don't forget the Streamer Award nominations end every day. Don't end today. Don't forget, everybody. Yes. I try to stray away from that, from entertaining that shit to the best of my ability, because like I think it does get in the way of trying to do the coverage that I want to do. And if you're constantly on a defensive posture, people are just gonna be like, yeah, dude, you suck. You're always on your fucking drama shit. Fuck you, this is boring. So we just keep pushing. That is what it is. And the best you can expect is people coming to their own conclusions by actually coming in and watching instead of just like only getting the Hasan content. And I think for for the thousands that see, for every 1,000 person that sees the fuck Hasan content, there's like a couple hundred that actually come in here and see for themselves whether or not this is real. And basically that's how we bring new people into this community. Yeah. But ultimately, just like Donald Trump can't out yap people's pockets hurting, I think a lot of the content creators in this orbit can't actually keep presenting someone like myself as like the primary villain that they have, while the entire world is falling apart. You know what I mean? While Donald Trump is just like destroying everything. So we just keep doing what we do. It's like I see it almost in the same vein as like having to campaign every single day. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Like I have a positive vision for a better future, and I will continue staying the course and continue talking about how we achieve that no matter what happens. And you know, people that don't like it, instead of addressing why that positive vision is bad, they will just continue to clip me out of context, continue to fucking create absolutely ridiculous narratives. And at the end of the day, those who are at least like somewhat charitable or somewhat curious to see what this is about will come in. And you know, I hate Hasan just to enjoy both sides content. Like, see, this is what I mean. You don't have to time this guy out. Nobody new here, man. Trump is destroying America. Boo-hoo, they clip me. Dave Porkboy, Dave. Like, this is what I mean. Like, this guy's in here, right? Like, he's annoyed. He has his own personal perspective, and he's still watching. You know what I mean? And he will continue to watch. And eventually we will arrive at like a reasonable conclusion. Don't call him a fucking loser either. I mean, it is loser behavior, but that's what I mean. There are a lot of people who do that and then eventually go, you know what? I actually do fucking like what this guy is about. Maybe he's not that big of a piece of shit. Now for this guy, I mean, he's probably been in here for a long enough timeline that he should have probably realized at a certain point. But you know, there's a lot of people who just are also trolling. You have to remember, for a lot of people who are like following politics, it's basically just like team sport or drama for them. They don't think about like the material impact of political decisions and only bring up the material impact of like elections and election outcomes. For example, when it comes to like getting an own off, firing off like a quick quippy own on someone who they have designed as their ideological opponent, or potentially someone who they think is a bad person for one reason or another. There are also a lot of people that are incredibly skeptical of everyone because they've been hurt. You know, they've been hurt quite a bit. And for that reason, they just can't get themselves to believe that someone could be honest about their ambition. And it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do, baby. That's why you always will see when big major events are happening and people are actually tuning in to find out what the fuck's going on, and they arrive at like a take that I've had for years, right? For years and years. Doors open. For years and years, they'll be like, oh, extremely rare HasanAbi take. You know? Maybe it's because I've been outside for so long this past week that I am a beacon of positivity. And I have a lot more time and a lot more investment in trying to have like normal conversations with people, even people who disagree with me. Even if people obviously betray that notion, because it's just impossible. It's just totally and utterly impossible to have those sorts of conversations. But in my experience, the best possible way to do it is in person. And that's precisely the reason why I go on things like CrookedCon, which brings me to my first story. We have the CrookedCon situation that a lot of people are apparently very mad about, right? And there's this, I didn't know that there was like this much centrist angst and anger towards me in this, towards someone like myself in this space. I didn't even know that there was any emotion in this space whatsoever, but it turns out there is. If you guys recall, I talked about this yesterday. I said, I showed you guys what I was saying as far as like on CrookedCon about what the Democrats could be doing better, what the Democratic leadership could be doing better. Here's a person from Progress Libs, I guess. I don't really know what this is, but ridiculous for Hasan to criticize Democrats for not having a united messaging structure to combat Republican lies when he is one of the biggest peddlers of anti-Democrat propaganda in the country, which is pretty funny. I do think that that's hilarious because like I am... Like the left will yell at me because they'll say I am sheepdogging people into the Democratic Party. And then the centrists are like, you're not unconditionally loyal to the Democratic Party. And I want a competent anti-fascist response to what I see as like growing fascist forces in this country, because I recognize that this is ultimately going to destroy everything, right? And it's unimaginably violent. And I think a lot of these people just don't either have the mental capacity to understand that or think in ways of like online drama where they have, you know, like someone who they are a fan of, right? Like a content creator who they're a fan of, that they just advance their petty vindictive agendas over. And they simply just use... it seems like they simply just use the platform of politics as a way to advance that. Some of your biggest obs are lib-dub Dems. What are you talking about? Yeah, except those are the lib-dub Dems that are on Twitter. Those are the lib-dub Dems that are on YouTube, right? They're not actually the real fucking world liberal voter base of the party. So I said, you're smoking crack. And to be honest, this was not, the nicest response because I had time. And to which she responded with, your words, not mine. She used that famous 18-second clip. Now, you guys already know. You've seen this clip many times over. You know exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm obviously talking about Israel-Palestine. So Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Yeah. And it's like, that's a perfectly clipped, that is obviously clipped so perfectly, right? Yeah. I only need 100 and it's obvious that like she's probably in here right now and she's like actively trying to farm this back and forth. And JD Cocherella response says, this was about Gaza, to be fair. To which her response was, even talking about Gaza, my point stands. Trump has completely cut out Palestinian voices from all negotiations and even floated relocation of the entire strip. They follow Lonerbox Destiny, Natalie, and Hutchlaw. I think you're too charitable to suggest they're being genuine in their criticism of you. It's fan behavior. No, I know. That's what I mean. Like, for a lot of these guys, they don't actually, for a lot of these people, they don't actually think about like the real world implications or the politics of it all. Because my criticism of Kamala Harris in her lackluster approach, in her failure of an approach to dealing with this major issue, Gaza, the genocide that was taking place in Gaza that a lot of people were angry about, turned into an abject failure for the campaign, right? So I was right on that front. And what's also very frustrating about this stuff is that like, I constantly want the Democrats to actually be a fighter party, right? A party that fights back against the Republicans, where they, they don't do that, and then they lose. They lean into right-wing forces and they fucking lose. And it's very frustrating to see people constantly bastardize that message and try to do shitty analysis in general, because this is the shitty analysis that makes Dems lose, right? Like that's what's frustrating. Like, you can't just as I tell leftists, Marxist, Leninist, vanguardists, like, you have to meet people where they're at. Like, you have to organize around the existing material conditions, rather than close your eyes and imagine a world where everyone has this revolutionary potential, or everyone actually has class consciousness and a socialist revolution is imminent. Like, you have to realize you have to go where the masses are. The same goes for liberals as well, who ironically enough are actually firmly committed to at least like mass politics, because liberalism is mass politics. That's where a lot of people are. That's how they self-identify. And yet what's frustrating to me is that, like, they are unable to see the reality. They're unable to see the reality. They're unable to look at what the base is saying. They have this incredibly smug attitude. They have this incredibly smug attitude over the stupidity of the base of voters, where they're like, no, they don't understand. If they knew any better, they would just vote on harm reduction. It's like, okay, well, you can't assume that every voter is going to make the harm reduction. Every voter is going to go along with a harm reduction argument. It's very clear that, like, lying is a very effective tool, for example. Like, you have to think about these things if you truly understand the dangers of Donald Trump, as I did, right? Anyway, so all this stuff is, all this stuff is stupid. And then there's always like attacking the Hasan cult is ambitious. Like, oh yeah, you guys are such fucking brave warriors, right? You're such brave warriors for attacking the Hasan cult. Anyway, so there was someone who actually, that clip is also famously cropped, not the show, like what I'm talking about. Like, there's a reason why it's zoomed in, right? You got duped. Hasan was talking about bipartisan American support for defending Israel and attacking Iran. Maybe you should ask yourself why this context, a clearly visible tweet about Israel and Iran that Hasan was talking about, is cropped out. Anti-war championing that was coming from dumbass Republicans. I fucking told you that it was all bullshit over and over again. And make no mistake when I say this. Democrats would do this exact same thing. Democrats maybe won't do the same, song and dance in the way that Donald Trump does. They wouldn't go about it the same way, but they would do the exact same thing. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what's so interesting about it, right? Because, like, you see this and you go, ooh, this is fantastic. I will clip this. I will shorten it. I will actually make sure that the tweet is not visible either, so that people don't even accidentally arrive at the context. And if you're doing that and you find yourself in a position where you're against the Republican Party, okay? If you're anti-Republican, but you spend all of your efforts and all of your energy trying to do fucking oppo stuff like this against a left voice in the country, you're failing to see the forest for the trees. Your focus is unimaginably narrow. Okay? That's what the issue is. Not only is your focus unimaginably narrow, like, you're trying to win like minor battles on the internet, and the most you do is piss off a bunch of liberals and I guess negatively polarize a bunch of people in your audience to turn around and think that I'm like a hostile figure to the Democratic Party or whatever the anti right-wing Republican position is in this country. And it's very stupid. It's very stupid to do that, because like you get nothing out of this. Like, it's not like I'm going away, right? And it's not like the Democrats in charge think of me in that same way anyway. They see me as a person that got a bunch of stuff right. They see me as a person that got a bunch of stuff right about the election. And the reason why they think that is because I went to them and I talked to them. I talked to them in the lead up to the fucking campaign. I talked to them before the election cycle. I talked to them after the fucking election cycle. I continuously am trying to move this country in a more positive direction, in a left flank direction for the Democrats, both on the electability front, but also because I think that is good politics and good policy. You getting hate is all they want. For them, this is sufficient. Yeah, well, my point is they're gonna clip this and be like, what? And ignore any person that replies to them with proof. I can literally see how they operate in real time. I know, but I guess like if these guys, my point is if these guys spent this energy on like Nazis, on Republicans in general, if they spent a fraction of the energy they spent on someone like myself on the actual opposition, it would probably be a little bit more productive because they don't fucking like how Nazi infested the website is, right? Nobody likes it. Like we all align on that. We all align on that issue where like we don't like the right. So it just blows my fucking mind that there are still so many people that spend every waking moment looking at this unlimited faucet of misinformation coming from the right, this unlimited, this incredibly toxic space that they have been able to dominate, especially on Twitter. And then there's obviously the impact that Twitter has on places like Reddit and places like TikTok and places like, Twitch even and YouTube and everywhere else. And it blows my fucking mind that these guys would be like, we hate that shit too, but honestly, we hate you more. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. And that's part of the reason why I barely ever talk about these guys. Okay? Not because like, oh, when I talk about them, I highlight them and I platform them. And then, my haters will then coalesce around them and it gives them a platform. And that's precisely why they're usually doing these kinds of lines of attack. But the major reason as to why I don't do this is because I think it's unproductive in general. Like, I think it's far more important to fight the conservative forces in this country, to fight the reactionary forces in this country, both within the Republican Party and outside of the Republican Party. Okay? That's it. That is the major reason as to why I don't do it. And that's the reason why I don't even like hit the ACP. You know what I mean? Like for me, if someone is anti-capitalist, I do not see them as a major threat. I don't even see them as like a major mover and shaker in this country's politics. So there is no reason to battle with them at all. As long as people are fighting the Republicans, or as long as people are doing their very best to improve the material conditions of the working class, as long as people are trying to save the lives of Palestinians and things like that, there are redeemable qualities in every single person, and I will try to find them no matter what. But it is kind of crazy that there are people who are just so invested in this narrative. And I don't know. I don't understand how you can spend every waking moment like this, especially at a time like this. But anyway, this guy said, I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but for all intents and purposes, Hasan was basically right. From a geopolitical military wonk perspective, the Trump administration has been nothing short of disastrous everywhere except MENA. But realistically, domestically, Kamala's White House would have been virtually indistinguishable from a Trump White House. Well, that's not quite true. Technically, there would have been higher rates of deportation, drawing significantly less attention. The part that I'm going to get in trouble for pointing out, I can't really put this politely. Kamala is just another reptile politician who's generally detached from the live realities of people everywhere. In Afghanistan, there was a proposal that would have gotten girls back into schools on a modified but workable curriculum. The Taliban's leadership was actually on board with it. Yes, I know it might surprise everyone, but the White House's assistance was required to get that proposal into the end zone. For the plan to succeed, the U.S. needed to shut its lips and not say anything to make it look like this was a proposal the Taliban had come up with and just quietly help with the procurement of educational materials. The effort was passed over to the White House, and since it's a relatively low priority thing, that fell into the bailiwick of the office of the vice president at the time. That was one Kamala Harris. So the plan snaked its way into the office of the VP, where it immediately died an ignoble death solely because Kamala staffers concluded she'll never go for it because she wouldn't be able to take credit. Okay. It's crazy that this guy thinks that's a hot take, by the way, and it's not true. And the irony is, like, I wasn't even talking about like all of the things that a Kamala Harris presidency would represent in terms of being identical to Donald Trump. There's never been a moment where I've said that Kamala Harris would be identical to Donald Trump on every issue. And that's what's so frustrating about it, because it's not that I don't hate when people hate me, but if you're going to hate me and you're going to disagree with me, you have to disagree with the actual positions that I hold. And what's so frustrating is people never do that. They just instantly go, I don't give a fuck what your position is. I'm just going to lie about what your positions are. And that's what's so frustrating to me, someone who, you know, spends every fucking waking moment openly communicating my desires, openly talking about like what my opinions are. And it's unimaginably frustrating to have to deal with that shit, because there are so many people out there who are like-minded people, right? So many people out there who are like-minded people, who are good people, who are honest people, who are working class people, who just fucking, you know, just tune into this kind of shit every now and then and only see a clip like this that is completely ridiculous and antithetical to my fucking worldview. And they make up their minds and they go, this guy's a fucking villain. This guy's deeply unserious. This guy's a piece of shit. And I don't like that. Right? I hate that. I think it's very, very frustrating, because like why the fuck are you doing that to me? Isn't there bigger fish to fry? But in any case, as far as like the Trump stuff, I think you were outside of New York City long enough to see that these people don't exist outside of Reddit and Twitter. Yes, but we do live in the online world, right? We do live in an increasingly more online world. Thank you, Ugopnik, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. We do live in an increasingly online world, and like this does have the capacity to impact people's opinions, and it shuts off like new valves that I could tap into in terms of new audiences very effectively, because they just think that I'm like right wing. You know, if they're like liberals, they think I'm like a pro-Trump. You know. And it causes them to not actually dip their toes into my commentary and potentially see that we are all like-minded, that we are all fighting the same battle. And it's, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying that like, oh, if you hate me, then you know, you will never accomplish anything. Like, if, for example, I'll give you this, the greatest example I will give you is this, with Zohran Mamdani, right? A lot of people initially fucking hated Zohran Mamdani, but then he won the Democratic primary. He became the Democrat. He had this awesome campaign, and those very same people who hated him slowly but surely turned into Zohran Mamdani, and they liked him, right? Now there's this weird situation where like a lot of the liberals who were initially resistant to Zohran Mamdani, who represents very similar politics to someone like myself, are now big fans of him. So they have to like in their minds make up this alternative reality where like, oh no, Hasan is bad, but Zohran is good. Like, Hasan is actually an evil villain, but Zohran is actually a really fucking cool guy, and we like him and we love him. For me, I'm happy with that. I'll take that. As long as they're locked in, as long as they're actually still going out and door knocking for someone like Zohran, as long as they are still, as long as they're still engaging in politics in a positive way, I don't give a shit if you hate me, right? It's fine. It's fine. It's good. But you also have to address those inconsistencies in your own mind, because I think the reason why you have to address those inconsistencies in your mind is because it causes you to make the wrong decisions when it comes to politics. You know? I even said that to like, because if you're easily duped, easily tricked about me being like an anti-Semitic terrorist, okay? If in your mind you're like, oh, dude, Hasan is an anti-Semitic terrorist, like he's really fucked up, but then you're like, but I love Zohran, then there is still something worrisome there, because the same lines of attack were launched against him in the same exact way. You know what I mean? And that's like, I worry that the next time a campaign comes around and they're not as like overwhelmingly charismatic like Zoran, who doesn't step on any fucking landmines whatsoever, you are going to find yourself duped by the same exact like malicious forces that present them as bad. And I don't want that, right? So you have to create some semblance of consistency in your mind. Like you have to have a ideological vision, an ideological project that you are, you're moving in the direction of. Like, this is what I mean. There was this guy, where was it? There was this guy who was like, I responded. I was talking about Zoran Mamdani. He's never done a single anti-Semitic thing. He's gone above and beyond to prove that he will be a mayor for all New Yorkers. At some point, you have to admit this is racist hysteria about a Muslim mayor who has the majority position on Israel, right? He says, Zoran hasn't, but you definitely have. I said, all right, man, as long as you're pro Zoran, I'll take that W, right? Yeah, Zoran is a good plan, and I've only heard bad things about Cuomo. So yeah, if I could have voted, I would have voted for Zoran, but we'll see how he does and judge him like everyone else. Stop using variations of the R slur ironically. What? What do you mean? Is it because I'm saying like hysteria or insane? What? Anyway, so regardless, where was I? Yeah, I hope people, I hope people fucking lock in is my point. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me, but, spend your time wisely, right? Lock in. Like recognize that there are far more consequential villains right now. Like, please, for the sake of your loved ones, for the sake of that you care about, for the sake of things that you actually care about, I hope that you can, I hope that you can lock in, like I said, refresh. Candidates who refuse to disown Hasan Piker have a 100% win rate. That's true. Like, I think a lot of people don't. I think that a lot of people also don't understand that I often will straight up let bygones be bygones, or even advance the interests of the Democratic Party, even if it's a person that I actually despise, like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I hate them, but I've been writing for them, right, throughout this shutdown because they are trying to preserve the ACA subsidies. I'm not even a fan of the ACA subsidy structure that exists. I hate it. I think it's an inefficient, bloated system. I want Medicare for all. And the ACA subsidies are a perfect example of why the system is bloated and why the system is completely broken, right? It's just we keep applying Band-Aids over and over and over again. We keep applying Band-Aids over and over again with the hopes that, somewhere along the line, things will be fine, I guess. We'll just keep kicking the can down the road.
And I think when Republicans run the...
Yeah, and this is basically a conversation that I was having with Ro Khanna at the DNC, specifically about immigrants and how we need to counter message against the Republicans on the lies and combat the lies that the Republicans were engaging in. Another thing that I was absolutely fucking right on. Like, I wish that they would have done that. I wish that they would have actually done that. But in terms of healthcare, like, remember, ACA subsidies is a Band-Aid solution on a fucking gunshot wound, on a gaping wound, right? Your arm is cut off and we're just trying to fucking slam a Band-Aid on there. And the Republicans are trying to rip that Band-Aid off. But in the interim, it's good for that Band-Aid solution to exist because I don't want 10 million plus Americans to be ripped away from their healthcare coverage because their premiums tripled. Okay? So if the Democrats are actually pushing back and they're fighting and they're using healthcare as a major driving force as to why they're fighting back against the Republicans, then I'm going to be on board with what they're doing. And I will give them that grace. I will give them that charity in spite of the reality that I disagree with them on many other issues. And this is something that I wish more centrists would do as well. Not that it matters, because I do think that a lot of liberals that are actually within the party infrastructure, a lot of liberals who are actually voters of the Democratic Party, they don't have such rugged approaches. They don't have such hardline, edged approaches to politics in general. But there are a lot of people who just like spend every waking moment doing shit like this, and I think it's like incredibly stupid. It's very narrow-minded. It's very narrow-focused at a time when I guess we all have to lock in a little bit more, right? Like, we got to lock in, folks. That's all I'm saying. We got to fucking lock in. This goes for my audience as well. If you find yourself like getting really angry at like a centrist or something and you want to fucking yell at them, you want to shit on them, think like, is this the best use of my time? I'm not saying don't like gently correct misinformation if you see it out there. That's fine. But like, remember, always try to be as gracious as possible to people who could possibly be aligned with your worldview that you could bring in to your side, you know? That's not what the person said. He's saying that you can criticize foreign policy and simultaneously not say America and especially New Yorkers themselves deserve 9/11, but no one ever said that. You are inventing. It has been repeatedly said that the attack was payback and retaliation for U.S. foreign policy. How do you twist that into an attack on individuals? If so, how have you survived since 9/11? This explanation has been given thousands of times in print and in conversation. What is this? I'm trying to lock in, but you got to stop disparaging no-life nerds that never go out. Some of us still have brains and empathy. What do you mean, dude? That's crazy. That's funny. You're ridiculous. This is my major gripe. Guy who self-reports as a fucking no-life nerd who's a shut-in. Like, I'm not yelling at you, man. Don't worry. We need those. I was thinking about this. We need that. Because the right wing has the right flank in any race is always going to have moneyed interest backing them. We saw this with Cuomo versus Zoran, right? And what that moneyed interest does is constantly muddy the waters, do everything in its power to basically vilify and ritualistically humiliate the party that is representing some kind of change in the affirmative, some kind of positive change in the left flank direction, in the leftist direction. And this even happens with like centrist Dems versus, you know, far right Republicans, right? Like when they're going into battle, this also takes place. There is a lot of disparaging going on. And if you are especially someone who's coming outside of the party infrastructure that exists, like Zoran Mamdani, there is only one method out there where you can overcome the faucet of unlimited attack ads, and that is grassroots, right? That's just real people power, door knockers, people who are spreading the word in person, because it is incredibly powerful to be able to talk to a human being in the real world and say, this is my guy, and everything you've heard about him is a fucking lie. Trust me on this, right? And I think we could do that. We could do something similar to that on the internet as well. So what I'm trying to saying is we do need the shut-ins, you know? We do need the agoraphobes. We do need the people who are extremely online to basically reverse the network of disparaging left flank candidates, but then, you know, harness that power against right-wing candidates. You know, shut-ins rise up. Shut-ins rise up. That's my point. Like, the agoraphobics rise up, shut-ins rise up, because the reality of the matter is, like, you know, the reason why there is even like a Groyper army in air quotes is because this is an extremely online movement, as I talked about quite a bit. So this is a multi-front war. And it's a multi-front approach. And of course, you can play a role as well. You can play a role in combating the misinformation. You can play a role in actually doing what gets done to someone like myself with people who are like constantly in the fucking chat sitting around, waiting for the opportune moment to clip me out of context to actually present my worldview as the exact opposite of what it is, right? And the reality of the matter is the right is such a target-rich environment that you don't even need to clip them out of context. You can clip them in context and people will fucking see it for themselves. The problem is we don't actually place a lot of emphasis on what the fuck they're saying. So they get a lot of bandwidth and a lot of leeway. And their audiences, right-wing audiences and reactionary forces are much more forgiving in general as well. There's not too much like ideological delineation happening on the right. And they're just like singularly focused on white supremacist ideology for the most part, so they can always just like stay the course. But in order to make sure that you can decouple centrists and you know, people who are self-identified as centrists or self-identified as apolitical from people who present themselves as from content creators who present themselves as centrist or apolitical, when in fact they are actually opening up the floodgates of far-right reactionary neo-Nazi politics, you should be able to do that to them as well. So yes, I am not disparaging the agoraphobics. I am not disparaging the shut-ins. I love my shut-ins, okay? And they play a formative role in this battle. But once again, my question is like, if you are one of those guys, for example, and you spend every waking moment in this chat trying to find something to clip out of context to like make me seem like I'm right wing or whatever, right? And it's maybe you see some limited success and it makes you feel good. Don't you think that there are more consequential villains out there, more important forces to combat? People who are directly opposed to your worldview, people who are directly opposed to your existence? Go use that fucking energy on them. You know? Go use that energy on them. And at which point you will, people say no. Okay. All right. I mean, sure. Okay. If you think I'm your biggest villain, when, you know, my agenda is making sure that you get healthcare, my agenda is making sure that we put as many politicians in positions of power that they will actively and genuinely fight to make sure that every single American has healthcare, make sure that every single American has affordable housing, make sure that every single American city and rural town gets the necessary help they deserve. Make sure that every single American that is of the working class has better benefits and more autonomy in the workplace. If you think that like that, those are my, you know, fundamental values. Those are the things that I'm fighting for. If you think that that presents me as your enemy, unless you're literally a fucking billionaire or a millionaire, you know, a multi-millionaire, like a very powerful corporate entity, and you think that like that worldview that I'm presenting to you is like dangerous and damaging, you have a lot to think about. Because like if you are, you know, if you are actually, you know, Bill Smokes Crackman, if you are actually Michael Bloomberg, if you are actually Larry Ellison, then that's fine. It's understandable that you would see someone like myself as a op, right? But if you're just a regular dude who's fucking working a shitty dead-end job and has no prospects for a better future for themselves, like, and you think that I am your op, I am your number one enemy, you know, you're not locking in. They don't. You get more clicks for them. That's also not true. If we could just like turn the faucet of hyper scrutiny in the direction of like some of these right-wing forces, I think more people would be like, this is gross. What do you think of the people asking you to take a break because of your overuse and exposure on the online political space? Some see it as an example of patriarchy within the left, for example. I have no idea what that means, but I'm not taking a fucking break. Anyway, let's see. This is a prediction. This is a lock I had in 2019.
Trump is worse than Biden. That's 100% true. But a lot of people try to make it seem like a Joe Biden presidency would be significantly better than Donald Trump. When in fact, I want to make the argument that the Obama presidency and the Bill Clinton presidency got us to Donald Trump. And the next time around with a Joe Biden presidency, we're going to have someone worse than Donald Trump. When it comes down to issues that pertain...
This is, again, leading up to the 2020 election. Okay? This is in, like, 2019. This is at... and turns out it was Trump, too. right? Turns out it was Donald Trump 2. Much worse. Donald Trump 2 Electric Boogaloo, which is a much worse version of Trump 1 because it's like in some ways more competent, or at least like has, in some ways it has the, it has the motion and the momentum and cares more about loyalty, right? Rather than bringing competent forces into positions of power that end up spoiling whatever the fuck they wanted to do. They have basically solidified their base, and they've, and this is of course pre-January 6th, 2021 as well. So like there's less resistance, there's less interest, there's more fatigue, and they have no guardrails whatsoever. No competent individuals within the administration are trying to actively put hurdles to stop Trump from doing the maximalist agenda items that are unimaginably consequential, unimaginably damaging.
To our material conditions, the parties are both unified. Tax cuts for the wealthy. The parties are unified. When it comes to continuously deregulating industries that aren't like directly murdering people by dumping chemicals into their water, the parties are unified. I'm of course talking about Wall Street regulations. When it comes to endless war and bloodshed, the parties are super unified. Could be the new fascist president. Whoever is like smart enough to realize that the time for fascism in America has come. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like 2018 or 2019, I assume. Like 2019. And what I'm talking about right there is the consensus in DC. There's consensus politics on DC. Healthcare must remain private. There's consensus on this, right? Deregulatory mechanisms and a lack of interest from the left flank party against the endless amount of deregulation from the Republicans, there's consensus on. Endless war and endless militarism around the world, there is consensus on. Right? And as long as there's consensus on these issues of consequence, most people can't distinguish between either party. And I always say, like, the Democrats need to make a case in the affirmative. Here's another moment where this is from 7 months ago, but full stack 11:30. Let's see. This was, I believe, is this the after the election analysis or before the election analysis of the podcast?
The outcome of this election.
He then goes into one of the main reasons why the Democrats lost this election, and that is capitulating to right-wing framing.
Despite people like myself and many others saying, like, don't do this, you're going to hemorrhage the base, you're going to hemorrhage the base of support, you are going to cut away at your turnout, you're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition, and it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs, a lot of like white women specifically, away from the Republican Party and vote for you instead. I know that they're high propensity voters, but it doesn't matter. There's still plenty of low propensity voters that you have to rely on to win.
The problem is not that if only Kamala went on more cool and edgy podcasts that she would have won. This was not an issue of culture. This was an issue of material needs. The problem is the Dem base was seeing Kamala and the party tacked to the right on a litany of issues, which we'll definitely be getting into soon enough. But for now, let's talk about the Harris campaign's focus on Kamala, the person, to see how this came to be.
And they saw in the vice president someone they didn't know a lot about a background. So, you know, who she was, what she stood for, what she did as vice president. So in every step of what we were trying to do, we had to tell a pretty robust story. We really focused from the get-go on how she was different than everyone else, different than Joe Biden, different than Donald Trump.
So we did talk about things like she's a different generation. Most of her career is from outside of Washington, not inside Washington. Her career has been about reaching across the aisle. All of these things, we were trying to tell a story and give the impression that she was different.
And people might say, oh, why do you keep harping on this? Like when it's obvious that like Donald Trump is devastating, right? The reason why I'm doing it is not to be like, oh, I was right. The reason why I'm doing this is because we cannot repeat this mistake ever again. Okay? That's the reason why I've been committed to the messaging discipline, going to every single liberal or even right-wing outlet that I can to keep repeating these points over and over again, to talk about like my predictions of how damaging a Trump presidency was going to look like, which is unfolding. Okay? And also simultaneously talk about like what the Democrats could do to fix their branding issue. You won't. Trump will be your king till 2040, lol. I mean, this is the type of stuff that I'm actually confused by, because like if you say stuff like that, like don't you realize that's just bad for the whole world? And it's certainly bad if you're in America. It's bad for you too. I'm not going to ban this person, but like saying that, especially today, one day after the Trump administration went to, I'm memeing, dude. Okay, well, some people aren't memeing. Some people do come in and they go, oh, Trump is your God King, bitch. Keep crying, loser. And it's like, you know, I guess that chatter was like trolling, but some people do legitimately think that is like reason enough to be an advocate for Donald Trump. And I'm always confused by that, because it's like, well, brother, you're cooked. I mean, you're looking at an unprecedented affordability crisis where the administration has basically admitted that there is recession happening in key sectors in this country. And also on top of that, the Trump administration, after a record-breaking lengthy shutdown, has decided to continue the shutdown rather than actually concede to the very reasonable demands that the Democrats are making, and also have made things worse by starving 42 million Americans by force, even though the lower courts actually dictated that the additional $6 billion in SNAP subsidies that are already out there, like the contingency fund that's out there, cannot be used to in the interim, fund the SNAP programs that 42 million Americans rely on to feed their children. 16 million children rely on SNAP, right? And the administration went to the Supreme Court and openly said, no, fuck that. We do not want you to fund this. And they're running around. They are running around currently celebrating that. How do I explain to a coworker who thinks that this isn't anything special and that he's fine? Like, how do you shortly say all of this? I mean, just ask him, like, one of the aspects that has been very damaging to the way that people reflect on the Trump administration has actually been the ballroom shit. I can't believe it, but it does feel like the electorate broadly got annoyed with the fucking ballroom. Like, that was a unique moment of discontent. Another one was the Zelensky thing. Like, it just blows my mind that the stuff that people actually care about is the unpresidential qualities of this president, and not the actual impact and not the actual devastation. It is kind of crazy how image obsessed most people are still, where they see people starving and that doesn't piss them off on its own, but they see people starving. They see the Trump administration refusing to release the Epstein files. That was another moment that put a little bit of a dent, right? But the straw that broke the camel's back, it seems, is the fact that this motherfucker is building a ballroom. And I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, but it does kind of feel like I've been looking at these polls and I'm thinking maybe it's coming from, what is this? Mamdani faces criticism from liberal media. What is the liberal media criticism that Mamdani is facing? I've seen so many TikToks of people from inside Walmart and celebrating how empty it is and how stocked the shelves are. Genuinely freak shit. More right-leaning liberal friends said, fuck it, I'm down with the revolution after the Trump-Zelensky ordeal because his dad is Ukrainian. Yeah. It is a let them eat cake moment, I guess. And it's the juxtaposition. I think it might be the juxtaposition of, like, it might be the buildup of all of the other things that he's fucked up finally coming to a boiling point. Or it might be the juxtaposition of like the administration doing this thing, like the multi-millionaire defense contractor backed like ballroom building initiative. Or it might be the aesthetics of destroying the White House. And I don't know. Maybe it's all of the above. But, you know, one of the stickiest aspects for Trump's disapproval, has been the fucking ballroom. It blows my mind. I guess we're all very visual learners, you know? We're very aesthetically driven still to this day. I think people are just dumb and the ballroom puts it in the black and white for a lot of normies. Sure. The issue I worry about is that this dialectical moment the admin is inducing won't push people towards anything progressive, but deeper into the reactionary bigotry and hatred. Yeah, but we can't. We have an opportunity to make a fucking make a dent in the collective consciousness here. That's what I mean. As contradictions worsen, people can move in either direction. As contradictions worsen, people can move in the reactionary direction, and as many do, because the Republicans never stop advancing their reactionary agenda, and they never stop trying to make messages stick. They never stop trying to divide the working class, and they do so successfully. But we have an alternative vision here, right? We have an alternative vision here. We can show them these contradictions. We can show the people these contradictions and say, hey, look, there is a different alternative out there. There is a different way out of this, okay? Obviously, if you are on the left, you are outside of the duopoly framework. It's just the reality. Unfortunately, we have two major parties that are, you know, both capitalist, right? But at least one allows an opening for anti-capitalist candidates to run. So I always say, you got to exhaust all options and also simultaneously continue applying pressure to the one party that has a base that is more malleable and is a base that is more open-minded and a base that might actually find themselves to be closer to your worldview, closer to an anti-capitalist vision than they previously thought they were. That's where we're at. But yeah, Argentine President Javier Milei doing the Trump dance in Mar-a-Lago after getting a $40 billion bailout. Meanwhile, Trump won't renew subsidies for American healthcare. They're laughing in your face as they steal your money and make you suffer. This is true. It's fucking ridiculous. They're dabbing on us. I can't in good conscience understand why... they're doing this, by the way. I genuinely can't. Like, it blows my mind. It makes me feel somewhat crazy. Just like I can't understand why the Trump administration would, on the one hand, try to fix the price of meat, okay? The price of beef in general, because they identify that as a pressure point. They identify that as like a point of anger and resentment. But... which, by the way, ironically, also Argentina is involved in as well, because instead of addressing the monopoly that exists in the meat packing side of things and in the beef side of things, they're just like they just tried to flood the markets with Argentinian beef, right? Which frustrated a lot of American ranchers. So there's that too. But on the one hand, they're you know, they're doing stuff. They're doing initiatives to try and break up the monopolies now, because they realize that there's a lot of discontent on that front, because there's a lot of anger in how expensive beef has gotten, right? It's one of the major points. But also on the other side, they are actively and successfully stopping. They're actively and successfully stopping this by way of the Supreme Court issuing an emergency order to temporarily block full SNAP food aid payments. Like, that blows my fucking mind. I am not the only one who noticed. Yeah. I said, I swear to God, he's trying to start riots in this country so he can mobilize the military, declare martial law, and halt elections permanently. I cannot see another reason for this kind of cruelty. I can't. I can't understand it. It makes no sense. Like they're trying to relitigate the glorious time for the oligarchs in the roaring 20s. There is no rhyme or reason to do this. It just doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. Unless they are basically just they're like bots, and they just are fans of history and they want to repeat it or something. I don't get it. I do not understand it. Trump and his cronies do not think they need consumers anymore. They think AI and robots will save them from everyday people. They want us subjugated, and they will push escalation after escalation. We are on our own. Like the Great Gatsby themed Halloween party is obviously one of those examples. Like aesthetically, they are doing a horrible job. So horrible that even the Democrats, who are not the best communicators, at least on the leadership side, have still been able to come out of this like shutdown battle with the Republicans being held responsible. If the Trump administration was at least a little bit aware of the situation on the ground, or if they didn't actively try to say like, we hate you and we want you to eat shit and die to the working poor every single day with this kind of messaging, with this kind of imagery, I think the Democrats would be getting fucking destroyed right now in the shutdown battle. If the Republicans were a bit more competent and less overtly evil, that would be a much more difficult battle to overcome. One that I don't think the Democrats currently are capable of fighting. Like it's so ridiculous. Like I know Americans are oblivious to their own history. I get it, but like this is so overt, right? This is literally like Great Depression era levels of income inequality. It's not there yet. The conditions have not gotten there yet, right? But like this is precisely what happened 100 years ago. We are straight up relitigating age-old battles. And it's the same forces. It's the same forces of capital that designed an environment, designed a system that gave them endless amounts of wealth and prosperity while the regular people suffered. Yeah, it's basically the roaring 20s in color. Yeah, look at this. 2 articles published on the same day. Are you radicalized yet? Balance zero. SNAP recipients go without food after benefits don't arrive. Elon Musk. Tesla shareholders approve $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. The money will be awarded in a series of payments over 10 years if Tesla meets a series of performance benchmarks. What are we doing? No one should have $1 billion, let alone $1 trillion. I cannot comprehend this. And I don't understand how there are people who will ride for this. There are people who still go, no, that's fine. That's good, actually. This is prosperity. This is a good thing. You're silly. You don't understand. This is a good thing. It's like, no, this is just as much a failure of the system as the reality that there are homeless people in the wealthiest country on the planet. Almost 1 million of them, 600, 700,000 people go to sleep without actual shelter every single day in the wealthiest nation on the planet. Okay? That is a policy failure. And this is a policy failure as well. I forced myself to watch some of the Tesla shareholder meeting, and it baffles me how this is the guy we're essentially choosing to be the world's first trillionaire, just pure ketamine-filled rants, over-promising and throwing out wild numbers and nothing to substantiate them. The entire crowd is dead silent until they hear, but stock go up, burr, and then they cheer without even understanding what they're cheering for. It's all, it's gotten to a point where, like, I personally think the stock market is just a straight-up scam where the market fundamentals don't matter. Where fundamentals have nothing to do with the stock performance, and it's more so just that there are too many vested interests that are like Tesla is becoming like almost too big to fail in this way, where there are too many financial investments into Tesla, so they have to just keep making it seem like the stock is actually outperforming expectations, even though it's collapsed in and of itself. But it's utterly decoupled from the fundamentals, because it's not like people are just still purchasing Teslas. Like that's not happening. They are overly reliant on this unimaginably unstable and incompetent person, Elon Musk, and the fact that, like, as long as he keeps over promising and never delivering on those promises and people don't punish him for it, then it's fine, because stock price keeps going up. Yeah, $1 trillion pay package for a company with $17 billion in revenue. It's fucking ridiculous. I think stonks have to go up. Always. Stonks always have to go up, no matter what, because there are too many wealthy people that realize that if we brought the market back to like actual fundamentals, many of the top earners for them, many of the top overperforming stocks for them would collapse in its entirety. This is yet another example of this, right? OpenAI. In a new podcast, Sam Altman says, when something gets sufficiently huge, the federal government is kind of the insurer of the last resort, as we've seen in various financial crises. Given the magnitude of what I expect AI's economic impact to look like, I do think the government ends up as the insurer of last resort. But there is one other problem here, okay? When you get too big to fail, I saw this as well. 4 days out from my life-changing surgery, Aetna has denied the appeal for my brain surgery. To be clear, when I signed up to Aetna months ago, the coordinator had confirmed they would cover the surgery. Then a week ago, they said the surgery was too experimental/elective and denied coverage. We appealed. The appeal was just denied today. Now my neurosurgeon is trying to do a peer-to-peer consult with someone at Aetna to explain why I need it so we don't lose the surgery date on Monday morning. Aetna is not being responsive. This is sadistic and a violation of basic trust. Please spread this so they can't ignore it. They may not care if I live or die, but people should know just what kind of company they're dealing with. And please pray they are able to have a peer-to-peer consult with my neurosurgeon and have a change of heart. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, this is an untenable system. How can people not look at this and say, this is devil work? But as long as some people are making money somewhere along the way, it's fine.
At some level, when something gets sufficiently huge, whether or not they are on paper, the federal government is kind of the insurer of last resort, as we've seen in various financial crises and insurance companies screwing things up. So I guess, given the magnitude of what I expect AI economic impact to look like, sort of, I do think the government ends up as like the insurer of last resort, but I think I mean that in a different way than you mean that, and I don't expect them to actually be like writing the policies in the way that maybe they do for nuclear.
And there's a big difference between the government being the insurer of last resort and the insurer of first resort.
Why is he saying that in public? Well, two reasons. One, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. And two, this is actually an assurance to the investors. He's saying that because he realizes that right now there is a little bit of panic around the AI bubble, that it might actually be a bubble. I obviously think it is. And they're over-promising something that at least more educated people keep telling me is impossible. AGI, right? Like the notion that they are going to have this explosive advancements in AI technology that magically arrives us at artificial general intelligence, like what you understand as like iRobot, right? Like the actual real AI, not LLMs, not just chatbots, but like real working artificial general intelligence. And the thing is, well, that has been the promise thus far. That requires a tremendous amount of investment and a tremendous amount of failure along the way. We're not even talking about the goals of AGI, obviously. The goals of AGI is to displace the labor force in its entirety. Having said that, what they're trying to accomplish is just beat China to AGI, or at least a more competent version of AI that can successfully displace the existing labor force and create new super profit structures, okay, which rid the need for labor in its entirety. And God knows what that would do to the already exploding wealth disparity that exists in this country and in the Western world in general. Having said that, because there are fears that they might not be able to continue white-knuckling through this process, that he has to sit there and say, no, don't worry, the government will bail us out. The problem, however, is if the bubble bursts after becoming enormous, and it has already, because outside of the AI stock market gains, the GDP growth in this country last year was 0.1%. Okay. It's like 5 major companies that are the entirety of the stock market at this point. Like it's insane. The bubble has gotten to such a ridiculous size that I don't even know if the American government could save it or could bail it out. So, like, I think there is such a thing as like too big to fail. But then there is also such a thing as like something that has become so large that even the American government can't bail it out. And if there was anything that would do it, yeah, there's too big to fail and then there's too big to bail. If there's anything that is close enough to being too big to bail where it ends up cooking the American government and collapsing the global financialized economy, it could be this AI bubble. The problem is that there's a liquidity crisis, a private credit crisis. Private equity is over-leveraged. Commercial real estate is dying. Repo is up. Unemployment is the worst it's been since 2003. These are dominoes. The American government is not nimble enough to do anything about it, or competent enough to do anything about it, or the American government structure, albeit still incredibly powerful, does not have the proper tools to do anything about it because their entire purpose is to advance the interests of capital. And capital has a tendency to self-destruct. Capital is so invested in short-term gains that they don't even realize the broader long-term consequences of these actions, of this gamification of the system. So they get ahead of their own long-term stability interests. Because when everything collapses, you're cooked. All of the wealth in the world will not help you, right? What are you going to do? Even if you are so wealthy that you can hire like private mercenaries to defend you and hire private services that only serve the interests of the super, super, super wealthy. Do you really want to live in that world? Like, what good is that world if it does not, if it's not the world that we know right now? Like, what does it matter? Is it even worth living in a world like that? And the same argument could be made for climate change as well, where it's like a lot of these wealthy billionaires think, we can overcome, especially in the short term, the most damaging aspects of anthropogenic climate change. But it's like, but do you want to live in a world where there is extreme weather conditions all the time? Like, are you that short-sighted that you can't see that this is not a habitable world to live in, especially for your next generation as well? It's crazy. Yeah, OpenAI is the gargantuan AI bubble. It lost $12 billion last quarter, but keeps announcing huge new deals to invest in companies with money it doesn't have. So OpenAI wants a U.S. federal backstop for the government to back its investments. Too big to fail 2.0. OpenAI's CFO didn't just say the company wants a federal backstop for chip investment. She said, and I think we're seeing that, the U.S. government has been incredibly forward-leaning. Then she immediately took to LinkedIn to claim that's not what she meant.
This is where we're looking for an ecosystem of banks, private equity, maybe even governmental, the ways governments can come to bear.
Meaning like a federal subsidy or something?
Meaning like just first of all, the backstop, the guarantee that allows the financing to happen. That can really drop the cost of the financing, but also increase the loan to value, so the amount of debt that you can take.
Time to short OpenAI. Brother, when we say too big to bail or too big to fail, shorting companies like this don't matter because there is no system after that. Do you see what I mean? Like, too big to bail in the 2008 financial crisis actually yielded tremendous benefits for people who were ahead of the game and shorted, right? But there was a next day. My point is, I don't think there is a next day because of the gargantuan size that the AI bubble is, / the way that, and also the way that like our capitalist forces have completely dominated the government. That if the dominoes fall, I think the structure will not remain at all. So there is no payout for you at the end of the day when you short. there is no payout for you at the end of the day when you actually successfully short, like and time the perfect opportunity to short the AI bubble, right? Because if that fails, then everything is gone. It's still not as big as .com, and there was the next day in 2000. You're wrong. Okay. Maybe I don't understand it. OpenAI is not a public company / in the stock. It would be Nvidia. It's value at $1 trillion. I disagree. It will be super bad, but not the end of the USA. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too alarmist.
On top of an equity portion for
So some federal backstop for chip investment.
Exactly. And I think we're seeing that. I think the U.S.
The reason why I don't think you can compare this to the .com bubble is because there was still, like, it was a different time, right? There were still companies that were building shit, okay? Not every aspect of the American industry or not every aspect of the American market was bankified as it is currently. Like, there wasn't an entire collapse in confidence that destroyed everything. Whereas right now, I think the opportunity is ripe for a complete collapse because everything is built around the confidence that the American government has to keep things going. And they're saying it. I mean, that's what Sam Altman is saying here. They're saying, like, don't worry, the American government has us. It has our backs because if we fail, then everything falls apart. This is the gamble. This is the dangerous gamble that the American government has made, which basically says, like, no, this is the next initiative in tech. And it's not going to be born about from the public sector and the public research, which has a lot more room to fail. And you can dump a lot of money into it and make it fail on the sidelines until you actually reach world-changing success like DARPA with the internet, right? This is in front of you, in front of your eyes, as material conditions are worsening. And where all systems go, we're just like entirely relying on this pie in the sky technological achievement that will arrive us at this completely new world. We're not even thinking about like the ethical considerations. We're not thinking about the considerations of like what the next day will look like. I'm not even getting into that. I'm not even getting into that side of things because like who knows how that will work? Who knows how that will look like? Who knows what that will look like? Sorry. Why this analyst says the AI bubble is 17 times bigger than the dot-com bust. At this point, even the concept of an AI bubble seems to be in a bubble. In fact, Deutsche Bank analyst said last month that the AI bubble has already been burst. Perhaps some corners of the internet are bored of the bubble talk. That's not making the market any less bubbly. Just this week, the Financial Times wrote that 10 AI startups, not a dollar in profit among them, have gained nearly $1 trillion in market value over the past 12 months. That is, to use a technical term, bananas. Even as Wall Street analysts and tech media increasingly question the hype, drawing uneasy comparisons in the late 1990s, the AI industry's response has been to shrug and watch their valuations tick higher and higher. The AI faithful believe the technology will disrupt in a good way, hopefully, virtually every aspect of modern life, from phone operating systems to pharmaceuticals to finance. And even if there is a bubble, proponents say the dot-com bubble gave us companies like Amazon and the internet became, well, the internet. There are plenty of skeptics countering the AI hype machine, though few professional market analysts have done so as stridently as Julian Garan, a researcher and partner at the UK firm MacroStrategy Partnership. John Green put a video out there where he took money out of his retirement fund and the S&P 500 because it's only driven by AI and he needed to make sure that he can diversify in other markets. Earlier this month, Garan published a report claiming that we are in the biggest and most dangerous bubble the world has ever seen. Garan concludes that there is a misallocation of capital in the U.S. that makes the current frenzy 17 times bigger than the dot-com bubble and 4 times bigger than the 2008 real estate bubble. That is, needless to say, a bold claim about a phenomenon that is famously hard to predict. I sat down virtually with Garan earlier this week to talk bubbles and why he thinks the AI fervor is, to quote his report, not just a bit bad, but rather the antithesis of socioeconomic progress. At the heart of the note is a golden rule I've developed, which is that if you use large language model AI to create an application or a service, it can never be commercial. One of the reasons is the way they were built. The original large language model AI was built using vectors to try and understand the statistical likelihood that words follow each other in the sentence. And while they're very clever, it's a very good bit of engineering required to do it. They're also very limited. The second thing is the way that the LLMs were applied to coding. What they've learned from the coding that's out there, both in and outside the public domain, means that they're effectively showing you learned pieces of code that's, again, going to be limited if you want to start developing new applications. The third set of problems in terms of how it's built is around the idea of scaling. There's a real problem at a certain point in terms of how much you have to spend to improve them. I'd say it's definite that developers have hit a scaling wall. Otherwise, they'd be releasing demonstrably better and better models each time they came to market with a new product. And since ChatGPT 4 came out in March 2023, they haven't really actually raised the bar significantly. What about the argument that ChatGPT, while not perfect, is capable of doing some low-level grunt work that can increase productivity? There are certain bullshit jobs out there, some parts of management, consultancy jobs, where people don't check if you're getting it right or don't know if you've got it right. So you can argue that you can replace bullshit with bullshit, and yes, okay, I'm prepared to accept that you probably can, but that doesn't really make it more broadly useful. See, the reason why this conversation is very different than my analysis on top of this person who is like highlighting like some of the most damaging aspects of the entire system designed around AI success is because of what people consider to be efficiency. If you're a regular ass dude, when you think efficiency, you don't think in market terms, okay? Regular people, when they think efficiency, they mean, am I getting the best possible service on the consumer side, right? Am I getting the best possible service? And an example I will use is luggage tossers, right? That is very different than the way capitalist corporations analyze efficiency. For them, efficiency means maximum output for minimum input, okay? That means cutting jobs. That's what efficiency is for the capitalist. For the regular person, efficiency is, am I getting my luggage in a reasonable and timely manner? Okay? In order to reach efficiency from the consumer standpoint, you actually need to hire more people than you actually need to have, right? Like, if we had 10 luggage tossers as opposed to the 5, things would move a lot faster. You know, people would have more free time. People would just like be able to fuck off in the workplace. And that on your on the receiving end, from the consumer standpoint, that would be efficient because you still get your fucking luggage in a more timely manner. But efficiency for the capitalist, for efficiency for the corporation, means you have to cut those jobs and try to figure out how much you can get away with cutting those jobs. Sure, people will wait an hour sometimes to get their luggage, but it's okay because we have a monopoly in certain markets, right? So what are they going to do? They have to fly JetBlue. There's no other airline out there. There's no market competition. So we actually won't get punished as heavily as we would. So we can actually cut certain aspects of the service and make more money that way, or drive up profits that way. Okay? So the way we think of efficiency as regular people, as consumers, is very different than the way that the capital owners think of efficiency. Okay? And this is the same problem with bullshit jobs. The other side of this issue, the other side of this, the other side of this problem that is never talked about amongst capital owners and capitalists in general, like the theorists in general, is what that does to the average laborer. Okay, there is no consideration for the regular wage laborer in this conversation whatsoever. There's no consideration for their life. There's no consideration for their workplace conditions. There's no consideration for their families. There's no consideration for what that does to the broader economy. Okay? Bullshit jobs are fine. It's good to have bullshit jobs. Okay? It's good to have bullshit jobs. It's okay. People need to have jobs. And if we did not live in a capitalist organization, live under a capitalist organization of the economy, we could have technological efficiencies in the form of AI that would actually lift the burden off of the backs of many people that could then get the same amount of money, the same wages, and do work, do much shorter hours of labor. Okay? If someone just basically sat in front of an autonomous machine and they did not displace the existing labor force in the interest of, again, efficiency from the capitalist perspective, then the economy will be much healthier overall. Okay? The capitalist solution to this is UBI. The capitalist solution to this is, just let the robots do all the work, and then eventually, in order to avoid mass discontent and riots, we just give you some crumbs. Okay? But it is obvious that capital owners don't even want to give you those crumbs, or they want to give you the minimal amount of crumbs that they can give you without you taking out the pitchforks and burning everything to the fucking ground. That's not a stable system. That is not a stable system at all. Okay? The system has to change. Our understanding of how productivity works, our understanding of how labor works has to change. This is what I mean when I say we have to center the working class in our politics. We have to center the labor force in our politics in order to ensure universal stability, long-term stability. But I'm afraid time is running out. Okay? The AI ecosystem can't really sustain itself. You have NVIDIA making a ton of money. Anybody else, the data centers, the LLM developers, the software developers who use LLMs, they're heavily loss-making. Consequently, To maintain the process, you need to have continued funding, which is why it looks like a permanent funding tour. But despite all of this, there's no obvious way that they can actually turn this around to a profit. It's hope over realistic expectation. When you run out of investors, then the whole thing is going to roll over. Are investors actually pulling back? The amount of venture capital willingness to fund some of these startups, especially the software developers, is beginning to diminish because they're valued so highly. That leaves you with basically SoftBank, which has had to raise a lot of debt against the shares to fund the first tranche of the OpenAI commitment that it made, and it's still got a bigger second tranche to fund. You've got foreign states like, say, Saudi Arabia, but there aren't many countries who have unlimited spending power, and that leaves NVIDIA as a sort of a last man standing. Nightcap, are we in the process of deflating or is the bubble still growing? Well, with AI, I can't say it's starting to deflate. We're just a week past all-time highs, so it'd be kind of arrogant to say that that was definitely the top, but it's certainly drawing closer. I have to ask, because I ask myself this all the time, what if you're wrong? What if the hype is real? Well, there are two ways I'd be wrong. One is it just takes longer to break than I thought, which, to be honest, it already has. And what happens if I'm wrong in that way is simply that they continue building things that aren't fundamentally useful to the economic society. I don't think this is useful fundamentally to the economic society. It is useful to raise the stakes and to gamble harder, because that's just what the stock market is now. It is turned into this major gambling ring. Major gambling ring where the highest rungs of capitalist society control all the stakes, and they have a vested interest in continuing this game. Because if they don't, then everything collapses and they can't continue bringing in profits year over year. If it carries on for another year or another 2 years because they managed to persuade someone to provide funding, the more people are doing stuff that's not going to make a return. The future is not going to be as bright. Future gross domestic product will be lower than it would be if they didn't do this stuff and they just went about doing some mundane things that people actually valued. And if I'm completely wrong and someone could come up with super intelligence, well, that completely changes the world and we'd be depending on whoever controlled the systems. We could be in a utopia of sorts, or we could be in a brave new world, or we could be in a utopia like Player Piano, the Kurt Vonnegut book, where everyone's employed apart from some people living in their ivory towers. To be honest, I think that's beyond our current capability as an industrial society to pull it off. If that starts changing, then I'll change my mind very quickly. I just haven't seen it. I like that as the contradictions do worsen, as the contradictions heighten, you even see some guys like this person is a capitalist through and through to the bone. But real analysts that look to the existing systems, even with their horse blinders, their pro-capitalist horse blinders that cannot see a world outside of this organization of the economy, still can't help but recognize that this is not really useful. Okay? That's pretty alarming when you have econ bros going, this stuff is it useful really? Because these aren't like card-carrying commies, right? These are not card-carrying commies at all. One thing no one talks about is how normal investors don't like this gamblingization of the stock market. For example, Warren Buffett is sitting on a lot of cash, around $400 billion, and is waiting for the bubble, so there's many, many boomers. That means no money in circulation. Trump just compared himself to FDR and True Social because he's going to propose a new lifetime of debt, 50-year mortgage plan as a solution to the housing crisis. Oh, my God. It comes back to the contradiction between the forces of production and the relations of production. Technological development directly undermines a society anchored around wage labor. Yes. The difference, however, is that I think liberal capitalist society has done a fairly good job up until recently of making people feel like their material conditions are improving. Although wealth is a relative construct, although poverty is a relative construct, right? And therefore, when the living conditions of the bottom slowly gets better and better, right? People do think, well, things aren't that bad. And to a certain degree, they're correct. We are not at the Great Depression level yet, right? We are not at the level of like mass starvation. The wealth disparity that exists is even larger. It's larger than the time of the French Revolution. It's larger than the Gilded Age. It is larger. But the reason why there is not the same level of discontent, that existed back then that caused people to take up arms and engage in violent revolution, right? Whether it be a bourgeois revolution or not, it doesn't matter. It was still a violent revolution, or even a more modest reformist version of that, like we saw with the fucking New Deal. But even though then there was a lot of labor militancy and a lot of discontent and a lot of violence that took place in the buildup to that, reformist way of getting out of that crisis. Whoa. Scared the shit out of me, Kaya. Calm down. What happened? God damn. Scared the frick out of me. Also, at the time of the French Revolution, the church was the only propaganda tool for the aristocracy to justify its power. 50-year mortgage at 20 years old means you finish at 70 with no extra payments? Yeah. Let's see what Lena Khan had to say about this AI stuff.
We're also now hearing increasingly a lot of these executives admit that there's probably a bubble here, that they're, over investing. And just this last week, we heard suggestions from one of the companies that, maybe the government's going to need to bail us out one day. And so, I think all of the concerns around privatizing benefits and profits, but socializing risk and pain is something that they very much seem headed towards. And we're going to need a really assertive government to really stand up to that. And I worry that's the last thing we have in place right now.
Yeah. I just don't know. I don't know where we go from here, Because the environment is different. We live in a post-World War II. If we're not going to talk about the political economy, right? Even if we're just going to think about the socio-political constructs that exist, moving in the direction of fascism, which obviously these things are intertwined. It's impossible to think about one without the other. But even when we think about the growing momentum of fascism, it's actually happening through almost a reformist. It's happening through a reformist version of fascism that we had not experienced prior. Because when fascism was initially invented, it was a revolutionary movement. It was billed as a revolutionary movement that came about through the parliamentary structure, but with a lot of violence at the time. But there was it was seen as a robust response to the growing, both revolutionary and reformist socialist movements that were in existence. And liberals, obviously, in Europe sided with the fascists, right? Now we have two liberal parties, with one center-right liberal party, which is the Democratic Party, and one far-right liberal party that is becoming an illiberal party. It's becoming a post-liberal party. It is reconstructing itself to become a fascist party. And I don't know what that looks like without robust response. I don't know how that works when there is no post-liberalism on the left side, when there is no organizational power on the left side. Because people, when there is no organizational factor on the left side, whether it be Marxism, socialism, communism, anarchism, whatever you want to call it, when there is no organizational structure on that side, people don't have any alternatives. People don't think about the alternatives. Post-liberalism is liberal nonsense. I mean, I'm utilizing the terms that liberals themselves also recognize, because liberalism, once again, as it did in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, is failing. It's collapsing. And when liberalism collapses, you either move in the left direction if there is an organized movement there. And what we saw in the United States of America was like a robust response with the economic collapse that took place, a robust response from labor militancy, communist, socialist, trade unionists, anarchists that were able to push the liberal forces in the direction of social democracy. Okay? Whereas when liberalism collapsed in Europe, so shouts out to FDR for that, by the way, but when liberalism collapsed in Europe, it collapsed because it brought in fascists to its coalition, and then the fascists overtook the coalition. And like I always say, and you are repeating here, fascism was seen as a mechanism to restore control over the system without actually offending the existing capitalist hierarchies. Until, of course, it was met with force. Anyway, what is this? They're saying that Fox News is still doing analysis over Zoran Mamdani. Let's move on to this, and we'll get to the SNAP benefits being cut in a second.
To that end, there were some Zoranistas at Zoran Mamdani's victory party. Let's check out who the Zoranistas were.
Look who it is. Oh my God. Oh, now we're going to cause some real trouble. Look at that. Did he vote 65 times? We got Mahmoud Khalil is here. Mahmoud Khalil is here. And he voted 5 times. He voted illegally 5 times.
So I just want to be clear. Jamal Bowman, he's the fire alarm puller. Reports say he could be leading New York schools, so he's there. Then you have Hasan Piker, who's made some controversial statements. He was joking about Khalil voting there, I would note. But your thoughts on this crowd?
Yeah, Bowman, who pulled the fire alarm. So now if he becomes the head of the New York schools, anytime you don't want to take a test, pull the alarm, kids. Here you go. The boss did the same thing. All right. Listen, you know, it's ridiculous, but that's what it is. He's an unemployable, and so they're going to give him a gig. And by the way, it's one of the best gigs in the city. You get a brownstone. It's well paid. As far as Piker goes, he shouldn't be admitted to polite company anywhere in this country.
Brother, you're a Fox News host. What the fuck are you talking about?
In my estimation, he hates this country. He said America deserved 9/11. He has said that communism is the honorable outcome of socialism, so we know how he's thinking. And he also said, and this is a quote from the victory party, that America, unfortunately, won the Cold War. Unpack that. Between Lenin...
Yeah. Literally a scholar, by the way. Yeah. I love that I love that this is like this rustles so many feathers, because they're just like relying on an unlimited amount of Red Scare propaganda at a time when like most people don't really give a shit, and they're so far removed from that environment where there was a scary other out there that must be forcibly fought back against every step of the way. That like, I don't think this has that same level of motion. That's the reason why nobody gives a shit. Part of the reason why nobody gives a shit is because most young people look to the system and go, why would I defend it? Why would I defend anything that I'm experiencing? I have no hope for a better future. Why would I defend the system? There's nothing to defend. What am I defending? More porn consumption, more gambling everywhere. And I guess like some treats that I can get that fries my dopamine receptors, but there's no positive material outcome here for someone like myself. That's the way a lot of young people feel. So they're like, what do you mean? Does the USSR have a right to exist? I agree. Yeah, can't wait for a lifetime of crippling debt and then adding on more debt into my lifetime of crippling debt because I had to pay an arm and a fucking leg to pay for college so I could be a more productive laborer for the American capitalists. Okay. And then on top of that, what else? Oh, I'm going to get a fucking lifetime of debt when I end up having a medical issue after also paying a fuck ton to just get the healthcare anyway. And then they're going to fight me every step of the way to make sure that they don't pay for the healthcare that I paid for, because that's what insurance is. Like, who the fuck is looking forward to that system, to defend that system? Yeah, look forward to that 50-year mortgage that you can pass to your kids, except even that is unmanageable. Who the fuck has enough of a down payment? How are the banks going to work with the 50-year mortgage? And on top of that, who the fuck even has the down payment or the capacity to pay for that 50-year mortgage anyway? Like, all that basically does is create a unique environment where, like, the houses will seemingly be more affordable, but not really. Although I agree with your overall analysis, do you not think this is going to work as a great message and is going to be used out of context to make people fear you? I mean, everything I say is used out of context to make people fear me. Like, I just don't think that it has any motion whatsoever. At least that when the USSR existed, there was the threat of an alternative. Okay? Look at the deterioration of material conditions in the aftermath of the collapse of the USSR. This is before we even talk about what happened to all of the countries in the all the countries that were under the banner of the USSR and how devastating that was for everyone that lived there. You know, child prostitution rates skyrocketing, people just straight up the life expectancy collapsing because people were just like straight up killing themselves. Okay. But even then, there was always the concept of a threat of a good example. Okay. That is what kept European social democracy afloat. That is what kept European social democracy alive. Okay. That is also what kept whatever remains of our social safety nets alive as well for as long as it did. Bro, you're going to get arrested?
And Stalin, you're talking between 20 and 30 million dead. But I guess a lot of them were Jewish, so it doesn't count that much.
Man, scary stuff. And we also have news that we're going to bring next hour.
I love the USSR as like a all systems boogeyman. Like, you can use it for everything. If you're a Nazi, if you're an anti-Semitic Nazi, you can say, oh, the USSR was devastating because it killed 100 billion goyim. Okay. It killed all the white goys, led by Trotsky, who was Jewish, and they slaughtered all the good Christian population of Russia and the surrounding region. And if you are a I guess pro-Jewish Nazi, you can be like, no, they actually killed all the Jews. They killed everybody. You know, you have something in there. To design as a boogeyman is awesome. Because I hear both. I hear both arguments all the time. Obviously, the traditional fascist movement, used to say they killed all the Christians. They killed all the white Christians. And the new modern version of this. The new modern iteration of fascism will say sometimes that they killed all the Christians, but then they'll say they killed all the Jewish people.
About Zoran Mamdani's stylist and the cost of the beers at that party. You won't believe it for the socialists. Champagne socialism. Paul Morrow, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Will.
Yeah, great analysis. Love it. Big airplane news? Uh-oh. I don't want to fucking... I ain't got time for your crap. is more like 450K over 18 years for a kid, but nice try, capitalist. New Histo Fun video came out. China was the only reason the world didn't collapse in 2008. They can again in 2026. He's starving 40 mil right now, and not to mention the Fed workers not getting paid. Yeah. I mean, you're right. China was part of the reason why America didn't collapse in 2008. Let's see what happens next time. Who will buy our debt? FAA issues ground stop for Newark Airport over staffing. FAA issues ground stop for New York and Chicago due to staffing. Oh, fuck. Nice. I guess maybe international travel is cooked in this regard as well. I don't even know if I'll be able to fly back to the United States of America. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, and earlier today, 2 planes collided almost in LAX airport. Vibes-based piloting, Sean Duffy suggests. Breaking, Fox News Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy goes on the record. Pilots need to stop depending on air traffic controllers. They need to suck it up and go. No, this is fucking bullshit, chat. Come on. No. Send me like an actual... You have to send me like actual... videos. Yeah, we lost New York. The U.S. right is always desperately afraid of losing things. Remember when the U.S. lost China in 1949 to the people who lived in China? I covered the Tommy Tuberville racist rant earlier. Fly private to non-towered airport, silly. Yeah, let me fly privately on my PJ to China. And then let me fly privately on my PJ back from China. This dog will lose all support for New Yorkers. News. Governor Kathy Hochul right now is a no on Zohran Mamdani's free bus promise. I cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of a system that relies on the fares of the buses and the subways. She then pressed on the tax the rich chance. What the hell is going on, bro? She's operating. She's moving real different since Zohran won. She's like, better things are not possible. You're going to eat dog shit and you're going to like it. What is it? Is it because like the only person that could, the only person that's said that they want to go after Kathy Hochul is Elise Stefanik? Is that what it is? Bro, a long international flight in a PJ would be scary as fuck. Imagine the turbulence. This is not happening. KK Kathy Hochul is funny. I like that.
I'm from Buffalo. We don't put up with a lot of crap. So I just want to set the stage that, you know, you look at the history of people who've run multi-million-dollar ad campaigns to try and get me to change my position. I don't change my position. So I just want to put it out there. I respect people's opinions. I respect the proper place to convey them. And so I've said to people, I hear you. And that was important. But also, there's a time and place. And so that's all on that. No, I've had conversations on this trip, but many conversations, I'd say over the summer and the fall, that were important, that led to an understanding of what's in the realm of possibility. Shared ambitions, but what is doable is the question. And so, no, we're aligned on so many of these issues. You know, I've made it clear where I have strong disagreements with issues that really do not pertain to.
Bro, I'm on your YouTube channel. What is this video?
New York City. I've said you need to get a police commissioner that people trust, who has a record of accomplishment to keep the trajectory that we're on right now, which is crime is going down. Crime is going down significantly. You don't say mission accomplished, but that is a great trend. So him agreeing with that assessment, that recommendation to keep Jessica Tisch, was an important statement on many fronts. So I'm looking. So
here's the big division, right, between Kathy Hochul and Zohran Mamdani's politics. Like, this is one of the instant divisions between the establishment Democrat wing of the party and the socialist momentum that is responsive to the needs of the base. Zohran Mamdani doesn't just say, oh, I'm going to do fast and free buses. He says, we're going to make wealthy people pay for it, right? these guys also say, oh, yeah, we want affordability, but they never actually say how they're going to reach affordability for the working class. They don't want to even engage in the most modest redistributive policies. Okay? And that's the major difference. That is the major difference here. Is there a serious contender for New York governor in 2026? I thought Kathy was more responsive to these sorts of forces, but in the absence of a serious contender from her left flank, maybe she's not. And if she keeps talking like this, this is going to allow for a much more, this is going to allow for a knife fight. Now, the problem is, if there is a crowded primary or a serious knife fight here, does that open up the wave for Stefanik? Because Elise Stefanik, the reality of the matter is, Elise Stefanik is not winning the fucking governor of New York, okay? That is not fucking happening. There's no way. One, she's ambitious, she's a careerist, but she's also dog shit on camera in a contentious media environment. That's number one. She flies off the fucking handle far too quickly. She has a hair trigger. She is repulsive. And more importantly, she is tied to the hip to Donald Trump, who is only getting more and more unpopular as days go on. Okay? So there is no shot that New York State goes, oh, Elise Stefanik, love her. Okay? The reason why we're talking about Elise Stefanik, for those of you who don't know, is because Elise Stefanik has put out a bid, officially launching her long-awaited campaign for New York governor. But Lawler, though, no, none of these guys can win. Lawler can't win. No one associated with Trump is winning the New York governor's race. Okay? Make no mistake. It's 75-25 at best. Do you understand me? I'm telling you right now. Okay? I'm even more confident on this than I was on my assessment that Zoran will win and become the mayor. Okay? There is no world, especially right now, especially when there is so much anger and resentment towards Trump in a place like New York fucking state, you'll see 10%, okay? It'll be 1090. I'm going crazy with it. Anybody that is associated with Trump will get clobbered. And I think Hochul is relying on that. The problem is, in the absence of a significant contender, in the absence of a serious left flank governor candidate, she thinks she can get away with this major victory over whatever the Republicans present as an alternative, and therefore she doesn't have to play ball with Zoran. So now, if there is a serious left contender, they could technically unseat Kathy, or at least put the fear of God in Kathy's heart to play ball with Zoran. A lot of people are saying it's Antonio Delgado. I'm not super familiar with him or his campaign, but I'll look into it. I asked Hochul about this comment. I'm from Buffalo. We don't put up with a lot of crap. So I just want to set the stage now that you look at the history of people who run multi-million-dollar ad campaigns to try and get me to change my position. I don't change my position. So I just want to put it out there. I respect people's opinions. I respect the proper place to convey them. And so I said to people, I hear you. And that was important. But also there's a time and place. So that's all on that. Antonio Delgado, who's running for Antonio Delgado, who I believe endorsed Zoran as well, is running for this seat. I personally think that anyone that leans into the Zomentum and says that they will play ball with Big Z will be rewarded greatly. But that also requires Big Z to play ball with this, whoever this candidate is. And I don't know how that's going to play out. Will he be fearful? Will he be fearful, or will he actually lean into the momentum that he has to actually unseat Hochul and put forth a person that is willing to go along with this agenda? We shall see. Lines will be drawn if Zoran presses issues and that other side will be sitting with Trump. One of the consequential, but maybe like a smaller version of this battle is with Jessica Tisch. Okay? One of the consequential battles here is with Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Zoran has said that he will keep Jessica Tisch on board as police commissioner. If Jessica Tisch does not abide by the popular agenda of Zoran and creates hurdles, will Zoran replace her? Because I think it's still incredibly damaging to whatever movement that he wants to build if the police force is led by Jessica Tisch. Especially with this new information that came out. Chris Sosa says, this well-timed leak gives full political cover for Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. Didn't he disavow you? No, he did not. Even if he did, it wouldn't fucking matter. But no, he did not do that. Think in two different ways. Number one, if he did, why the fuck was I invited to the election victory party and live streamed the entire thing? And the second thing is, even if he did, what difference does it make? I'm a fucking political commentator. What does that have to do with his agenda here? There are a million politicians that I cover on a daily basis here that I have no direct connection with. AOC invited you? No. What is happening? Chatter. Okay. You're a Jason the Wiener. You're a fan of Nephew. Okay. So I'm going to be as gentle as possible when I say this. Okay. You have to stop getting. Do you dye your hair? No, I do not. I do have white hairs. You can probably see it if you look close enough. You said you snuck in a little bit? No, I did not. I like, people need to stop thinking that like when I'm memeing about shit, I'm being sincere. Reddit was big on the disavowed narrative. I know. The reason why I'm pushing back on this is because like people hear me make a fucking joke and then someone clips it to be like, see, it's real. But even if it was, it still would have nothing to do with the commentary that I'm doing right now. There are plenty of fucking politicians that I don't know that I talk about. I'm a political commentator. This just happens to be doubly wrong because it is a politician that I know and was an early booster of. And is one that I'm offering commentary on. Okay. You got to get age restriction on this shit because if not, these motherfuckers are children. What are you talking about? Half of this community were the same kind of children initially when they first encountered my commentary. The children are the future. Normies don't like you because you always act like you're right, even if you are. That's not true. The idea that normies don't like me is immediately destroyed whenever I fucking am out in the real world. I don't know why people still go along with this. It's partially because they see they're just online. It's very different in the real world, as we have seen over and over again. Anyway. So. Where were we? So Jessica Tisch is a quite the controversial police commissioner. Well, Zoran said that he was going to keep her on, except there's new information that just came out. From Chris Summerfield of New York Daily News. New NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch got a heads up from the Trump admin that the ICE agents were about to conduct their aggressive Canal Street immigration raid, a revelation that could raise complex questions for Mamdani, who wants to, as mayor, keep her as police commissioner. No sanctuary laws were violated as a part of this. In fact, Tisch's rep said she acted on the advance notice by directing cops to stay clear of the area to ensure NYPD didn't end up in any way coordinating with ICE, a move Mamdani's camp lauded today. Still, the incident raises questions of what'll happen next time Trump's admin launches deportation raids in New York City. Would Trump's admin give Tisch advance info if she stays commissioner under Mayor Mamdani, who has been incorrectly called a communist by Trump? So when people look at this and they think, oh, this is coordination with the Trump administration, there's two different ways to interpret it. Okay? There's two different ways to interpret it. The reason why Jessica Tisch got advance notice and steered clear of it was because I think she was worried about the NYPD cooperating with ICE. Okay? The reason why Jessica Tisch did not want the NYPD to cooperate with ICE is because if they got advance notice and they coordinated alongside the NYPD, that would be a much larger problem. And that would be unique and illegal because there is existing New York City law and existing New York State law that makes it so that the local police departments are not supposed to be coordinating with federal law enforcement. This is a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. That's important to understand. And a lot of local police departments also do something similar in blue states, especially where they actively stay away from cooperating with ICE, because I think if it were up to the cops, they probably would cooperate with ICE and crack skulls. They love that shit. Okay? So I don't fully agree with what Chris Sosa is saying here. This well-timed leak gives full political cover for Mayor like Zoran Mamdani to rescind his offer to Jessica Tisch to remain as NYPD commissioner and correct what much of his coalition would consider to be the only serious error of his campaign. What some folks seem to be missing, NYPD spokeswoman said Thursday that Tisch offered officers to remain on the sidelines to also avoid any sort of standoff between ICE agents and city cops. Mamdani's coalition is not going to accept allowing ICE to round people up. So we shall see. But you would think she would tell Zoran if she got advance notice. Well, this is before Zoran was even mayor-elect. Standoff law, they would help them? Yes, that's the biggest fear. That is the biggest issue. If they were to actually help them, that would be the biggest problem. If there was a standoff, that would also be a political problem. But it would be the biggest political problem if they were to also crack skulls of New Yorkers alongside federal law enforcement. Okay? So this can be seen as Jessica Tisch actually working in the interest of New Yorkers in order to not make a more consequential and a larger problem. Because I forget who it was. I read someone else's analysis on this that was talking about how the NYPD in the past, which is like a very powerful institution, has been able to has been able to basically tell the Trump administration, no, like we have this under control. The Trump admin has a lot of allegiances in every fucking blue state and every blue city through the network of police, because the overwhelming majority of police forces are right-wing. They're pro-Trump. So it's like almost a separate militia that they have. They have their direct paramilitary force in ICE, and they have their indirect ideologically aligned militias in the form of local law enforcement. So NYPD is on a delicate tightrope where on the one hand, they want to ensure that there isn't tremendous instability by cooperating with federal law enforcement. Yeah, see, Talia Jane said, Tish and the NYPD seem extremely concerned about any possible involvement with ICE, whether that's the police department's helping or hindering, or there being room to accuse them one way or another. They seem to be particularly touchy about insinuations or speculations of any perceived or real slip-up or collaboration by NYPD that could be enough to give Trump / the DHS cause to deploy the National Guard on New York City for a full siege. It's like the NYPD is trying to lay low, because while they are a brutal force in New York City, they do actually behave in a relatively professional manner when push comes to shove like this. This is based on what's been shared with me about ICE incidents and just my observations. If you notice, they've been pretty diligently quiet, not really making a lot of noise, not doing media sprees. The vibes are very much keeping their heads down. NYPD has, in previous years, when Trump threatened to send in the feds, endeavored to show that they had control over the city, that the feds weren't needed. It's pretty reliable when Trump starts teasing federal involvement in New York City. NYPD gets super professional until things die down. I think what we're seeing here is that quietly tamping down on any notion of NYPD not following city law or impeding of ICE, maintaining things in an orderly way, not doing any political plays. Once the threats of feds subsides, the leash loosens. If the feds get sent anyway, I don't know. I think in a weird way, the reason why they operate like this is because they also low-key do not fucking want, National Guard in the streets in New York City. Zoran's response on takes on NYPD as of yesterday.
By the powerful Hotel Trades and Gaming Commission, and he met also with the president there. And that was also where he caught up with New York One and answered some questions in an exclusive television interview. The day after you won the Robert Tucker, the FDNY commissioner, resigned. He is Jewish. It's been reported in the Post that it had to do with your...
Yeah, we're skipping that part. I don't give a shit. He's like super corrupt. He's Mr. Lambo. Fuck him. Nobody gives a shit. What is this? What he actually said is that ICE agents will be required to follow the law. Saying he plans to jail ICE agents is an admission that they're not following the law. Yeah, the New York Post is currently trying to fearmonger about NYPD cops like this, supposedly fleeing New York City because of Zohran Mamdani's win. NYPD Deputy Chief John D'Adamo is a Trump-loving cop with a history of corruption and brutality. His wife once lied about 2 black men assaulting her to cover up what was likely a beating by D'Adamo himself. He retired the day after Zohran Mamdani won. Yeah, he's not just Mr. Lambo, he's Mr. Chrome-plated Lambo. Yeah, this kind of stuff is good. The trash is taking itself out. Is there a timestamp for the police thing? Do you guys have a timestamp for like him talking about the police? Oh, this. No.
Members.
You skipped it. It was 2 minutes in. Oh, okay.
Appointed them, and I'm excited to be building that, and frankly to have started a transition with 4 incredible co-chairs who show exactly that excellence in the work that they've done.
But are you concerned with his departure? And then also Mayor Adams a week prior had promised to hire another 5,000 new cops before you get into office. A couple other cities not outside of New York City have offered to hire NYPD officers. Are you worried about that backlash, especially coming from the law enforcement community?
Yes, Mr. Lambo was the New York Fire Department commissioner, incredibly corrupt. Not the NYPD, I know. The NYPD police commissioner is Jessica Tisch. These are two separate jobs.
I'm not worried about the backlash. What I am worried about, frankly, is the continuation of a retention crisis that we've seen only deepen over the course of this campaign, where when we began, there was about 200 officers leaving a month, and by the end of the campaign, it was about 350. And a lot of that is to do with the fact that we've asked police officers for far too long to do much more than just police work. We've asked them to be responding to the mental health crisis and the homelessness crisis, and that's why we're going to create a Department of Community Safety that will be tasked with accomplishing those facts and allowing police officers to be police officers.
And last one on that, Commissioner Tisch received a heads up from ICE that that raid would occur on Canal Street. Now, apparently she did give the Adams administration a heads up. If you were in his shoes, how would you have reacted to this? Would you have said, yes, NYPD officers do not interfere with ICE, but how would you have acted as mayor?
What I will continue to do is be someone who will stand up for New Yorkers when Donald Trump is seeking to fulfill his promise to create the single largest deportation force in American history. And my NYPD will continue to not be of assistance to ICE whenever they are trying to terrorize New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
Did she act in the right way?
I think that it's important to continue a separation between NYPD and ICE, and I think it's important to bring an end to a chapter.
Yeah, he's saying she is acting in the right way. Okay, so his assessment is also the same. He's not dodging it. No, he's not dodging it. He's saying that for the time being, until there are until there's more activity, which Trump will definitely do, by the way. You say fuck not assisting, but block ICE. But the reality is, let's say you do impede in ICE. And I do think that that would be awesome. I just don't know if the NYPD would ever do that. But let's say we live in a world where the NYPD is just straight up saying like, no, these are our New Yorkers. These are our neighbors. You are not going to kidnap them. Fuck you. You are violating the law, right? Donald Trump sends in the National Guard literally the next day, right? And then they have the National Guard collaborating with ICE to basically continue these deportations. And then there's even further bedlam. What do? Do you like arrest the National Guard? Do you arrest the ICE agents? I think it would be awesome if we did that, but I don't know where we go. And the reality of the matter is we could technically see it. We could actually see that reality because I think Trump is going to try and stress test it. Because this is a part of the campaign strategy, and this was a part of the campaign promises, the abolition of what is known as sanctuary cities. And in the absence of like local law enforcement upholding the status of sanctuary cities, there is no such thing as sanctuary cities. If ICE can just like go anywhere they want to and operate within the confines of New York City and New York State, then sanctuary city doesn't mean anything. And that's precisely what Trump is trying to do by force. So right now in the interim, they're trying to avoid stress testing this process, I think, by just staying out of the way of ICE and not like collaborating with ICE, but they're also not impeding on ICE activities. But if push comes to shove, there will be a decision-making moment where you will decide whether you will use the NYPD, and who knows if they'll be willing to do this, because they are a very reactionary force anyway. But utilize the NYPD, or maybe even like they did in fucking Oregon, the New York National Guard, to defend New Yorkers against the National Guard of another state, like Texas or whatever, and the federal law enforcement agents that are sent into the streets of New York. That is bedlam. That is crazy.
Which Eric Adams said on national TV, where he opened the door to civil immigration enforcement.
What has the mayor done in order? I mean, you said you talked to him yesterday. Explain that a little. And then what do you hope to get out of the transition? How are they setting this up?
You know, I appreciated the conversation I had with Mayor Adams, and what I look forward to is a smooth transition, one that ensures that we are able to start delivering for New Yorkers on January 1st, and I'm confident that that'll be the case over this next 50-odd days or so.
Thanks.
All right. But yeah, let's talk about Elise Stefanik, right? Because Kathy Hochul has said she is, she's actually speaking in a more confident way about not abiding by the Zomentum, right? Not abiding by this big Z. And I think part of the reason why she's saying that is because she doesn't think that there is a viable left alternative to her. And if it's a one-to-one matchup as she's the Democrat against like Elise Stefanik or whoever the fuck, Mike Lawler, whoever the Republican is, she's destroying them, right? She is absolutely destroying those people because there is no shot that you will see a Republican governor at this stage in New York City when there is this much anger and resentment, understandable anger and resentment against Donald Trump. Okay? So if she doesn't feel stressed by, if she doesn't feel the pressure from a left force that might unseat her from her throne of power, then she might not feel the pressure to actually. You're misunderstanding the reality of New York as a whole right now, I think. What do you mean? But we'll see. What?
Forward to, having our teams keep a lot of conversations with our teams. We said we'd be talking, I'm meeting him very soon to talk about our response if there is a surge of ICE agents and National Guard that do come, perhaps after his inauguration, and how we can be proactive in preventing that from happening. And that's the state I'm in right now, prevent that from happening. So we've had a lot of conversations. So no, I think there's a mutual respect, and that's gonna, I think, only grow deeper.
So that's a
keep up that guy's bond and Bannerwork.
Long Island Republicans are going to push Blakeman through to the Republican nominee. He's the absolute worst. I mean, he's the absolute worst, but he's probably better off than Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik is like super far right, as opposed to Blakeman, who has like at least demonstrated that he has the capability of winning over fucking some independents and stuff. Like there's a reason why like Lee Zeldin performed the way that he did, because the gubernatorial race is not super party specific, even though right now there is unprecedented polarization here in America. Like everyone wants to just like respond to Trump whichever way they can. So state sanctuary and city laws and city sanctuary ordinances act upon local and state authorities. Any attempt to apply restrictions of federal forces would obviously be unconstitutional. Yeah. But there are ways that you could try and impede, set up road barricades, you're moving the flow of traffic around. There are like a bunch of different things that you could do to make things more difficult. Also, ICE is technically breaking local laws, right? Also, I need you to understand something, chatter, and this is, a position that I stress all the time. No one fucking gives a shit about the rules, man. Like, where are the rules? Wake up. Ain't nobody's following the rules, big dog. We are not in a rule-abiding world any longer. We might have been at some point, but we're not there right now. So sometimes you got to get active and get more creative with the ways that you try to put additional hurdles. You're technically breaking local laws with that fresh haircut, hoodie, and perfect length stubble. Thank you. Emma wants people to check out Lieutenant Governor Delgado. Delgado for New York. Check out his campaign. He's running to her left and is explicit about wanting to tax the rich. and he endorsed Mamdani. I am totally in favor. I am totally on board with primarying everyone, okay? You know me. The further the left people are, the better, especially if they are, you know, serious and have some semblance of a turnout engine that they can utilize and they're viable. Obviously, this doesn't mean if you're like a fucking psycho, I'm gonna ride for you, right? That doesn't like, you do have to be a serious candidate. So I'm on board, you know? Hand out those fucking primary slips, left and right. No ACP allowed. I mean, even then, it depends. It depends. It depends. If you're against primarying people, you are anti-election and anti-democracy. Yeah. You know the ACP is like MAGA communist, right? Yes, I know, chatter. I know. I know. I don't care that much about them one way or another. Okay, calm down. All right. Love this new line, spewed by the worst hacks in media because it's not only insanely dishonest, but counts on the average reader not knowing 3 is a bigger number than 2. Yeah, Fareed Zakaria is also doing that same thing. You see a lot of like the centrist commentariat doing this thing where they're like, well, you know, it's insignificant victory. Zohran Mamdani's victory was insignificant. There is no force right now at the base of the party like the left flank, okay? The DSA turnout engine creates real momentum, real asses in seats, real door knockers. I'm sorry, guys, but if you can't fucking recognize that, you are delusional. And that is before we actually identify why this race was so consequential, because the establishment forces and the billionaires that back both of these parties were actively trying to make sure that a person who calls himself a socialist, a person that actually wants to deliver some kind of promise that will restore hope for working class politics and working class individuals in general, and even more consequentially, perhaps, someone who is anti-Zionist openly, they did not want this person to win. And they did everything they could to rat fuck him every step of the way, including turning on the dial of racism as aggressively as they could in the last moments of the fucking campaign. All of that failed. It's important to note that moneyed interests are still obviously very, very important of a factor, but it means that you can actually overcome moneyed interests. And that's what's good. That's what's important. Okay? Like the very fact that Andrew Cuomo, who very clearly did not even want to fucking be mayor, like he was just kind of there being like, why won't you hand it to me, was able to get to like 41%, means that yes, when you dump unlimited money into a campaign, you can still get a bunch of people on board, especially when you are when you have name recognition and like I said, a shit ton of money and a shit ton of fear mongering that comes along with the shit ton of money. So that's it. And this is, and I cannot explain this to you enough, chatters. A lot of people go, oh, New York is so invested in New York because the media is in New York. This is not that consequential. Wrong. This is not just a nationally consequential race. This is an internationally consequential race. Okay? There is a reason why every single fucking political party that is a left flank party in Western liberal nations all around the world, we're paying close attention to this. And I know from people that have been hitting me up to try to get them connected with the Mamdani campaign that like a lot of people are invested in this. Like you got the Greens in the UK that were invested in this. You got France Unbowed invested in this. Like there are left flank candidates left flank parties all around the world, socialist parties all around the world that were paying close attention to this. Okay? This is internationally significant because America, what's the statement? It's like when America catches a cold, the rest of the world coughs or whatever. I mean, that's part of it. That's kind of the overall attitude. But also beyond that, like, you know, having this happen in the heart of Capitol is very, very consequential. When America shits, everyone smells it. Yeah, there were people celebrating in Gaza. There were people hitting me up in Gaza. There are a couple different things that I obviously want to address here, okay? So this is Fareed Zakaria's assessment. The race that drew the most attention was Zohran Mamdani's outsider run to become New York City's mayor, but the New York is a liberal bubble. Mamdani won 50% of the vote. Democrat Bill de Blasio won his 2013 mayoral race with 73%. The more telling bellwether was Virginia, a state with a popular outgoing Republican governor. It's almost like de Blasio didn't have another Democrat and former governor with $55 million in outside billionaire money. Mamdani received over 200,000 more votes than either de Blasio or Adams ever did, but he had another Democrat in the race, whereas they, somewhat importantly, did not. So this assessment is like very deliberately trying to dupe people. But then the other side of the story that I also have been kind of frustrated with is the co-optation of Zohran Mamdani's affordability campaign. In some ways, I think it's good, because Democrats are obviously paying close attention and they want to change their messaging. But remember, that's why whenever people ask me about this stuff, I always say, it's not just like affordability. Affordability is good, but it's also like centering class first politics, centering the working class in your politics, in your agenda, right? Because Democrats don't want to do that. They don't want to be antagonistic towards billionaires and millionaires and corporate interests. And they also don't actually want to center the working class around their policy making. They just want to say, like, broadly affordability. Okay, they want to water it down. Lots of candidates center affordability. What made Mamdani's use of the slogan credible is he paired it with clear universalist policies like free buses, free childcare, rent freezes, on-rent stabilized units. All policies Searchlight does not support. The centrist attempt to co-opt or vaguely associate with Mamdani's success requires the reader to not go past buzzwords, vibes, and cliches about social media-driven campaigns. Free and universal policies and taxing the rich make affordability more than an empty campaign cliche. Note that also Searchlight President Adam Gentleson has been making an argument of mutual exclusivity with respect to culture issues, but Mamdani didn't throw these issues under the bus, which is what Gentleson advises. Gentleson is John Fetterman's main advisor, if you remember. He started Searchlight to basically urge Democrats all around the country to fucking be anti-trans and you know, maybe offer some incremental gains in the direction of like affordability, right? It's bullshit. The Mamdani campaign had 100,000 plus campaign volunteers that knocked on 3+ million doors, which began as a dedicated core of DSA supporters, a group Gentleson routinely mocks and belittles, but without which none of the retail politics would have been possible. Weirdly, Searchlight's report on how Zohran Mamdani won doesn't mention the DSA once. I suppose his core of support either manifested out of nothing or was not necessary in building out his campaign. This is also part of the reason why I always say, like, if the media wasn't primarily invested in upholding the interests of Capitol, they would be more honest in their coverage. If the media was primarily invested in educating the public, they would actually make it be known that the DSA played a formative role in the turnout, that it was a massive turnout engine, right? But they won't. And the reason why they won't is the exact same reason why in the primary, when Zohran was able to cut away in this crowded primary field, was because of social media, because he was handsome, because he smiled all the time. They just like immediately seized on this underdog upset victory by claiming it was because he was handsome and hot and young and vibrant and charismatic and did great social media. That did work. That was important. But good social media and charisma only takes you so far. Okay? Good social media strategy and charisma is nothing if it does not actually build on working class centered policies that directly, in a very tangible way, look to people's ailments and say, I am going to offer an antidote. I'm going to help you. I'm going to do this. You got a problem with public transit? We're going to make buses fast and free. It's the fucking policies. And even if you are not charismatic, if you center your messaging around policies that people want, policies that people can associate with in the affirmative, and the example I always use is Bernie Sanders, right? Then you can still actually carve out a place for yourself in American politics, even against all odds. Bernie Sanders is not sexy. He's 85 years old or however old he is. He's old as hell. He is an old curmudgeon. And yet, after years and years of advancing his agenda, he is the most definable politician in America and therefore the most popular politician in America, as a matter of fact. In your opinion, I know every time I say Bernie's not sexy, everybody gets mad as a joke, but you know what I mean. The main difference between Democrats and Republicans is Dems are largely policy-based voters, whereas reps are largely vibe-based. Dems keep trying to run vibes-based campaigns when they need to be looking to their base for policy concerns. I mean, you can have vibes. You can have good vibes. Most Americans vote on vibes. Let's be real. Most Americans vote on party affiliation and party loyalty. Like 80% of the people that do go out and vote. But out of the people that don't vote, the ones that don't vote either don't vote because of vibes, or the ones that do vote that normally don't vote, vote based on vibes. Low propensity voters are vibes based. But you can reach them and you can tell them, hey, I know for the longest time you felt like neither party actually speaks to your interests. But I'm here to fucking tell you right now, you have issues with your rent. I'm going to fix that. Okay? I am going to make sure that these rent prices fucking go down. You have issues with your health care. I'm going to fix that. I'm now not talking about like the mayoral race in New York, obviously. Now I'm talking about it like a national campaign, right? Because remember, I always say this like, oh, this stuff would never work in a red state, right? Okay. Racists need housing too. Racists need jobs too. Racists also want to go to the fucking hospital and get healthcare coverage. Everybody needs it. You know? Make the racists build houses for themselves in their neighborhoods so they have a roof over their heads. We want the racists to vote for us. We do. The point is, do you try to get the racists to vote for us by being racist? Because that's not going to work. And that's the current Democratic Party message. Or do you want the racists to vote for us in spite of our anti-racist messaging? Because they also want the same things that people who aren't racist want. Okay? Clip me. Clip me and ship me, baby. I say this all the time. I say this every day. Okay? I want to give every racist, transphobic, homophobic, Islamophobic American housing. I want to make sure that they still have good wages and an opportunity to advance, an opportunity to make sure that they have a roof over their heads, warm food on their tables, an opportunity for advancement, an opportunity to go get educated for free. Yeah, 100%. I've been saying that, and I will keep saying that.
Hey, are you dirty MAGA fucks starting to realize that you've been the screaming minority, not the silent majority? Are you starting to realize that the socialist victory in New York City is just the beginning and we're coming for the fucking Oval Office? This goes out to the Democrat Party too. You're either going to bend the knee and accept socialism or you're going to get...
If you lived in a building with a racist, you both have a vested interest in the building not burning down? Yes. Yes. The goal is you cannot entirely destroy racism and white supremacy, but the goal is to make the material conditions work in favor of ensuring that there is less racists out there overall. Okay? That's it.
Fucking trampled on in every single election. This is the people's fucking movement. We make the goddamn rules. You fucking work for us. And to all of you inbred hicks that support Donald Trump and his fascist regime, I hope you know you're gonna have to pretend that you never supported it in the first place. Because when we get the Oval, we are reversing every single thing that Donald Trump did. We are rounding up every single ICE agent and putting them on a tribunal. 85%.
I mean, this is fun stuff, but, you know, what country has managed to do that? What? We, man, we, America, the United States of fucking America. The United States of America is like uniquely racist for sure, but it's also uniquely diverse. The fuck are we talking about? This is the most diverse country on the fucking planet. Look to any big city. When you got white people living around black people, they become less racist because they're like, well, these guys are just chill. I didn't fucking know it was like that. That's just how humans work, okay? That's it. When you got white people working alongside black people, brown people, they go, yeah, no, these are my homies. We have the same interests. Without segregation, you can't, segregation is what makes racism much easier. And we have incredibly segregated neighborhoods still to this day because of white flight, because of redlining, because of all these different reasons that we never actually fucking addressed. But there is a reason why most big cities are fucking blue. Okay? The reason why most big cities are fucking blue is not because they're just like I don't know, they're just like magically woke and gay or whatever. It's because they're blue, because they're living around these people. And if the Republican Party's message first and foremost is like, you should be terrified of black and brown people, that's not going to work for someone who lives around black and brown people, who has friends who are black and brown, you know? That's it. That's it. Someone who hears that shit, who is on the subway around black and brown people, someone who sees that shit and goes to work around black and brown people, someone who sees that shit when he goes to a diverse learning environment, like a college campus, when they're around black and brown people and befriend black and brown people, is not going to believe that stuff. And they're going to turn around and say, I don't know about this, man. Now, it's not a 100% solution. It's not. This is not demonstrably. There are still people who will be racist, right? Obviously. But there's a reason why it's less. Like these places are less racist, for example. They're less susceptible to the social conditioning that brings about racialized animus. Okay? Oh, I'm going to give you another thing. Because another HasanAbi fucking lock of the century also took place in this campaign with Spamberger and with Sherrill as well, but especially with Spamberger in Virginia. They pumped the VA markets with a fuck ton of anti-trans ads, and it fell fucking flat. They spammed the anti-trans burgers. They spammed it. What happened? Why did it fucking fail? I thought Americans were ready. They were ready to fucking send the trans people to the camps. What happened? Why did it work so successfully against Kamala Harris, as everyone was saying? Oh, we got to just cut the trans people out, man. It's too small of a population. It's too vulnerable of a population. Everybody fucking hates trans people. We have to be openly anti-trans, they said. What fucking happened? What happened? All of the anti-trans ads fell short. Why? Because people were so fucking mad at Trump that they did not give a fuck. Because when your pockets are hurting and you're seeing mass chaos and instability, you realize maybe it wasn't trans people that were causing all of that frustration. Okay? And that's why I always said trans issues only become a consequential fucking problem if you have nothing that you're offering as an alternative, or if the people are not primed against the Republicans in power and are directly holding them responsible for their economic struggles in this moment. That's it. If the trans panic stuff works so successfully, there would be Republican governors in both of these states right now. Okay? Democrats actually are throwing trans people under the bus, not by saying that they're going to write off trans people. I mean, that's obvious. But they're throwing trans people under the bus by not having a campaign in the fucking affirmative, by not saying, we're going to offer you shit. Because if Democrats were coming out and being like, we're going to offer you stuff, affordability is a major problem, we're going to fucking solve it, we're going to fix it, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, fast and free buses, yada, yada, whatever you want to fucking call it, whatever localized issues exist, right? Whatever localized issues that exist in that state or in that local race, if you address those problems, you force your opposition to counter those problems. Okay? That's how it works. It's basically fucking game theory. This is why I kept saying over and over and over again that Donald Trump banned transgender athletes. 49 transgender athletes were barred from competing at the collegiate level. And I kept telling you over and over again, he did it. Do you feel better? He did it. Republicans, transphobes, he fucking did it. Do you feel like life is more affordable? Do you feel like your boss ain't fucking you over? Do you feel like rent is cheaper now? No. But I thought that everything was going to be solved if we just got rid of these trans people. What fucking happened? Are things better now? No, because it was a fucking distraction. It always is a distraction. It's a very violent one for trans people, obviously, but it's a distraction nonetheless. So you have to actually offer people, if you are the Democratic Party, you actually have to offer people class first politics, class first policy, because the working class is the largest number of voters, is the largest percentage of voters. It makes no sense to segment it out. I never will understand it. Think about it from the perspective of, if you're looking at New York, people who take the bus or people who take the fucking train, commuters, versus people who drive cars. There are more people in New York City that take the bus or take the subways and take public transit than there are people who drive fucking cars. So target those guys. There are more people in New York City that rent than own their own apartments. So target those people. You don't have to win everybody over. You just have to win the majority. That's how you win fucking elections in a democracy. And for some weird reason, Democrats don't want to do that. And they want to act as though they are trying to defend trans people. And the only way to defend trans people is if you just unconditionally let us win. If you unconditionally give us your vote, we don't have to earn it. We just have to get it from you. Otherwise, it's these demons that are going to fucking win the race. And while that is true, and that Republicans are obviously always going to be far worse, you can't win elections that way. Yep, here it is. Republicans went all in on anti-trans messaging for the 2025 election, inspired by Trump's Kamala is for they, them ad. It didn't work. And now they're trying to figure out why. Democrats, meanwhile, learn how to respond to this messaging. I wonder why. Because you cannot out-yap people's pockets hurting, okay? That's it. You cannot out-yap people's pockets hurting. Doesn't matter. You could be the greatest yapper of all time. Trump is pretty good. He's pretty charismatic, even though he's been snoozing a lot more recently. But he can't do it either. And if he can't do it, you definitely can't. He keeps trying to offer red meat to the base to be like, look over here. Come on, we're bombing Venezuela. Point to that. We're doing a shutdown. We're going to starve the people. Okay, you're making it worse now. You're making things worse. People are suffering. You cannot yap your way out of a recession. You cannot yap your way out of people's wages not going as long as it did in the past. You cannot out-yap people. You cannot out-yap against people's real economic struggles. Okay? In Virginia and New Jersey, both Winsome Earl Sears and Jack Citarelli made transition a key part of their campaign, only to be defeated by their Democratic opponents, Abigail Spanberger and Mickey Sherrill. For some, the problem was not the issue itself, but the candidates that were delivering the message. Sean Spicer, former chief strategist for the Republican National Committee and White House press secretary, told Not Us that over text that antitrust messaging is probably 80-20, meaning he believes most people support the Republican position. But that was not the issue, and racist Spicer said, candidates matter, campaigns matter. He added, the Republicans need to be reminded. That's fucking bullshit. Oh, a more charismatic anti-trans advocate would actually win this race? Fuck no, he wouldn't. Okay? No shot. They wouldn't. Because every Republican around the country is now attached to the hip to Donald fucking Trump. And everybody fucking hates Donald Trump. Why do they hate Donald Trump? Because he ran on a campaign offering to fix the affordability crisis and then only focused on issues that actually made the affordability crisis worse. Started deporting people that are actually keeping prices relatively low by working for fucking pennies on the dollar. He said he was going to take out all the criminal migrants, all the scary criminal migrants. What happened? Why is ICE waiting outside of courthouses for undocumented migrants that are in legal limbo on their immigration status that have just simply been working here? Where are the fucking criminal migrants outside of daycares? Where are the criminal migrants outside of churches? Where are the criminal migrants outside of schools? Where are they outside of farms? No. Doesn't exist. It was a lie. This also goes back to the same thing that I say all the time. Democrats need to be counter-messaging all the fucking time. They need to be messaging all the time. They need to be counter-messaging all the time. They need to be campaigning year-round as the Republicans do. But they don't. They don't. They rely on people's morality, causing them to see, causing them to see the light one day. And that doesn't happen. It's ineffective. James Blair, White House Deputy Chief of Staff and former political director of Trump's 2024 campaign, however, told Politico that it was both gubernatorial candidates, particularly Earl Sears, misreading voters' priorities. Over half of Winsome Sears' ads talked about transgender. It's not even the top 5 issues, according to voters, Blair said. Terry Schilling, president of the Conservative American Principles Project, which spent $2.5 million in New Jersey and Virginia to expose radical Democrat support for gender insanity, told Not Us that the issue was the states in play. Oh, it's because they were solidly blue. Yeah, I mean, I said this already. People got real pissed off about this.
Hey, and there were people that genuinely thought, they genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Undocumented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. Yeah. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented. I talk to those people.
This guy is cooking. You said Biden wasn't doing enough in 2021. Yes. Another thing that I am so frustrated with, like the centrist liberals that fucking saw this, and then we're like, "Whoa, you're fucking wrong," or "Oh, you said Kamala was going to be the same," or whatever. Like all these other misdirections is like, no, dumbass. This was one of the major issues that I have been fucking screaming about for years and years and years, saying Democrats need to constantly deliver a robust counter messaging on the faucet of hatred that's coming out of the Republicans, the faucet of misinformation that's coming out of the Republican Party. And if they don't do that, the Republicans will actually seize control over the conversation, and they will seize control over the conversation, and they will use that to their advantage, and they will win on this issue. Okay? But the Democrats were too fearful because they saw the one poll that says 66% of Americans want mass deportations, and they were like, well, okay, we're the mass deportation party ourselves now. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, here it was. Guy who did absolutely nothing to push back on Trump's mass deportation push other than both sides of the election when we had a chance to actually stop it, has thoughts on a robust response. God, crooked media bros suck so much shit. I was shocked. I thought centrist Twitter would be in favor of crooked media. I thought, because from where I'm standing, crooked media is like way closer to centrists than fucking I am. And it turns out there are people out there who are just like straight up, people who are just straight up like, no, I'm more centrist than fucking crooked media. Who is that for? Who do you represent? I mean, absolutely nobody, you know? Bro, Kamala deadass said that at the DNC she would be tougher on immigration than Trump. Deadass. Yeah.
Your strong suit, right?
Yeah, this is me talking to Dan Le Batard a year prior on August 6th before the election on Tim Walz being selected as the VP, Donald Trump, and bad immigration policies. Let's take a
Play to
look.
your strengths. Never talk about immigration. Never bring that up. Joe Biden should have never done the right-wing immigration bill. They should have never capitulated to right-wing framing on immigration. Democrats historically have always done things like this. They always tag to the right, but they always end up losing. They always end up losing because that's their strong suit. That's what they're good at. That's what the Republicans are good at. I don't know why you would, like, if you're LeBron, you don't have to play chess. You could do the dunk competition against like a grandmaster. You know what I mean? I don't understand why Democrats are like, I'm LeBron, one of the greatest athletes of all time, and no, I'm actually going to play chess instead of the dunk competition against the grandmaster like Piker or Magnus Carlsen or whatever. It just doesn't make sense.
Can you explain this part to me, though? Because Kamala touted that right-wing immigration bill in Atlanta last week, too. Like, why is it that that seems to be the point that both parties can...
You should have said they should have done a 180 on immigration. No, at that point, it's like far too late. Yeah. I mean, this is 2023.
Anyway, let's talk about the federal government and how much they are flexing
Sure, now, there was a major drop in the number of
migrant crossings. May 19, 2023. I'm over here warning once again. Go all the way back to February of 2021, and you will see me screaming, ringing the alarm bells. Okay? Ringing the alarm bells about how if the Democrats don't actually have a strong response and don't actually try to tackle the immigration human rights crisis that actually is existing at the border at the time by creating a network where they can expeditiously process people and allow them to work freely inside of the U.S. boundary, this is going to be a major issue of consequence because the media will lean into the right-wing immigration panic and the Republicans will advance their right-wing white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. There has never been a moment. There's never been a moment where I haven't advocated for this. Now imagine if the Democrats were also doing this. Right? Because at the end of the day, people have the capacity to see right from wrong. Okay? A lot of people think the broader public is just far too stupid to recognize this shit, but they're not. Look no further than the issue of Israel and Palestine. Look no further than Israel's genocide. In spite of the faucet of misinformation and defense of Israel that came from mainstream outlets, Americans came to the conclusion that Israel was actually doing a genocide and that they shouldn't get unlimited money from the United States government. It's fucking ridiculous. They did that on their own. They did that because there were people who were committed to speaking the truth in spite all odds. Okay? Same goes for immigration. There is no reason for the Democrats not to, not to have had a significant response ahead of time.
Agree on. I mean, the stuff with the deportation, it's a bit crazy.
A bit crazy. I mean, it's very crazy. And Donald Trump is talking about Eisenhower. He's talking about a word I can't say because it's a slur in the aftermath of the RECIPIENTS program, where we deported 1.3 million Mexicans from this country, including Mexican Americans, as a matter of fact. Not just people from, not people whose nation of origin is Mexico. We did that. We did that during World War I. We did that in the aftermath of World War II. And Donald Trump's touting that as a popular policy. And it's got like 60% approval right now. And a big part of the reason is because there's no counter messaging against that from the Democratic front. They have completely been captured by the right-wing framing on the matter. And obviously it's very racist, very fascist. I mean, it's just like straight Nazi Germany stuff. No one is thinking about like what 20 million, let's say there's 20 million migrants in this country that are undocumented. How exactly are you going to do the mass deportation? You're going to start going into brown neighborhoods with BORTAC, with the American Gestapo, special weapons and tactics for the Customs and Border Patrol, in what the ACLU calls constitution-free zones, and you're going to start doing door-knocking operations and cast a dragnet over brown communities, and then put them in CCOT style, like in El Salvador, like mass detention centers,
down to fucking CCOT. Down to CCOT. This is why I get so fucking mad at stupid ass centrism understanders and centrism enjoyers that actively try to make it seem like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. No, it is you that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, okay? Not me, motherfucker. I've been there. That's why I get mad when people go, oh, you sound so annoying and condescending. What do you want me to do? I scream about these fucking issues every goddamn day. Every goddamn day of the fucking week. And those who actually encounter this commentary that realize that what I was saying is becoming reality will then become, lifelong fans and are much more agreeable with my worldview, and they realize like, okay, this shit was right. Let's take this stuff more seriously. But there is still a major market out there of people that never show this shit for obvious reasons that just will constantly fucking tweak my words to make it seem like I'm some unserious person. Luckily, for the future of this country, or even for the future of the Democratic Party, the people in positions of power are paying attention and are noticing that this kind of stuff was actually pretty fucking correct, as opposed to the dumb fucks on the internet and the slop tubers. Turns out they're not getting their nose from the fucking slop tubers.
Deportation facilities, you're going to put them in front of one judge, 200 at a time, because there's 20 million people. That's a lot of people, right? You have to make this process as expedient as possible. So now you're putting 200 people at a time in front of a judge that is declaring them to be illegal. Then
due process erosion, CCOT, down to the fucking wire. Every single thing that the Trump administration has attempted so far and is continuing to fucking attempt. I've never stopped screaming about this shit. What happened? So when people say, oh, Hasan, you did not take the Trump threat seriously. No, it was you who didn't take it seriously, you fucking asshole. Because if you did take it seriously, you would have paid attention to what the fuck I was saying there. One of the things that I constantly yelled at the Democrats over, literally in person, like with Ro Khanna at the DNC and the Democrats that would listen to me during the election cycle, was you're not making people imagine what mass deportation looks like. This is a major fucking issue. You need to explain piece by piece exactly how this would take place. You need to explain how dangerous this would be, how awful this would be. You can't just wait until people fucking realize when it's being implemented. At that point, it's far too fucking late. And the example I would use at the time was abortion. Republicans presented a anti-choice, quote unquote, pro-life, pro-life narrative as a viable alternative that would better Americans' lives. And once Roe v. Wade came down, and all these red states started rolling back the civil liberties that deny women their bodily autonomy, Republicans very quickly snapped back to reality, right? That had taken place before this fucking election. Everybody thinks they love the Republican agenda until the Republican agenda comes back and bites them in the fucking ass. And then they experience buyer's remorse. And we do this every fucking cycle. I hate it. I hate it so much. But a part of the reason why we do this every fucking cycle and we play the song and dance every goddamn election cycle is because the Democrats don't have a robust response to the Republican bullshit. Republicans campaign year-round. Democrats barely campaign every election cycle. It's ridiculous. Republicans have a vision. It's an evil one, but they have a vision nonetheless. Democrats do not. Do you understand? And that's a problem. Republicans have an agenda. They have a unifying principle. Okay? For the culture related things or for the social policy making, it's white supremacy. It's reactionary politics. For the economic agenda, it's deregulation and tax cuts for the wealthy. But they will constantly advance that agenda. They will constantly propagandize at the behest of this agenda. They will constantly lie. They will cheat. They will steal. They will tell you this is actually the best way to fix the economic hardships that people are fucking experiencing. Democrats don't have a similar unifying principle that they can move in the direction of. They have no North Star. And because they're undefinable by policies, they get defined by their opposition. And then they constantly are playing two steps behind, constantly fearful, constantly playing the defense. And even worse than that, then they turn around and concede on the opposition's framing on issues that they do not need to concede on at all, because these are manufactured hysteria campaigns. It is utterly ridiculous. And not only is it ridiculous, it's dangerous. Okay? It's dangerous because it allows the Republicans to win. It allows the Republicans to win, and it allows the Republicans to conduct their incredibly dangerous fucking agenda. Their incredibly damaging agenda. Their incredibly violent agenda. This is what I want to avoid. That's why I famously did the fucking whisper rant at the DNC where I was like, Democrats seem to love Republicans. They want to be Republicans. They want to hug Republicans. They want to kiss Republicans. I don't. Okay? I hate the Republicans. I hate the Republican Party. Thank you. I hate the Republican Party with all of my fucking heart. And that means that there's no quarters for the Democrats who will lean into reactionary sentiment either. That's it. Compromise for the sake of compromise. Bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship. For a politics that never really existed and one that certainly doesn't exist at all right now. A lot of you might have even forgotten that used to be the thing that the Democrats love talking about. Oh, well, compromise. Oh, why can't we go back to a good type of politics where the Republicans were honest? They never were. They were always fucking liars. They've just gotten better at lying over time because you got worse at addressing those lies. Feel me? What'd you get us today? Teriyaki chicken. Anyway,
overnight, a Supreme Court justice temporarily.
Let's get to the fucking extra evil shit that the Republicans have been doing as the vice signaling party.
Blocking an order to release fully funded SNAP benefits. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's order, coming after the Trump administration appealed a decision from a federal judge who ordered them to pay up. The temporary pause gives the appeals court more time to weigh the legal arguments in the case. Attorney General Pam Bondi posting, a single district court in Rhode Island should not be able to seize center stage in the shutdown, seek to upend political negotiations, and dictate its own preferences for how scarce federal funds should be spent. At least 9 states, including New York, Kansas, Pennsylvania, and Oregon, say they're starting to send full SNAP food assistance benefits. But the 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP are still in limbo. In Cleveland, Ohio, 75-year-old Diane Howard gets just $63 a month in SNAP benefits.
Open up the government so seniors like me and others and people that have children can eat.
And she doesn't know how she can celebrate the upcoming holidays with her family.
Thanksgiving is coming up. I don't know. I'm just praying.
Meanwhile, Democrats are offering to reopen the government if Republicans agree to extend Obamacare subsidies for 1 year to prevent healthcare insurance premiums from skyrocketing for millions of Americans.
Democrats are offering a very simple compromise.
But Republicans dismissing the offer.
Of course, that's a non-starter.
Our Democratic colleagues are asking me to do something I cannot and will not do.
And overnight, former President Joe Biden blasting the Trump administration.
Now we have a president who's deliberately making hunger worse for Americans. It is a disgrace. It's immoral. It's wrong. Simply wrong.
So clearly, Republicans are not on board with the Democratic proposal. They say they will not talk health care until Democrats vote to reopen the government. But guys, in the meantime, it is not lawmakers who are paying the price of this shutdown. It's the federal workers who are missing their paychecks and millions of Americans who are caught in the middle of this. Gio?
That is such an important point, Selena. It's all about the American people. Thank you so much for your reporting here.
The ongoing impact of the historic government shutdown now in its 39th day. Late last night, the Supreme Court granted the Trump administration's emergency appeal to temporarily withhold about $4 billion to fund the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. The ruling by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson gives the lower court more time to consider the administration's arguments, but it adds to the uncertainty of the program, which helps feed 42 million Americans. For the first time since the shutdown began, the Senate will work through the weekend to try to end the impasse. President Trump is spending the weekend at his Florida resort. That's where our Willie James Inman has traveled to meet with the president. Willie, good morning.
Michelle, good morning to you. That temporary block on SNAP benefits by the Supreme Court adds to the confusion millions of Americans are feeling as they wait for food assistance and as the Trump administration targets meat-packing companies over the price of beef.
This weekend, the president is directing the Department of Justice to investigate what he describes as price fixing and price manipulation by foreign meat-packing companies. The president offering no evidence to support his claim. His social media post comes as he appeared to brush aside concerns about rising prices earlier this week.
I don't want to hear about the affordability.
On Friday, he elaborated on his earlier comment, claiming prices are lower under his watch.
They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down.
But a new report shows consumer sentiment dropped in October as Americans expressed concern about prices. Meanwhile, some 42 million Americans are without food assistance. On Friday, the Department of Agriculture said it would fully pay out benefits following a judge's order. The Trump administration appealed to the Supreme Court, saying paying the benefits in full would take away from other programs. Some Americans expressing frustration with Washington.
Get together and really think about it's for the people. It's not for you. It's for the people.
The longest government shutdown in American history showing no signs of ending. President Trump putting pressure on senators to stay in Washington this weekend to end the political stalemate.
We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy, but they don't care if they hurt the country.
Republicans want to extend government funding before any talks with Democrats on health care take place. But on Friday, Democrats presented an alternative plan, which includes an extension of Obamacare tax credits.
Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune dismissed the Democratic proposal, but the Senate will be in session this weekend as lawmakers try to work out a deal, all while those SNAP benefits remain in limbo. Dana?
All right, Willie, thank you.
This week, a task force dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism reportedly decided to sever ties with the conservative Heritage Foundation. It comes after the think tank's president, Kevin Roberts, defended Tucker Carlson's interview with a far-right anti-Semitic activist. This infighting has laid bare a growing schism within conservative circles over how to address anti-Semitism. William Brangham reports.
Nick Fuentes, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you.
The interview, which lasted over 2 hours, was posted late last month and has been seen over 20 million times. The conservative commentator Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, the 27-year-old hard-right influencer with millions of followers known as Groypers. Fuentes is known for his open racism.
White people have a special heritage here as Americans.
His misogyny, like when he wrote "Your Body, My Choice" after the 2024 election.
The whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices.
And his overt anti-Semitism, ranging from Holocaust denial to his belief in a global Jewish conspiracy.
A big challenge to that is organized Jewry in America. I don't think
the interview with Carlson drew quick, sharp condemnation from many in the conservative movement. Ben Shapiro.
Dude, Israel wishes that they could get all the Jews in order. It's so funny because one, Jews love to argue in general, and two, if that was the case, there would be no need for like unlimited amounts of Zionist propaganda baked into the collective consciousness of young American Jews, basically from like J camp all the way until college. There would be no need for it. Everybody loves to argue. Yeah, I know, I'm joking, but the meme is 2 Jews, 3 opinions. My favorite type of anti-Semitic conspiracies are the ones that are so like objectively against the stereotypes, not like the super, harmful stereotypes, but like the funnier stereotypes that Jewish people have, like the notion that like Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese got together to build coronavirus. Like the idea that like Ashkenazi Jews notoriously never get sick. Yeah. Yeah, they built a virus that would avoid Ashkenazi Jews is so funny to me. Yeah, the famously resilient to ailments.
Editor of the conservative Daily Wire wrote, "No to the Groypers, no to the cowards like Tucker Carlson who normalize their trash."
Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic.
But Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, defended Carlson. Heritage is the influential conservative think tank behind Project 2025, and which has long supported Israel and America's support for it. Roberts argued attacking Carlson was a distraction.
The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us to be focusing on our political adversaries on the left, not attacking our friends on the right.
Roberts faced a strong backlash, including from staffers within Heritage, and calls for his resignation. He later apologized and denounced Nick Fuentes specifically. But the controversy has revealed the ongoing challenge of balancing different factions within the MAGA base. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
For more on this, we're joined by Arno Rosenfeld. He's an enterprise reporter with The Forward, that's a Jewish news outlet, where he writes the Anti-Semitism Decoded newsletter. Thanks for being here.
It's so fucking funny to see this. I'm sorry. Like, hey, I know this is a terrifying time for a lot of Jewish Americans. And to them, I say, welcome back to the fight. Okay? Jewish Americans, by and large, have been considered white in the same way that, like, you know, Italians have been after experiencing forms of discrimination. And a lot of people are going, oh my fucking God, this is terrifying. This is dangerous. And I understand why you think it's terrifying and dangerous. And it's like, yeah, this is where we've been, you know? Look, I'm white as fuck. And even having the name Hasan as a dude who's white as fuck, even having the name Hasan is enough for many people to just be like, you are a radical Islamist fundamentalist terrorist who also simultaneously wants every American to be transgender and homosexual, which is in direct violation of your Sharia law principles, and that's because you're doing taqiyya. How does that work? But that's what's going on. Right now, the conversation is the debate is basically the whiteness of Jews. That's what's being discussed on the right. That's it. And that's the reason why a lot of people are freaking out. And to which I say, to the likes of Ben Shapiro, what the fuck did you think was going to happen, dumbass? Why did you think that this coalition would hold as you kept pumping racial animus over and over again, assuming that people would not actually directly hold the broader Jewish religion responsible as they have in the past? So dumb.
Arno.
Thanks for having me.
So this interview for Tucker Carlson, who's a former Fox host, a mainstay of conservative media, to invite a known Holocaust denier, a white supremacist, and Nick Fuentes onto his show for an objectively friendly interview. What does that moment represent? Why would he do that?
And like the question once again also revolves around, why the fuck is there not this level of endless pontification on the likes of Randy Fine, for example, or any number, or Tommy Tuberville, when they say America is becoming Islamic Mohammedan jihad central? Because when Nick Fuentes says like, oh, the America is being hypnotized by the organized Jewry, everyone's like, whoa, hold on now. That's pretty fucked up, which I agree. It is fucked up. It's also anti-Semitic. But how come nobody has the shred of smoke for any number of different fucking animals who are being just as racist towards people of different backgrounds, towards black people, towards brown people, towards Muslims? What's up with that? What's up with that? You can't tell Americans that like some forms of bigotry are actually A-okay and then assume that Jews are going to be spared and they're going to be permanently considered white. It don't work that way. If anything, this kind of back and forth actually fuels the anti-Semitism conspiracies. Because the average person goes, wait a minute, I can be racist to everybody I want, but not the Jews? How dare you? There must be a reason for it. You know?
So I think a few things are going on here, because in addition to being all the things that you described about Nick Fuentes, he's also an incredibly influential pundit in a certain corner of the conservative movement. He has many, hundreds of thousands of people tune into his live streams. He has millions of followers online. And I think Carlson recognized...
Okay, calm down. First of all, that's Rumble. It's bought it into oblivion.
That Fuentes is growing in influence, and Carlson wanted to harness that influence. In this case, he was really trying to get Fuentes to align with him on trying to get the MAGA movement to withdraw support for Israel. And as part of that, he was trying to convince Fuentes to back away from some of his more inflammatory rhetoric around Jews, because Carlson thought that was bad for the larger goal that they shared of trying to reduce American support for Israel. So that's why Carlson had Fuentes on. It wasn't just about giving him a platform, but it was about trying to sort of win him over or build an alliance. And I think that's what worried a lot of people, because Carlson has a lot more mainstream credibility than Fuentes does. And so if they're joining forces, that's concerning to a lot of people.
Is that shift, is that illustrative of a larger split or divide within conservatives?
Absolutely. I mean, Trump has historically supported Israel, but there is a real dividing line there, and we're starting to see some breakaways in Congress, too. Folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene becoming more hostile to American aid for Israel. But on the right especially, folks like Carlson, certainly people like Fuentes, join that hostility toward support for Israel with just overt anti-Semitism, tropes, conspiracy theories about Jews.
So then you have the statement from the president of the Heritage Foundation, right, stepping in to defend Carlson. What do you make of that?
So I think it was sort of, in some respects, an unforced error on the part of the Heritage Foundation. Nobody was actually asking them to weigh in here. And so the fact that Roberts would go out of his way to defend Carlson, not just as a friend, but as a legitimate voice in the conservative movement, and his decision to interview Fuentes as a legitimate political decision.
These are part of the reason why, I always think it's so ridiculous when motherfuckers would be like, oh, Hasan, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic. Here, we figured out, this 3-second clip is, we finally figured it out. After 12 years of advocacy against anti-Semitism, we figured it out. This 3-second clip proves it. Motherfucker, there is a lot of motion in being anti-Semitic right now. And not only that, but also it is, unfortunately, because of how Americans operate, easier to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel than it is to not be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. That's just the truth. It is much easier to help Americans understand why Israel is bad by just simply leaning into fucking Jews control the media narratives, okay? Straight up. And it's something that I've been warning about for fucking years. It is absolutely ridiculous. Is Carlson genuinely anti-Semitic? I think so. I think so. I think he's just the operative who reads the room and realizes that, the popular base is infinitely more anti-Semitic than the Republican Party presents itself as. So, it's the same thing that I always say. It's the same thing that I always say. Hasan, you're transphobic. It's like, brother, if I was transphobic, I wouldn't be couching it in coded language. Hasan, you're misogynistic. It's like, yeah, okay. If I was misogynistic, I'd just be fucking screaming for the rooftops about how women ain't shit. These are incredibly popular reactionary social positions many of you don't understand. Many of you do not understand how fucking broadly popular this shit is. There is no reason to shelter the public from your bigoted point of view if you are bigoted. Like, there's no reason for people to hide their point of view at this point. Okay? Especially when it comes to trans issues and especially when it comes to anti-Semitism as well. Now that the dam is broke as far as like the defense. With recent events, I want someone to explain how they don't control mainstream media. I mean, I've done it a million times over, brother. And I mean, sure, I'll do it again. There are plenty of Jews who don't fuck with Israel, and there are a lot of Jews who do. Having said that, the notion that it's actually the pro-Israel position demonstrated by the media is actually backed by Jews is silly. I understand why you think that, and it becomes increasingly more difficult to explain why that's not the case. But the real reason is the same reason why we went to war in Iraq. It's the same reason why the media was pliant when it came down to advancing America's foreign policy interests. That's it. Because ultimately, you can get away with having tremendous amounts of influence if you are directionally aligned with the American State Department agenda. That has also given Israel and Israel advocacy networks a fuck ton of room to develop influence peddling operations as well, whether it be inside of the media ecosystem or whether it be the advocacy groups, whether it be fucking, learning initiatives, things of that nature, all the way to fucking the upper echelons of society and higher education. But that would not exist if Israel was not primarily a settler colonial vehicle for Western interests in a resource-rich region, a settler colonial apparatus that is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in this resource-rich region that is a constant destabilizing, or if America's grand design is implemented, a permanent stabilizing force in the region that ensures that none of these other fucking countries ever act out. Otherwise, Israel will come and genocide them like they did the Palestinians. That's it. That is the real reason why the American government and the American media that is always going to go along with the American government's interests is aggressively pro-Israel. Okay? That is the reason why our politicians are aggressively pro-Israel. A lot of people say, oh, it's AIPAC, they give you money, or it's blackmail, or it's the faucet of like smears that are launched in your direction when you say anything out of pocket about Israel. And while there is truth to these external pressures, you also have to remember there's plenty of American politicians who don't give a fuck about Muslims being murdered, okay? And they broadly look at Palestinians as Muslims. It's just like the horde of barbaric Muslims. And AIPAC sweetens the deal, or the threat of being primaried actually puts the fear of God into you. But plenty of Americans also don't give a shit. Politicians, sorry, not American citizens, but plenty of American politicians just don't give a shit. They like that Israel's doing this. What about Europe and European media? Exactly. It's the same principle. America says jump, Europe says how high. It's not any different. Do you feel me? Do you understand? That's part of the reason why I get also very annoyed with like the anti-Semitic conspiracies, because these guys want to believe that like the brave, bold, beautiful WASPs, the good Christian nationalists that are secretly Christian nationalists but can't actually openly state it in Congress are just being bullied and blackmailed into submission by the scary Jews, and that's the reason why they're advancing Israel's agenda. That takes away the responsibility from the American politician, and that is fucking ridiculous, okay? That is fucking ridiculous. If you think those motherfuckers don't love what Israel is doing and have no problem with what Israel is doing, you are not paying attention, okay? That is unimaginable copium. That's it. Yeah, dude. Any day now, Ted Cruz would actually be anti-Israel. It's just that they're blackmailing him or hypnotized him. Nobody wants to eat the unlimited smear campaign that you receive when you speak out against Israel. Look no further than your boy. Did you think that a fucking random dumbass Tushimer, me, would be a primary fixture in fucking New York mayoral race politics? How do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? I pissed off a lot of very powerful people. That's how it happened. Anytime I fucking speak, anytime I say some shit, the ADL, New York Post, Jewish Insider, and sometimes the Free Press and the Fox News digital team, okay, will be so far lodged up my asshole. How do you think it's so fucking coordinated? How do you think it happens every time? You think these guys are just like, well, we all collectively found this same 18-second clip out of context? Like, come on. No, there is a smear network out there. It's just lost a lot of its institutional motion. That's it. There's also a lot of bitch-ass haters who basically do this work for free for all of these other places because their favorite content creator actually despises me. So they're like, oh, if we can take this guy down a peg, like, it'll still make me feel like I'm worthwhile. I'm engaging in a worthwhile endeavor. That's what's so crazy. Is like, there's motherfuckers that do this shit for free, brother, for free. These guys are already highly paid. Why are you doing their work for them? At least get paid for it. You're a whole ass loser that you're not even getting paid for this shit. Anyway.
Decision alarmed a lot of people because I think there are folks who recognize that Fuentes might be growing in influence, but he's on these dark corners of the internet, and you can't really police those very well. Carlson was booted from Fox News. He's also independent right now. But Heritage is still a very influential gatekeeper and policy voice within the MAGA movement in Washington, D.C. And so if it's not just Carlson as a more mainstream voice than Fuentes, bringing Fuentes along, but then it's Heritage giving their stamp of approval to Carlson, I think that's what scared a lot of people. They started thinking, oh my gosh, where are the gatekeepers? Who's going to stop this open anti-Semitism and animosity toward Jews from entering the political mainstream?
So what about that? What about the keepers of that firewall, as it were? Because you have seen people like Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz and Ben Shapiro come out against Nick Fuentes unequivocally. But now you have him being hosted on a show with Tucker Carlson. Yeah, is he existing?
All the goats. Nobody gives a fuck about those people. That's the point. They're cooked. They're doing the same thing that they did to MAGA in 2015 to the America First Groyper initiatives now. I do not see a world where they successfully pack this up. Because if you have developed a movement off of shitting on every marginalized group, and that is your North Star, as it is the Republicans, why wouldn't they also do that to the Jews? When Jews, for fascists, have been the historic enemy for Christians in general, even before fascism, was the target of tremendous enmity. Why the fuck wouldn't they do that to Jewish people? Yeah, no, what's going on, and I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but this is Adam Friedland's take. He always would jokingly say, like, Hasan, I'm scared of Jews no longer being considered white. But that's what's going on. Jews had a good run. Okay. Jews had a good run being white, especially like post 9/11, probably peak white. Okay. Like I would say, I don't know when this pivot happened, but I would assume it was like probably what, like 80s, 90s. Like it just kept, like Jews kept being seen as more and more a part of the white in group. Like I would say probably like the 80s, right? Because like up until the 60s, Jews were getting packed up left and right, especially because, you know, many of them had socialist tendencies, and America was doing the Cold War and stuff. So that was like, you know, a big problem for them. The McCarthyist trials were unironically purging a lot of Jews from positions of power. Calm down, Secretary of Antifa. What do you mean? I think somewhere along the way, America was no longer seen as or self-described as a Christian nation, but a Judeo-Christian one. And it peaked after 9/11. Jews are literally white though, but the race is white. Dog, look at me. Look. Me too, okay? I'm over here in the fucking gallows looking at you going, first time? What do you think? Yeah, I know. You can be white and not be a part of the white in group. Whiteness is a socio-political construct defined by what it's not. Its proximity to blackness, first and foremost, but also simply defined by what what the edges of whiteness are. And throughout time, as a part of a political goal, what is this? A few Nazi freaks won't cause another Holocaust. The real place of power is still extremely Jewish exceptionalist. No, I sure. By the way, Secretary of Antifa is Jewish. For those of you who don't know, before you fucking freak out on him. That's why I was asking, like, what do you mean by calm down? No, that's what I'm saying is like being kicked off of whiteness status doesn't automatically mean Holocaust. It just means you're gonna be on the receiving end of a lot of shit. It's not going to, like, I mean, like you're relegated to maybe not the same as like Muslim status, but you know, somewhere on the racial pecking order, but no longer firmly within the white status. It's a sliding scale, exactly. On the lowest end of that, obviously, is always going to be the historical, historical marginalization of black people. So it's like always, like black people and indigenous people are always going to be at the bottom of that spectrum of like proximity to whiteness. But you know, I wasn't saying like it's going to turn into like the Holocaust or anything. I was just simply saying that like for the last 20, 30, 40 years, but especially in the aftermath of like 9/11 where every Republican started saying America's a nation of Judeo-Christian values, like that's probably going to go away. So you'll see more anti-Semitism as an experience, and it will be not dissimilar to like the shit that I receive. It won't be as bad as like the 60s and 70s. Like you won't get, people won't be like, oh, I'm not hiring you because you're Jewish. You know what I mean? It won't get to that degree. At least for now. Until the Republicans go fully fascist.
In the dark corners, or is that force and that voice more ascendant among conservative circles?
You know, I think what Carlson realized, and I think the reason that Carlson, and he said this in the conversation with Fuentes, brought Fuentes on is because those gatekeepers have not been able to stop Fuentes' rise. One thing that Fuentes talked about in that interview was his longstanding feud with Ben Shapiro, who he said for years has been trying to keep him out of the mainstream. And it hasn't worked. So we did see, I mean, the backlash was strong, and it does seem like, you know, Roberts had to apologize. Heritage has walked.
The left-wing Jews will say this is coming, but the bootlicking Jews are probably so pissed off right now. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm at risk of being genocided yet, but dude, being a minority is not lit. Even if it's not a Holocaust, imagine being allowed to forget what being a minority is like. Oof, pain. No, I mean, that's what, yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying, Lesbo Princess. Like, you know, welcome back to the fight. I mean, well, for many Jews in this community, obviously, you already were aware of this shit because you're progressive. But I'm talking about like the likes of Ben Shapiro, who have just refused to see the fucking writing on the wall. And also, perhaps even more consequentially, his own fucking personal involvement with normalizing this kind of fucking hatred. Because he's a dumb fuck piece of shit. I'm aware of this shit because I'm a black lesbian. Am I the only Jew that doesn't feel like a minority on the premise of my ethno-religious heritage? I mean, it depends. I'm just saying, like, things are changing. Things are definitely changing. You can't say the L slur? Wait, what? What is the L slur? Wait, that's a slur? I thought it was like a loving. Don't start. That's not a slur. Okay, chat is conflicted on this, but I don't really care. All right, let's continue. Did you see the frat kid throwing pennies at Dave Portnoy? Perfect example of this. Exactly. I was going to get to that in a second. Hold on. Let's keep going.
Talked a little bit of this back. They've certainly been receptive to the criticism, but the fact that it would even happen in the first place is a sign of how much the discourse has moved.
I also want to point out, President Trump has met with Nick Fuentes before at Mar-a-Lago. He said he didn't know who he was or what he stood for, but he also met with Kanye West, who has been anti-Semitic and pro-Hitler in some of his remarks. That was years ago, though. Is there something different about this moment?
I think that is a part of how we got to this moment. So I think this is the culmination of years of these trends. I mean, Donald Trump in 2016, I think, really called the bluff of a lot of Republican politicians who'd been hinting at various things but hadn't said them openly about immigrants, for example. And Fuentes, I think, has called the bluff of...
That's so funny. Dude, that's just literally, it's not calling the bluff. It just means, like, being more racist. Like, yeah. And also being pro-Hitler. There's no, like... I don't know. There is no like, ooh, all these Republicans are like, ooh, can he say that? No, like they were like, oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell fucking yeah. I love that. No, talk to me more about how Mexicans are rapists, you know? But that's the thing. Like, this was always the maximalist position, you know? The more fascist you become, like, of course, you're going to eventually go back to, you know, the OG. Says everything that we were publicized sermons warning against Mamdani by name, but none against Trump, the man who from Charlottesville to Tree of Life, January 6th, Camp Auschwitz, and dinner with Nick Fuentes has fueled anti-Semitism and emboldened neo-Nazis. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. And the ADL every step of the way was like, nah, it's fine. They love Israel. You know? Wow, I'd really hate to be a streamer who bragged about boosting Fuentes' profile. Ooh, who might you be talking about? Marjorie Taylor Greene becomes Democratic presidential candidate in 2028, running against J.D. Vance as the true child of MAGA. Bit like a child of Hamas guy. That's so fucking stupid. Do you think this anti-Semitic escalation would benefit Israel for promoting their ethno-Nazi state? No, I don't think so. I think Zionism is over. It's already outlived its lifespan. It's in a vegetative state. I think it's done. However, how it comes to a close is entirely dependent on how a lot of these advocacy networks actually try to manage the death of Zionism. Many of them don't even want to recognize that Zionism is dead. They want to hold on to the notion that there is still a lot of like institutional stigma associated with anti-Semitism. Like it's not gonna, because at the end of the day, you literally will say, at the end of the day, someone could just simply say, what the fuck are you talking about? You're over here talking about anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, okay, which was horrifying. Meanwhile, the current Holocaust is going on, and you're saying you're doing that for Judaism. What do you do to that argument? The Randy Fine, Nick Fuentes phenomena, the Randy Fine versus Nick Fuentes argument will always be the most prescient reason for why there is no like real moral standard here, and it's just people simply trying to hold on to previous restrictions that actually worked in the past. Because Randy Fine, Nick Fuentes loves the old Holocaust that took place and most likely wants to let it happen again. If, you know, he had enough power, maybe he could do that. But there is currently a Holocaust going on right now, and Randy Fine is openly promoting it. Right? But we don't think about it like that. We never think about it like that. Even people in this chat will probably go, oh, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Because, like, you know, that's state violence that's taking place. It's like, yeah, what do you think the Nazis were doing? State violence. That was also normalized through a long period of dehumanization of both Jews and all of the enemies of the fucking Third Reich. So if a society doesn't look at Randy Fine as like an absolute monstrous Nazi-style psychopath, but wants to warn against Nick Fuentes, it's just not going to fucking work. It's just not going to work because people are just going to be like, what do you fucking mean? I'm allowed to say whatever the fuck I can about Mexicans, about trans people, about black people, about women, but I can't say nothing about the Jews? Why? That's the question. And you have no answer for that. I mean, I do. I talk about it all the time. It's because, you know, it was cynically weaponized. Jews and Judaism was cynically weaponized to defend the interests of Israel, which is, of course, completely aligned with the interests of the United States of America. You know, and there was some back and forth and times where Israel stepped out of line, but it was still ultimately important for America to continue its allegiance with Israel because it's, you know, it was a bulwark against communism, an espionage center, you know. Yeah.
Hero. Megyn Kelly introduces a subject. She goes, I'd like to talk to you, Ben, about Nick.
I mean, unfortunately, this is true. Being a pro-Israel Jew has made any condemnation of Nazism absurd. He lost the moral high ground. You truly have no leg to
Fuentes
stand
and Tucker.
on.
But first, I'd like to show the audience this clip where Nick.
The thing is, people who are pro-Israel don't understand that, though. But the problem for them is there are more people who are anti-Israel than pro-Israel now. You see what I mean? So if you're in an environment where everyone's pro-Israel, like in the media, in most corners of the media, or in, you know, Washington, D.C., you're like, what the fuck? Like, these guys are making these fucking comparisons. It's heinous. How dare you compare the Nazis to this beautiful state of Israel? Like that's just state violence. That's normal. That's supposed to happen. They're killing Muslims. Like, I mean, they deserve it. October 7, October 7, October 7. Except most people don't feel that way anymore. They might not be pro-Hamas or pro-Palestinians in general, but they're so anti-Israel because of Israel's actions and because of Israel's entitlement and arrogance and demands for unlimited fealty and unlimited loyalty and unlimited political cover that, like, for them, for the average person, they go, the fuck? Okay. It's either all of it or none of it. You know, you can't. And I want all of it is what a lot of Republicans are saying.
Fuentes is playing Grand Theft Auto, and he runs over a character who appears Jewish and says, that was Ben Shapiro. And then they play like a 3-minute clip from a 7-year-old stream where I'm giggling and saying, ha, 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 I think I just ran over Ben Shapiro. Ha, ha, ha. And then everybody boos. Then the audience goes, boo. They go, boo, boo. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. You people cheer for genocide in real life. We have reached, by the way.
I can't even shit on him for saying this because I verbatim said this. It's a Rick and Morty quote, but I think it's still a banger quote. And I have used that in the past as well. I hate that, like. Anyway, let's continue.
The pinnacle of fake outrage. Talk about fake outrage. I can't wait for my Megyn Kelly interview. You've called Jewish people fat pigs, slobs, disgusting animals. Only Ben Shapiro. In fairness, it was more than Ben Shapiro. We have reached the pinnacle of fake outrage. So let me get this straight, Megyn. Megyn with a Y. Let's get this straight, Megyn. There's a genocide going on right now in Gaza. People are being shot in the back of the head. Starving, hungry people on the brink of death are traveling miles by foot in a war-torn area to get food. They're shot in the back of the head. Children are being shot in the head. Prisoners of war are being raped to death. Refugee camps, evacuation zones are being bombed directly, civilians murdered. You're showing a clip of a video game? That's cartoon violence. You're showing a clip from a video game from Grand Theft Auto.
If you don't understand, like, we all obviously are negatively primed towards Nick Fuentes because he's a booger-eating, white supremacist Holocaust denier who also happens to be gay and Mexican, but that's besides the point, even though it's like kind of antithetical to white supremacy. But to the uninitiated or someone who does not give a fuck about anti-Semitism, as many people don't, they hear this and they go, well, this makes fucking sense. That's the worst thing that you can ever give your ideological opponents. An honest argument. Because he's not wrong. He's a fucking Nazi piece of shit who's cynically, I think, using the prestige that he's getting from being an anti-Israel voice to advance a dangerous agenda of anti-Semitism. But in this moment, when he says, oh, you guys are complaining about me, like, playing a video game and simulating the murder of Ben Shapiro when you're also simultaneously defending Israel's genocide, like real genocide, real starvation of children. The fuck you have no leg to stand on is true. This guy's a Nazi. Why are you playing this on stream? There's people that don't know him and think he's cool. Brother, for many years, I refused to utter the mention of Nick Fuentes for that reason, because he had a, albeit limited, platform. As a matter of fact, I'll give you guys one inside baseball moment. There were numerous times when Ethan Klein wanted to actually make fun of him for going on a date with a cat boy and shit like that. Back when we had the Leftovers podcast, I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? No, we're not covering him. It doesn't matter. Even to ridicule him, we're not covering him at all. We're not giving him any fucking breathing room. We're not giving him any platform whatsoever. And I actually vetoed that shit over and over again. But unfortunately, some of my other fucking ideological opponents who claim to be liberals may or may not have sucked his penis, and also simultaneously openly delivered them a fat platform and also additional media connections, and even promoted Nick Fuentes and even talked about how Nick Fuentes owed them so much for their new career. Yes, I'm talking about Sex Pestiny. Oh, we were debating. There's no reason to debate people like that have very limited platforms at the time. And then he was resilient enough to work his way through the ranks and claw back after tremendous amounts of deplatforming, claw his way back into relevance, found himself in Kanye West's orbit at a time when Kanye West was also going through a manic episode and screaming Heil Hitler all over the place, had dinner with Donald Trump, and kept pushing and pushing and pushing, sending his little groypers, the ones that at least can go outside, to Turning Point USA events, infiltrating every facet of the Republican Party, and basically creating a media environment where, like, any Republican under the age of 35 is basically aligned almost entirely with his politics. And it's, you know, lo and behold, you got a real fucking crisis on the right now, and he's getting a shit ton of high profile media coverage. So it's too late. And a big part of it, what is this? Liberals are beyond ill-prepared to navigate the spiraling line of truth and Nazi lies that come out of this guy. I'm sorry, it really doesn't make sense how he's gotten so much popular. 100% he's insidious specifically because of how effortlessly he can drift back and forth between truth and Nazi propaganda. Yes. Yeah, you perma'd me for sharing a link of him like in 2021 when he was talking about a different Nazi because you didn't want to platform him. You were mad at someone else I caught her straight. Yeah. So why are we watching this trash? Because it's fucking over. Are you dumb? This is PBS NewsHour. Tucker Carlson's interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes exposes rift among Republicans. He's getting profiled on CNN. He's getting profiled on the New York Times. There's literally a New York Times article right here. Who are the groypers? A word associated with the right-wing pundit Nick Fuentes and his followers is suddenly part of the national vocabulary. What are we talking about? What are we fucking... You guys, you can't just shove your head in the fucking sand and hope that this problem goes away. If once it gets to a certain level, you have to at least be aware of it. You know? That's it. I'm explaining to you how we got here. And the final reason, I think, like the major reason why he has elevated his profile to a national scale is because of Israel. That's it. He was both anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. Some anti-Semites are pro-Israel, or many anti-Semites are pro-Israel. He happened to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel because a lot of old school Nazis I think, could correctly point out the ridiculous allegiance that the United States of America has with Israel to basically say, look, it's the Jewish state. This is how the Jews are, over and over again. And he has a lot of experience in that front. He has a lot of experience in shitting on Israel. And while the same dumb fuck liberals who were in my chat going, how dare you criticize little old Israel after October 7, partially also because I was a, Muslim with the name Hasan criticizing Israel after October 7, I ate that shit non-fucking stop. And while all the liberals were focusing on my ass, whether it be the ADL or whether it be the same sex pest that allegedly sucked Nick Fuentes' penis, every single one of these groups that were just like actively hounding me every fucking day of the week, calling me a terrorist, calling me an Islamist fundamentalist, he was in the fucking sidelines doing whatever the fuck he wanted to, pumping out content, reaching those very same stupid ass liberals who may or may not have known about him, with a somewhat more progressive sounding message about Israel. And he built built back his fan base piece by fucking piece. And here we are. Just remember, the ADL did not speak about Nick Fuentes after October 7 one fucking time. Not once. Isn't that crazy? Until recently. Until the whole, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes collab happened. And now they're freaking out. Not once. They were too busy coming after me. They were too busy coming after Frogan. They were too busy coming after anti-Zionists who were not anti-Semitic. Yeah. And a big part of the reason why, obviously, yes, Fuentes and his followers hate me is because I'm not anti-Semitic. I talk about Zionism and not Judaism. And therefore, I'm seen as a phony. I'm seen as fake. Fucking Sneeko says this every time your name is brought up. I know. Except, I've been an anti-Zionist for longer than both Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. So how does that fucking work? I've been openly anti-Israel for far longer than these guys have been around because, they're much younger than I am. But yeah, they did it. Wait, Hasan platforming Nicholas J. Fuentes? Oh no. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's not going to work right now. You can't do that while we're talking about literally an issue of national importance.
Oh, we're supposed to be offended. We're supposed to be shocked. That's supposed to shock our conscience. Randy Fine says all Palestinians are demons. Kill them all. Kill them all. I laugh when children starve to death. That's...
Yeah, you're just taking the blue pill, kid. I know.
Congressman Randy Fine. Are you going to show that screenshot before you talk to Ben Shapiro? Are you going to show those screenshots? Is that noxious, vile, horrific, monstrous? Are we even going to talk about that? Are we going to sit there and complain about a video game? What's next? Call of Duty? We have reached the pinnacle of ridiculousness. And if you think that this is helping you, Megyn Kelly, you think this is helping your cause? Think about the problem that they have on their hands. They say millions and millions of young men are following Nick Fuentes. How do we get them to stop? Oh, I know. We're gonna get a blonde mom. We're gonna get a rich white woman. We're gonna get an affluent blonde white woman to concern troll about a video game. He was playing this video game and he killed this character in his video game. You think that's going to get everybody back on board? That's the recipe for winning back the young guys? 15-year-old young guys are going to watch that and say, oh my gosh, I love Nick Fuentes, but then I saw that. Fuck out of here.
Remind chat about Sneeko being a shameful cuck. I mean, more like shameless. Yeah, I know it's over to try and deplatform him, but you're playing a video where he says something true and you're agreeing with him. It's like you're saying he's one of us to the dumb chatters. No, I'm not saying that at all. I spent the entire fucking time talking about how the systemic failures have actually brought us to this situation. It is actually a very important part of my argument. When I say Israel is the reason why he has this kind of platform, it's because many of the gatekeepers and many of the people that had institutional persuasive capabilities, creating like stigma around, creating stigma around anti-Zionism, were far too invested in defending Israel while simultaneously saying, oh, it's for Jews, it's for Jews, it's for Jews. If you criticize Israel, you're fucking anti-Semitic. And that made people go, okay, well, I fucking hate Israel, so I guess I'm anti-Semitic. And after that point, after you arrive at that conclusion, then yeah, why the fuck wouldn't you watch Nick Fuentes? That's the argument here. Do you not understand? Why do you think for years and years, anti-Zionists like myself, like Sam Cedar, for example, have talked about how the conflation between Zionism and Judaism is a dangerous one. The conflation between Zionism and Judaism is a dangerous one. One, because it's false, and two, because you're basically telling people that all Jews love Israel and Israel is doing all this violent shit for Jews in general, with the idiotic notion that it never would turn around, that people would never actually be anti-Israel. It's so fucking stupid. And now that the majority of people are anti-Israel, of course they're going to fucking be like, all right, well, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. It was so stupid. Whoa, man, token Jew much? Also, you can't talk because you're Muslim and not Jewish. Can't believe you've done this. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. Fucking constantly saying like all Jews that were anti-Israel were tokens over and over again. All Muslims that speak out against Israel are violent terrorists who love to do anti-Semitic acts of violence against all Jews, both in the Western world and also in Israel. You made it so that there was only one line of discourse that people actually fucking got. If both the liberals, see, this is what I kept repeating over and over again, by the way. Okay? This is what I kept repeating over and over again. If fucking Jake Tapper and Nick Fuentes are in alignment on Israel, then who the fuck's going to listen to me? Who the fuck's going to listen to the anti-Zionist Jews? Jake Tapper says all Jews love Israel, Zionism is Judaism, and you can't criticize Israel. Nick Fuentes says Zionism is Judaism, all Jews love Israel, and fuck Israel. That's the only difference. The difference between the analysis there is that Jake Tapper loves Israel and Nick Fuentes hates Israel and hates Jews. This is what I mean. This is what we mean when we say the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism was always a dangerous game, because if people actually realized that Zionism was a dangerous ideology, a fascist ideology, or that Israel was a violent endeavor, a criminal entity, then people would go, okay, well, maybe they would say the things that they're saying on TikTok comments now about how, oh, the painter guy was right. Oh, the small hat gang is up to no good again. That's how we got here. That's how we fucking got here. Congratulations. Go back, if you're wondering what my opinion on this is, go back and listen to any number of different speeches I've done on the matter, any number of videos I've put out on this issue. Go back and listen to my Oxford speech where this is what I fucking warn people about. The main argument on the contemporary right can be boiled down to whether it's Palestinians or Jews who deserve genocide. I'll just that all this could have been avoided if Biden had held together the ceasefire in November 2023, and it probably would have been nipped in the bud if he had taken the deal on the table in April 2024, if Trump had not torn up the ceasefire to go turbo neocon in March, June 2025. Felix says, I'll never forget the ADL, AIPAC, J Street, and a billion others realizing that Americans were witnessing the most shocking and disgusting images they'd ever come across and immediately telling them, you're anti-Semitic if you don't like what you see here. Yep. All the Biden liberal admin is responsible. Oh, for sure. Of course they're responsible for it. Anyway, that's where we're at, though. And if you're wondering how we got here, you already know. If you've been watching for long enough, you know exactly how we fucking got here. In light of Mayor like Mamdani's long and disturbing record on issues deep concern to the Jewish community, we approach the next 4 years with resolve. This fucking dumbass is still talking about Mamdani. Still talking about Mamdani. You fucking bald piece of shit. It took him like 4 days to respond to Nick Fuentes breaking into the mainstream last week. Even the biggest normies were posting the "Do you condemn Hamas" memes. Yeah. Yeah, there was a good run. There was a good run for a little bit. But it broke containment. Remember people like ripping the hostage posters down? And they'd be like, oh my God, look at these anti-Semites. Look at these anti-Semites. How dare you be anti-Semitic? Here's a doxing truck. Here's a doxing truck. Here's another doxing truck. We're going to dox every student that has criticized Israel. The fuck do you think was going to happen? So fucking stupid. I see much anti-Semitism from normies on Instagram. Is everywhere in the comment section. Yes, people do the fucking juice box thing. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And it was 100p. It was 100p. Israel's fucking unlimited violence paired up with every fucking media outlet being like, if you don't like this, you are a Jew hater. And this dumb fuck, Jonathan Greenblatt, is still up Zoran Mamdani's ass. That's what's so crazy. It's like he won't give up because all the institutional donors care about that shit. They only care about like attacking critics of Israel, even if they are not anti-Semitic. I mean, look, I'll still do it because it's right. But goddamn, dude, give it a fucking rest. Give it a fucking rest, you bald piece of shit. Not only is it fucking stupid, it's also not working. It's literally not working, okay? Jewish people in America have been talking about the fears that they have about like
Jonathan, I'd like to
Holocaust-style anti-Semitism coming back. And they're in a time when like there is unlimited anti-Semitism, like actual unlimited anti-Semitism. And these main guys that are supposed to be defending Jews are still running around attacking people who aren't anti-Semitic. But they're anti-Israel. You know, if you're not going to focus your fucking priorities, like, what are we doing here? You're not going to shift your priorities to like actual anti-Semites. You don't give a shit. You don't give a fuck about Jews.
also have you evaluate the conversation that has been going on for more than a week in Republican circles about Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and the platforming thereof.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you asked. It reminds us that neither side of the spectrum is intolerant from, or immune, from anti-Semitism.
He's still talking about spectrum. The left anti-Semitism. Oh my fucking God.
Intolerance happens on both sides, and specifically here. Look, it's not just that the interview with Nick Fuentes that Tucker Carlson did was so repellent, although it was. Tucker Carlson has been laundering hate for years, specifically.
Part of me is excited that he's like finally going after Tucker Carlson, partially because like they'll cook him. They'll destroy him in a way that I never can. Okay? They will. That's the thing. Like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson will eat his ass alive. Okay? They'll destroy him in a way that I never would be able to. Okay?
Anti-Jewish bias, Holocaust deniers, ugly anti-Zionists, and all kinds of people.
Ugly anti-Zionists.
That's the problem here. Now, I will tell you, I was pleased that Kevin Roberts called out Nick Fuentes' disgusting anti-Jewish hatred. But why would you run cover for Tucker Carlson? The Republican Party has got to figure this out. People like Ted Cruz, Dave McCormick, Lindsey Graham seem intent on doing so, and that's a good thing. I hope things work out the right way, just like on the far left. The anti-Zionism and the anti-Semitism of some fringe folks in the progressive side also need to be worked out. Let's hope that that happens on both ends of the spectrum, Major, so a strong center can reemerge where everyone is accepted.
Jonathan, very quickly, Kevin Roberts, you mentioned a significant figure at the Heritage Foundation Action and Heritage Foundation. Would you like to see in this moment President Trump weigh in on Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes?
I think it would be a positive development if the president, who has...
Oh, if the president calls out his dining partner, Nick Fuentes? I think everybody knows what's up. I don't think liberals should have this fucking donkey on their shows. I don't know.
Jewish grandchildren, has a Jewish daughter and son-in-law who's done so much to support the Jewish state of Israel and frankly support the Jewish community.
Dude, it's so funny because like, dude, if your job is to like stop anti-Semitism from growing and you are personally developing anti-Semitic tendencies and opinions in the broader population, you should probably quit. Like, you should quit your job. You should fucking quit your job. This is like the biggest L of all time.
On college campuses, no one has a stronger voice on these issues than him. If he weighed in, it might be very, very powerful.
Quit your fucking job. Stupid. Anyway. He's losing the centrist. Avenatti's New Beginnings parody Yeah, transparency and accountability are critical for democracy, and no elected official should be afraid of it. He has spent more time shitting on Zoran Mamdani than Nick Fuentes. Meanwhile, the entirety of the fucking right is just like, how Nazi can we get? You fucking cowardly piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ridiculous. Anyway, for years we said the conflation of Zionism and Judaism was a dangerous one. Anyway, all right, let me see. Where else can we go here? Oh, there's also this element too, obviously, which is that Fuentes has the same transgressive, jokerish persona Trump used to become popular. He even uses the same America First slogan and is in many ways just a pure version of Trump. As such as yelling, "How dare you, sir," at him is probably only going to be as effective as it was with Trump. Yes, I'm going to watch ZIWExE. I'm going to watch ZIWExE. This was the other thing that I was going to show you about the fucking rise of anti-Semitism. Here's Dave Porkboy doing a pizza review in Starkville, Mississippi. And of course, once again, Dave Porkboy, conservative, okay, conservative guy. What did you think was going to happen? Dave Porkboy, this is unacceptable for the record. It's horrible and gross and totally repulsive, unacceptable behavior. But just remember, like, these are the dudes who literally leaned into this shit for everybody else. Okay? And now he's on the receiving end of a hate crime because, once again, in the eyes of many, all of a sudden, it's being called into question whether Jews are white or not. They're losing the white status.
Hey, fuck the Jews! Fuck you, Dave.
And he threw coins at him, too.
Not cool.
You can take her out.
Oh my gosh. That was awful.
Hey, fuck you, pussy! Fuck you!
Go away.
Fuck you!
Hey.
Hey, fuck the Jews! Fuck you, Dave.
Why the coins is an anti-Semitic trope. It's an anti-Semitic trope that that, like, you know, Jews love money. That's not that sort of thing. Aren't you anti-Semitic? Yes, dude. I'm the fucking most anti-Semitic if you ask the ADL. Oh. Number two most anti-Semitic. Candace Owens was number one most anti-Semitic last year. Second, I was a runner-up. Couldn't win that one. Was Nick Fuentes even on that list? He must have been, right? But the top three was me, Candace Owens, and Greta Thunberg, chat. If you ain't first, you're last. It's true. Fucking idiots.
Conservative media who have hinted at globalists, for example, and Fuentes just comes out and says, no, we're talking about Jews. And so I think that they're very like-minded in that sense of saying, you know, we don't have to talk around this stuff. We don't have to use euphemisms. We can just say it. And, you know, Trump came back to office. Fuentes got a bigger platform. So it's really a culmination more than a shift, I think.
But what does all the rhetoric mean in the real world? We know there's a connection between what is said when it comes to anti-Semitism and real-world violence against Jews. How are American Jews looking at this?
You know, I think what's really scary for a lot of American Jews, and one thing that American Jews have cared a lot about, are the maintenance of liberal democratic norms. Not a partisan thing so much as maintaining gatekeepers of sort of polite society, maintaining the ability to say, you know, this rhetoric is beyond the pale. We can't tolerate this. And so as those things break down, it's less that there's a one-to-one, somebody watches that interview and goes out and commits an act of anti-Semitism. That may happen here or there. It's more the sense that if you're a young person online a lot, watching folks like Fuentes, you start to think that this rhetoric is okay. And so
according to Majority Report, you're sus for knowing Nazi symbols.
I think the idea that this is going to become something that folks in Congress believe, that folks in the more mainstream media believe, I think that's what's most alarming in this moment.
Arno Rosenfeld of The Forward, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, I want to do something different on today's show. We're going to cover one topic in depth. That topic is, I think, the most important thing happening in the country. It was a hot topic last week, but I wanted to take some time to really gather my thoughts and speak.
I don't want to watch this whole thing, but I do want to watch Ben Shapiro and Jake Tapper suck each other off because, oh my God, Benny Boy is so woke. Guys, how could the leopards eat my face? I never thought the leopards would eat my face. That's crazy, said Ben Shapiro. Woke is back, baby. Woke is fucking back, baby. The comments are on his ass. I know. We looked at it before. Do you have the, does anyone have the Jake Tapper, Ben Shapiro conversation that took place where Jake Tapper's like thanking Ben Shapiro for his bravery? Yeah, Ben Shapiro is basically just Robin DiAngelo from 2020 running to CNN to denounce his political opponents like Tucker Carlson as racist and bigots for not loving Israel as much as he does. Jake Tapper, Ben Shapiro, we thank you for your voice. Thank you so much.
Really screwed things up last week when he decided to inject himself into this controversy with his vociferous defense that contained some rather charged language. I think he's doing the right thing by pointing out the obvious, which is that if somebody glosses Nazis on the air, that person probably should not be associated with a conservative think tank, and that everyone should have a duty to say that that is a bad thing to do. So I'm grateful to Kevin for doing that. I think it's a very good thing that he did that. The real issue here is I think that Tucker Carlson's morphing from, I would say, a very edgy right-wing political figure on Fox News, but certainly within the mainstream, into a conspiracist, a person who ideologically launders anti-Semitism, who ideologically launders all sorts of anti-American.
Damn, bro. Yo, he is so woke. Dude, what happened? There's no such thing as systemic racism. Black people are actually simply just violent, and therefore we need the police to beat them up. Excuse me. There's no such thing as systemic racism. Immigrants are lower than dirt. They need to be purged out of the country. Stop with this woke nonsense. Feminism is a cancerous ideology. Jews are under attack. Jews are under attack. You need to be woke. You need to be woke now against Jewish people, please. Why aren't you being woke against the Jews? What's going on? I'm woke now. Hello, I'm Ben Shapiro. I'm Mr. Woke. The fuck? What the fuck did you think was going to happen, you fucking bitch? You dumb bitch. You are so stupid. Woke is back, I guess. Meanwhile, he's not even fucking woke because, like, he also still is defending Israel's genocide, of course. That is the secondary hypocrisy in this conversation. That is an insta-lock for any human being with a conscience. When you hear someone who is pro-genocide talk about, well, you know, all Jews love Israel and Israel's not doing a genocide, even though everyone knows it is, right? And you try to fucking cynically still try to do this like anti-Semitism is unacceptable shit, all you're doing is make people go, okay, I guess we're anti-Semites now.
Americanism on his show, and then airs it for the public to hear with interviews like the ones he did with Nick Fuentes, which was essentially a massage of Nick Fuentes. You know, I think that took a lot of people by surprise, probably including Kevin.
The Washington Free Beacon obtained and posted video of yesterday's Heritage Foundation staff meeting where Roberts apologized for how he's handled Tucker's conversation with Nick Fuentes. Here's part of what Roberts had to say.
I didn't know much about this Fuentes guy. I still don't, which underscores the mistake. I can tell you with a clear conscience and not making any excuses that those were my intentions, to fix all of that. And obviously I didn't. I made them worse.
We reached out to the Heritage Foundation for comment about the video. We were referred to Kevin Roberts' social media post from yesterday. What's your reaction? And let me just note that Nick Fuentes has been fairly notorious for years now, including when he dined with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, I think that's true, but I think that really in order to experience the full wonders of the Nick Fuentes catalog, you really do have to spend some time going through the receipts. I did that earlier this week on my show. And the truth is that most people don't watch politics all that granularly. Even people who are in politics don't spend a lot of time on sort of the fringe edgelord right, the way that Fuentes is. And so the sort of mainstreaming, the popularization and normalization of Fuentes by Carlson is significantly more important than just Fuentes' existence, obviously. It was a seminal moment, I think, when it comes to the right's decision as to whether Tucker himself is a source of truth or whether he is a destructive force inside conservatism.
So one of the things you've noted is that it isn't so much, your problem isn't so much that Tucker Carlson had Fuentes on his show, but that he didn't push back at all on the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, pro-Joseph Stalin.
Dude, I love when they slam the pro-Joseph Stalin thing in there. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Be serious. Just focus on, if you're going to talk about anti-Semitism, just talk about anti-Semitism, big dog. You're so fucking stupid. Like, that's so dumb. God, they're so stupid.
Rhetoric, et cetera. I just wonder, last week at a Turning Point event, Vice President J.D. Vance was asked by a student about an anti-Semitic falsehood, this crazy notion that Judaism openly supports the persecution of Christians. It's not true. But J.D. Vance was asked about it. Instead of pushing back or correcting the questioner, he said this.
There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too.
What did you think of that?
You know, obviously in a vacuum, I think that answer is fine. I think his response to the question, which was asked, as you say, in a tremendously anti-Semitic way, the idea that Jews are persecutors of Christians is an absurd contention. Obviously, I would have preferred more from the vice president, but I think the broader problem here is, again, that you have an enormous number of young people who are engaging with true white supremacist, anti-Jew content and are taken in by it, and there do need to be more voices pushing back on that.
God, such a fucking ridiculous situation that we're in. Imagine if Shapiro actually become woke. What would that even look or sound like? I mean, he's already fucking halfway there, brother. He might as well just lean into it. I'm sure the liberals would love to have him. Oh my God, the liberals would love to have him.
Ben Shapiro, we thank you for.
I mean, he got no motion anyway. He might as well pivot. He has no motion on the Republican side because of the Israel stuff. I told you this months ago. He has lost his sauce. Daily Wire fell off due to mismanagement, but also because of their unconditionally pro-Israel position. I don't think Ben will do a liberal grift because he is so firmly invested in being a right winger. Like, I think he is. He's not like, he is who he says he is. Like, he does actually hate all of these different like marginalized communities, shit like that. Yeah, Zaid Jelani had a good take on this. He seems more incompetent than the woke people he's emulating, though. He fired Candace Owens, and she seems to be bigger than ever. He tried to smother Fuentes when he was still a college student, and he now has 5 million plus subscribers on his social platforms. I say this as someone who doesn't particularly care for those three. It would be cool if all of them had less influence in media. Yeah. Did they ever have sauce? A limp rat could have sauce if it's getting $40 grillion on the Koch brothers? I mean, they did. There was a point where they had sauce. There was a point where they had some sauce, at least. They were not the sauce boss necessarily, but they had some sauce. Normies were watching. You know? Ben was able to convert some people. You know, maybe even people in this chat at a certain point watched Ben Shapiro own SJWs and found themselves in the fucking throes of right-wing reactionary pipelines, you know? Yeah. Zionist SJWs, Ben Shapiro and Jake Tapper share a cry over Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, as well as J.D. Vance not doing enough to condemn anti-Semitism on the right. The idea that Jews are persecutors of Christians is absurd, contentious appearances. I think the broader problem here is, again, that you have an enormous number of young people who are engaging with true white supremacist, anti-Jewish content and are taken in by it. Oh, white supremacy is bad. Oh, what? Ben doesn't like white supremacy, guys. That's crazy. He's woke now. He's woke. Yeah. 1.5 thousand years of Christian anti-Semitism cannot be whitewashed in 60 years. Yeah, it was just so fucking stupid. It was always such a dumbass. It was such a dumbass attitude. Guy who spent his entire career making white supremacist arguments all of a sudden opposes it when Jews lose, or Jews are at the precipice of losing white status by Republicans. We'll do ZIWExE now. Man, don't post that. Why? I identified back in 2019 that while the white evangelical base of Trump's support was very supportive of Israel, it had many other strong beliefs that made it far more central to the MAGA movement, and these had to do with domestic issues. Israel is not central to maintaining the coalition. White Christian ethno-nationalism is. There's an argument that dropping Israel stuff would actually offer the coalition an opportunity to expand. The strategy of trying to piggyback on this movement, as the Zionist right has sought to do, relied on the tiredness of Judeo-Christian civilization and other forms of common enemism against radical Islam. But anyone who knows anything about the history of the Crusades could have probably told you it wasn't exactly good for the Jews and that this probably wasn't going to work out. Yup. There is a values-based pathway to an American society that protects minority rights for all peoples, and it certainly isn't on the right. But all peoples includes Palestinians, no more exceptions. Now, here's the thing. Here is the thing. Okay? Oh, yeah, I should have said among Republicans. No, but by the Republicans is better. Because the Republicans are the ones who are deciding whether Jews are white or not. Republicans are the group that dictates who's white and who's not. Let's be real. In any case, we're going to do ZIWExERICADAMS now. Jews are nowhere near losing white status. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the same. But it'll be like, here's how I think this is going to play out. Are you ready for this? Donald Trump is not going to stop being pro-Israel. Okay? He's not. He knows where his bread is buttered. This will cause more and more of a fissure for opportunists like Nick Fuentes to greatly slam himself into the fucking conversation by being like, I'm a real one. He's fake. He's still pro-Israel. He still loves Israel. He is in love with Jews. His daughter converted to Judaism. He's fake. Okay? This will deepen the fissure in the right and will grow Nick Fuentes' profile until ultimately, the Republicans will have to make a decision on whether or not they will continue being attached to Israel by the hip or trying to find a different way to consolidate the base. And I think the way that they'll try and consolidate the base is by making the argument that, Jews are fighting the Muslims. Like, yeah, sure, we don't trust them. They're money people and we don't like them. They control the banks and stuff. They control the media and, they're bad. But like also Seinfeld was fun. But Muslims don't do anything good. They don't produce anything good. Right? And they'll just keep hammering that point over and over again. And if they can actually get Nick Fuentes on board with the movement without offending the sensibilities of a lot of conservative Jewish donors, they can possibly find a new way to continue being pro-Israel while also being anti-Semitic. Okay? Because Nick Fuentes is, to a certain degree, a grifter, right? Like he has gone back and forth on whether he likes Trump or doesn't like Trump at times to boost his profile. He has closely associated himself with Trump and the movement to boost his profile. And then at times has shit on Donald Trump to once again boost his, profile as like a real one, a real Republican, a real America First Christian nationalist, white supremacist conservative. So if the Republicans are smart, they'll just buy him out and be like, all right, cut it with this like Jew shit, okay? Or just like dial it back a little bit for the time being and just keep pumping the Islamophobia stuff. That's what they'll do.
Shut up. Tonight, one jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview. How do you think this went?
My conversation with you?
Yeah. That's sure to be iconic.
I would marry capitalism. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
How could anyone platform the disgrace?
I got some good quotes.
Allegedly corrupt.
Queens get the money.
Allegedly self-serving.
I stated I'm going to make y'all careers.
Allegedly horny man.
I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And history's going to be kind to me.
Because he's the mayor.
Popular knapsack.
ZIWE News Network starts now.
With many different locations. God, I fucking love Eric Adams so much. He is my goat. Okay? He is my goat. He always has a place at the table of success where I will wait for him. Okay? That is my Turkish king. That is my Turkish goat. I genuinely think he was probably one of the funniest mayors that anyone has ever experienced. Okay? He's just... Bro, you meme it now? No, I love Eric Adams. Come on, brother. What do you mean? Eric Adams was... You're gonna regret saying that. He is the... I genuinely think he has like an intellectual disability, first of all. Like, I think he's not very bright. Like, I was reading something. I've read so much about him. But that also makes it like way funnier. Because, yeah, he is New York's Rob Ford, pretty much. Okay? No, literally, I love Rob Ford as well. The reason why I say this is because, like, I think in the aftermath of October 7, there is I was reading something. I was reading a news report about, like, all these, like, Zionist donors, pro-Israel donors are, like, blowing up Eric Adams' phone. Okay? And they're like, you got to do something about these protesters. Like, we got to kill them, whatever. Okay? And Eric Adams goes, what's going on with this Pakistani issue? Like, he didn't even know that it was called Palestine. Like, he said Pakistani. Like, he mixed up Palestine and Pakistan. And that is exactly the kind of energy that I love from America's real mayor.
This is an honor, a pleasure. This is American history.
Love it so well. And look on these walls. You would think there is no history with us if you just look at these walls. but my face is going to be up with David Dinkins.
Oh, your face will be up with David Dinkins. I believe that. I received that, and I hope to get a copy of your...
Yeah, no, he didn't say Pakistani. He said Pakistanian.
portrait.
Yes.
May I start the interview?
Yes, you can.
Hi, I'm ZIWExE, and my next iconic guest is the 110th mayor of New York City, baby. Please.
Why'd you say he has so much arrogance for zero reason? No, because he's fucking stupid. That's it. Like, he's Mr. Dunning-Kruger. He does not understand.
Please welcome Mayor Adams.
Thank you.
May I call you Eric?
Yes, you can.
And do you have a bag of cash for me?
No, not at all. You know, I left it downstairs.
Now, Mayor Adams, you spent your tenure as mayor waging war against the rats. Now, unfortunately, you've dropped out of the race. Would you say that rats have won?
Not at all, just the opposite. Rat complaints have decreased in the city. We containerized garbage. They told me it's going to take me 5 years. We did it 3.5 years. And I hate Mickey and his crew.
Oh.
And if anyone ever bumps into a rat, they think about it all day. Don't tell me you like rats.
I don't like rats.
Okay, if you lifted your toilet seat and Mickey popped out, you'll never sit on that toilet seat again. If you take your garbage lid off and Mickey pops out, you'll never take that lid off again. So I did a great favor for you and other New Yorkers. I took one hazard out of your life, the rats.
You've said New York City is the Istanbul of America,
Yes.
the Athens of America,
Yes.
the Islamabad of America.
Yes.
Which international cities would you compare to the following boroughs, like Staten Island?
Staten Island is the Little Italy of America.
Oh, and the Bronx.
The Bronx is the Puerto Rican, Dominican of America.
Those aren't cities. And Manhattan.
Manhattan is probably the United Nations of America.
Oh, okay, we're just listing things. Brooklyn.
Brooklyn is the everything of America.
Everything of America. And finally, Queens get the money.
That's right. Queens got the money because I gave them the money. And so they should be the most appreciative of America.
Please, to camera, if you could tell Queens to appreciate you more.
Queens, you should appreciate me more. You got the money because I gave you the money as a...
The quote was, where is it? I don't know the difference between a Palestinian, Pakistani, Arab, Muslim. I have no idea. That's my goat. I don't think you've been invited to enough black cookouts. We all have an uncle like this with Riz who's embarrassing as hell and stupid. I mean, I would love him. I love him and he's not my uncle. I would love him way more if he was my uncle.
Mayor, Queens get the money.
What's your favorite subway stop to stop and frisk?
All of them when it's used correctly. You know, it can't be abused because I didn't go to federal court to sue with Floyd versus NYPD for it to be abused. But every stop is the right stop if it's used correctly. Because when you're on the train with that beautiful outfit you have on.
Thank you.
And all of a sudden you see someone hanging out there and they have a bulge on their side and not the bulge that others was talk about.
Oh, wow.
Then you want to make sure they stop and they frisk.
That's insane. He's so fucking stupid. Old head harassment incoming. Yeah, he already did it.
That felt like a threat.
Well, you may think he has a weapon.
What are you saying right now?
I don't know. What are you feeling right now?
I don't know what you're saying! Okay, we're moving on. Coming up. Question for you. You once said, New Yorkers, I'm like broccoli. You're going to hate me now, but you're going to love me later.
I got some good quotes. You know that? What about let my haters be my waiters when I sit down at the table?
Well, that's
with my
coming
success?
up, but do you want me to skip around? I have a float in my intro.
Dude, come on, bro. He said, I got some good quotes. It gets worse. It gets worse than unnecessary sexual harassment simulations? Like, what the fuck?
Interview.
When you look at what I've done and the criticism that have come with it, now all of a sudden they realize how good the Adams broccoli is.
The Adams broccoli.
Yes.
Now, you said that you believe that Gracie Mansion was haunted.
Yes.
What are the ghosts saying to you?
You hear them all the time. I hear them all the time moving around. There's one room in Gracie Mansion where there's a lot of banging on the wall, like 3 a.m. in the morning. You know, I don't know what the heck this is all about. Every time I comes in, it stops. There's downstairs in the kitchen, you hear pots move around all the time. You hear people walking and chatter and noise. Now, normally mayors wouldn't say it. I bet you all the mayors knew they was haunted, and they wouldn't say it because they were afraid on how they were going to be perceived.
Yes, you are the first mayor visibility ghost.
Yes.
I appreciate
But I'm
that.
the first mayor to do a lot of things.
You've called yourself the mayor of swagger.
Yes.
What do you think New Yorkers need more? Swagger or rent freeze?
I think that you should have rent freeze and walking with swagger because you got the rent freeze.
Oh, got it. Okay, 2 for 1. I'm going to give you some quick fire.
Wait, what? So why did you not do that?
Questions, and you tell me which you prefer.
Got it.
Zero bond or zero crime?
Zero crime and zero bonds and in all of my nightlife.
Spirit Airlines or Turkish Airlines?
Turkish Airlines with a lot of good spirit while you're sitting in with more leg room.
Dirty Sprite or Dirty Cop?
Trying
to work that
what was
one.
the first one?
Dirty Sprite.
Sprite?
Yes.
Soda?
Like the Future song.
Oh, okay. So listen, I don't know.
You're in the
gotta
club.
break it down to me, you know? Or I want clean on both ends.
Okay. Turkish lira or the Saudi riyal?
The lira.
Okay.
That's my goat.
Okay. Coming up. You said regarding the election that no matter what happens, Eric isn't going anywhere. When is your next trip to Istanbul?
Well, I'm looking forward to getting back there. You know, the Grand Bazaar is one of my favorite places.
For someone who's been to Turkey so frequently, you never got the hair transplants. What, is that stylistic or?
No, there's something about having a bald head that I just think, you know, bald-headed men got it going on.
Now, you said this is the city of nightlife. I must test the product.
Yes.
After New York's cooling centers, where's the coolest place in New York to start your weekend?
Oh, God, so many. I would start at
In the city of nightlife, I must test the product. Bars. Okay, bars. You need a mayor with whimsy, okay? Zoran, you have to be more like Eric Adams. You would be an unstoppable force. Like we need a mayor with whimsy. Okay, I say we like I'm fucking living in New York. Look at me. I just every town, every city needs a mayor with whimsy.
The summit at One Vanderbilt. Sometimes they have entertainment, but it allows you to see the whole city.
Oh, okay.
And then I would go to Sheds My Gold.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you know, Crane Club.
Oh my gosh.
You know what people don't realize?
What don't they realize?
They took my evening out and said, oh, he's just hanging out. You know, no, listen, Dad said if you're going to hang out with the boys, you got to get up with the men. And I do it all the time.
I don't know what that
But
means.
a city that never sleep, a mayor can't even take a nap.
As a nightlife mayor, what time does the club really get jumping?
It depends on where you are. Some of these crazy laws restricted the times that they can stay open. You go to other places and they have...
Dog, you're the mayor. Like still, he's still the mayor. What do you mean some of these crazy laws?
A 24-hour district.
Doesn't the mayor have a say on the fucking noise ordinances and stuff like that?
I think we need a 24-hour district.
24 hours of partying with Mayor Adams? What do you say to critics who think that maybe a 65-year-old man is too old or embarrassing to go to the club?
Well, first of all, let your haters be your waiters.
Okay.
As you sit down at the club night of success. You know, I'm not sure why do people think 65, you should not be out. You know, when I get out of the shower and take a look at myself. And
this interview is just as bad as Adams. ZIWExE a fucking brilliant comedian. Chatter. She's putting on a character. That's who he is. Like, do you understand? You're looking at a person engaging in a performance and then comparing them to the genuine thing.
My six packs and the firmness of my body, I'm living the 65 life.
Oh my God.
If you'd like to show your six pack to camera, please. If you could wine and dine the Statue of Liberty on a date, where would you go?
On a picnic somewhere. You know, I like to cook myself. I cook a nice plant-based meal.
Oh,
and then
vegetarian, vegan?
Well, it's just plant-based. It's eating the majority of my meals are plant-based.
Got it.
But I will cook it and show how well I can cook.
And would your haters be your waiters there?
Yes.
Okay. And would you buy the Statue of Liberty drinks?
Yes,
bottle?
I will. Yes, I will.
Would you try to hook up with the Statue of Liberty that night?
I'll do a single malt scotch and a cigar and find out what she likes to drink also.
Got it.
And wait a minute, I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's out hooking up with me.
Oh, this Lady Liberty.
Yes.
Oh. And if you could talk to this camera like it's a shorty from Rockaway,
Yes.
how are you picking them up at the club?
See what happened to you, shorty from Rockaway? You should have hooked up with me and you would have been the first lady of the mayor. You didn't, you know, so you're still on Rockaway, taking that A train, and I'm here at City Hall.
Wow. Coming up. If you were to DJ at Mar-a-Lago, what would you play to get everyone moving?
New York, New York.
You play Frank Sinatra?
Yes.
And how does it go? How does it go? Could you give me just one bar?
These small town blues. There's only two type of people. Those who live in New York and those who wish they could. This is New York.
How are you an ally to young, attractive Black women that need jobs?
When I became mayor, Black unemployment rate was 4 times the rates of white. We dropped it by 20%. And not only that, I led by example. First time in history, we have 5.
He's trying to riz her, right? I'm not, like, I feel like he's trying to throw work her way. Like, every response, I can't tell if this is just how he is, even though I have seen him in, like, interviews and stuff. But he straight up is trying to, you know.
Five women deputy mayors. First African American to be a chief of staff, second to be a chief of staff. They go through the list.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yes, yes. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
I must ask, did you appoint Jasmine Ray as the city's first director of sports, wellness, and recreation because she was your ex-shorty?
Because she was good at her job and she did it well. And so if you met someone 10 years ago and you hung out with, and you decide 10 years later you wanted to bring them on because you know how good they at their job, you should do so. That should not be a disqualifier. I'm pretty sure all of your booze, you didn't abandon them merely because you had a relationship with them once.
I've abandoned every boo, for the record. Coming up. Now, Martin Luther King had a dream that we would not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. What do you say to people who think that only white men should be allowed to take bribes?
Well, I don't think anyone should. White men, Black men, Chinese men, German men, I don't think anyone should.
You want to go from party mayor to party doctor and pursue a doctorate. What field do you plan on studying exactly?
I want to do my doctorate in fixing cities.
Oh, that's a doctorate.
Yes, that's the topic that I want to look at.
Would you say that the former mayor going to grad school is like a recession indicator?
No, not at all. I'm a lifetime learner. Right now, I'm being schooled by you.
Oh. Speaking of schooling, you are New York's first mayor to be federally charged while in office. You were charged with 5 federal counts of fraud, bribery, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign donations. How many of those counts were due to racism, do you think?
I think I'm the first mayor that had to fight the federal government to defend this city from a $7.2 billion hole in our budget that will impact low-income New Yorkers and had to pay the price for that. And history is going to be kind to me to see the valid effort that I had, not only as a police officer, but also as their mayor.
How many Black friends do you have?
I can't keep count. Many.
15?
That was cute, the way he responded. can't keep count.
20?
500,000.
500,000.
Yes.
All the black people in the city.
And more. We have more than 500,000.
How many do we have exactly?
I don't know the exact number.
Oh, damn it. I wish you did. How many black friends have you ever arrested?
None of my black friends I've arrested.
Do you plan to run for office ever again as a Democrat, Republican, or foreign asset?
Man makes plans and God laughs. I turn on my GPS every morning. My God position is satellite. He drives my life, and he'll determine what I do next.
Amen. You're anointed, really. Are you jealous that George Santos is the president's new favorite criminal?
Whatever his favorite is up to him. I have my favorites.
What does that even mean? You have your favorite criminals? Like, what the fuck?
Coming up. Now, when you were saying that you were going to clean up the...
He really is just a Michael Scott in real life. That's not a good thing. Oh my God, that's actually so solid. He is. He is.
City, did you mean by getting your aides and close allies indicted?
No. We've cleaned up so many areas. This has been a home run of an administration.
Play ball. And you are the second black man to be elected mayor of New York. What advice do you have for young black kids from the hood who dream of one day becoming mayor and maybe taking a bribe by accident?
Ignore the noise. There are many people
camera, please.
who sit on the sidelines.
He said, take the bribe, ignore the noise.
And they're not happy you're there. Cassius Clay, who later became Muhammad Ali, a woman stopped him when he got out of the ring, one of his fights. And she said to him, Mr. Clay, I never missed any of your fights.
Is he comparing him taking bribes from the Turkish government for some of the most hilarious low-level corruption schemes that he engaged with to being Muhammad Ali? That's why he's my GOAT.
And he said, you must be my greatest fan. And she said, no, I want to be there when someone kills you in the ring. There are a lot of people around you as a young person that are there merely because they don't want to miss you falling. Don't give them the opportunity to see you fall. Never give up. Continue to fight, and you're going to hit some bends in the road. It's not the end of the road. Just make the turn.
That was a little violent for advice for a child, but thank you. In 2010, you unveiled a city campaign called Stop the Sag in hopes of getting young men to stop sagging their pants. How do you picture a criminal in your head? What are they wearing? What slang words do they speak in? What's their race?
Well, think about it. People laughed at me and they called me names when I did that campaign. Are you seeing it now?
Saggy pants?
Are you seeing young men walking around?
Is he? Well, first of all, yes, that's still a thing. But like, is he taking credit for fashion trends changing? I believe he believes that he did that. Okay, this is why I love Eric Adams, because he, in his mind, I think, legitimately thinks he played a role in this. Okay? That's why he's my GOAT.
Showing their underwears. In some cases, wasn't even their underwears. They were showing just about their whole rear. It was wrong. And we became so normalized of dysfunctional behavior with our young men of color. How did we go from the era of my dad when they had on fine wearing suits to the days that we're walking down the block with a jail culture and no one was talking about it? And I said, no, I'm not gonna walk around and act like I don't see this. This is wrong. Stop the sag, pull your damn pants up.
Is this how you pick up girls at the club? Like, this is wild. You sound like my dad.
But they're not sagging anymore.
Yeah, some of them are.
Jail culture, I mean, that's where it comes from, the pants sagging, I think, like as a fashion trend. Isn't it? Saggy pants wasn't jail culture? No, I thought that at its inception, it actually stems from in jail, you're not allowed to have belts. You can't have belts in prison. So people would, have to sag back in the day. And I think it became like a fashion statement. It is often claimed the style originated from the United States prison system, where belts are sometimes prohibited due to the fear they could be used as a makeshift weapon. And there can be a lack of appropriately sized clothing. As a result, their pants would sag. Another more controversial origin story. I do think it was from that.
You see Billie Eilish? She sags. You like Billie Eilish?
You know as well as I do what it was like.
Billie Eilish dresses like Chingy.
Brothers are now concerned about how they look.
Oh.
You look at them now, they're tailored their clothes, they're stepping up their game. You see even some of our rappers are wearing some fine cut suits. That's what we should look like. Because you know as well as I do, before you eat a meal.
Chingy mention is crazy.
You see the meal. And there's no way you're going to allow someone coming to you that's not looking impressive. You want to look like this, and you're going to have somebody walking down the block with you.
Keep referring to my appearance.
Yeah, well, I can't. You took time to dress up to look nice.
Oh, my gosh.
You know as well as I do, you appreciate the fact that I'm acknowledging how well you are put together.
Let's change the subject. Coming up. Now, you've compared yourself to God.
Oh, my God. Bro, he is like... He is, that's creepy unk. Okay, now I'm seeing what Chatters was saying about like it gets worse. What, it still gets worse?
Gandhi saying, I am like Gandhi, I think like Gandhi, I act like Gandhi, I want to be like Gandhi. How exactly are you like Gandhi?
There were moments when he was like me, perfectly imperfect, but he was dedicated. And I think his life was cut short. And when you go to India, you'll see his footprints are in the concrete. It is my job is to continue that journey so that bullet did not destroy that journey.
From India to New York City.
Yes.
Favorite Gandhi quote?
I don't have a favorite quote from Gandhi.
You said, sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I feel like giving myself the finger. Mm-hmm. Is this one of those days?
Not at all. Not at all.
How do you think this went?
My conversation with you? Listen, when I first stopped you, we spoke on the street and you had that nice dog. That's what got me. I love dogs.
You love dogs?
Yes.
Do you have a dog?
No, I want one so bad. I'm going to get one as soon as I finish office. I couldn't spend time with the dog. A dog needs time. And look how you were holding your dog. Your dog loved you. Now, did you see how your dog responded to me? Because dogs can tell.
And what do you think my dog thought of you?
Your dog adored me. Come on, tell the truth.
Okay.
There's no way you didn't go home and your dog did not give you that look and say, I want to see Eric again. Don't even try that. Your dog loved me and we got a picture to prove it.
Yes, and we're going to show that picture in this interview. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. I am gobsmacked by your brilliance.
She has a chow chow.
When you shake hands with people, do you instinctively look for a $100 bill ever?
I look for the firmness of their hand and do they make eye contact with me to see how sincere they are about greeting and meeting.
Greeting and meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, what I appreciate about you is that everything you say is so memorable. Like you are like a modern day Sophocles.
I don't think people realize what's in a person's eyes.
Oh, gosh. Any last word?
Go back to that for a minute.
Oh, my goodness. I just don't want you to hit on me or something that makes me uncomfortable. What were you saying?
And what's interesting is that whenever a male gives an authentic conversation, it's automatic hitting on you. I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you. Okay. You have some good energy.
That's awesome as well. Bro came in like the cops, dude. That's crazy.
And you know that.
Okay.
So why can't you appreciate me telling you that?
Thank you, Mayor.
And history's going to be kind to me. You took time to dress up to look nice. Think, bald-headed. And you know what's interesting is that whenever a male gives an authentic conversation, it's automatic hitting on you. I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you. You have some good.
That's crazy. He is hitting all of the uncharisma. Oh my God, he's getting worse.
Energy, and you know that.
Okay.
So why can't you appreciate me telling you?
Why can't, bro? Okay. The one, this is like one step below. Why don't you smile more? Or actually, you know what? This is probably the same level. This is the why don't you smile more, sugar tits? That's crazy. It might be worse, actually. Why don't you appreciate the way I'm talking about your body?
That.
Thank you, Mayor.
And history's going to be kind to me. You took time to dress up to look nice. Think, bald-headed men got it going on. That beautiful outfit you have on, do a single malt scotch and a cigar. I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's out hooking up with me.
This is American history.
And not the budge that others was talk about. When I get out of the shower and take a look at myself and my six packs and the firmness of my body, I'm living the 65 life. Before you eat a meal, you see the meal.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know that we've met before? We met at Zero Bond like 4 years ago. But you don't remember.
No, I don't.
You were looking at me like this.
I interact with a lot of people all day, every day.
Okay. I need a job, so hook me up. Do you have any last words for Zorn Mondani's New York?
This is New York. It's not Cuba. It's not China. It is
Wait, has he ever said, New York is the Beijing of America? It's the Shanghai of America. It's the Havana of America.
the center of capitalism, not socialism. Can't take it backwards. We've made too much success. Got to move forward.
Got it. Marry, F, kill, communism, socialism, capitalism.
I would marry capitalism, Israel, socialism.
I'm sorry, what? He said he would marry capitalism, Israel? He just thought about marriage and was like, oh, Israel. Like, I love Israel.
Marry capitalism, Israel, socialism, and communism. I would kick to the curb.
Here's a list of things that you love. Marry.
Wait, so he's saying he would fuck Israel? What? Because he didn't say who he would fuck.
F, kill, and the black community, NYPD, Israel.
I would marry, and love all three of them, and I would add on to them Ghana, Senegal, Nigeria,
shout out,
South Africa. Exactly. I love them all. Love is love, and I've shown it to all those communities.
But not China or Cuba.
Love is love. Thank you so much, Mayor Adams. It's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Yeah, bro, he is Mr. Polycule. He's Mr. fucking Polycule, brother. He's doing the... Even when he is loving, even when he's marrying or loving countries, he's got to be multiple.
Look at, she got the money in the bag.
Bye. We'll see you on YouTube. He didn't take a book.
Good Lord.
He hates rap.
So he and I have something in common, and I love dogs.
Oh, how beautiful. I love that.
Yes. They tell me you're a big-time influencer.
Yes, an influencer. Sure, yeah, I'm an interviewer who would love to have a chance to talk to you.
Let's do that.
I love that.
The team is going to make it happen.
Okay, perfect.
And so here is a dog that's just like me. We hate rats.
We hate rats.
And we're going to make sure they're packing.
Exactly, and we love trash bins.
Okay, love it.
He wants to be here.
Oh,
Perfect.
man. Real
Nice to
pleasure.
meet you.
Good to see
Yes.
you, okay?
ZIWE, what's your opinion on the mayor?
What an icon. Now, as an ally, can you tell people to like and subscribe and follow big-time influencer ZIWE to camera?
Like, subscribe, and follow big-time influencers.
ZIWE.
ZIWE.
When you say you believe that...
That's crazy, man. George Santos, Eric Adams podcast title, Not Guilty. Oh, that's a banger. Oh, my God. Eric Adams has more charisma, I think, than George Santos, though. I'll be honest. Like, I genuinely think that he is a force. He is the goated. Yeah, Clandis almost jump scare. I know. This is another thing that I wanted to cover. We're moving on to Candace Owens now. Candace Owens on Charlie Kirk's death. I'll be honest with you guys. Something that, this is anecdotal, but something that a lot of fucking people are absolutely freaking out about in the media side and the politician side is exactly how much motion Candace Owens has. Like people cannot believe how she basically single-handedly dismantled the administration's attempts to just like have a singular focus on how Trantifa was responsible for Charlie Kirk's murder. Is pretty crazy. And I also can't believe how much people just like leaned into whatever the fuck she was cooking up. Why are people scared of her? Literally, what's she doing? I mean, she's pretty insane. I think what a lot of these guys on the independent side that are like really popping off have in common is that they just always have like truly insane points of view. Truly insane points of view. Like she believes in basically alien style conspiracies in many respects. Yeah, I'm not talking about like the fucking anti-Semitism. Like that stuff obviously is commonplace at this point in the independent right-wing circles. But I mean like Tucker Carlson, for example, thinks that like there is he's been haunted by spirits, right? And Candace Owens also has like weird kooky ass takes like that, which she even will like add into the Charlie Kirk stuff was because remember one of her arguments was that there was like a tunnel system underneath where they opened up a pocket and like shot Charlie Kirk from the ground. But yeah, she single-handedly made so many people believe that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, and it's pretty wild. She says we're moving through the top 10 all year, but I woke up this morning from the news of Podscribe that we are the #1 podcast in the world. Thank you, Kanye, for creating the song Power, which reminds me daily that nothing is possible without the consistent screams of haters. I feel like there's motherfuckers in this chat who even believe it, which is crazy.
When you say you believe that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by someone close to him, what do you mean?
I think that in the coming weeks, there's going to be a lot of financial reports that are coming out. And I, first and foremost, do not believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I want to be very clear on that. Whether he was involved, I think the answer is yes. I think that's obvious.
And your basis for saying he didn't act alone is what?
I wonder if I was named #1 anti-Semite of the year, as opposed to Candace Owens, if I would become the #1 podcast. Something to think about.
Maybe the weird Fed messages that.
No, you would not. You are left wing. Okay, guys, what if I went right wing? Okay, How about that?
Were concocted out of thin air that had no timestamp and were written like they were speaking in 1822, among other things. Their lack of an ability to answer any basic questions about what took place.
But do you have any proof that the messages were made up? Because that would be easily proven.
Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on them, and Discord came out and said
Wait, what? No, that's not. No, I initially was suspicious on the messages too, but low key, that is kind of how Tyler Robinson does speak. And I don't know if it was like a Mormon thing. Having said that, there were no timestamps because you didn't see the OG messages. You saw the media cover the messages. Candace Owens has positioned herself as sort of a citizen investigator of Charlie Kirk's murder, yet she's completely flummoxed by a basic fact of the case here.
They didn't exist.
This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment.
Yeah, it's true. It's text messages, not Discord messages.
I actually did not read that they were text messages.
The indictment calls them text messages.
What would it be like the feds are like on a computer, like typing it out back and forth?
That's exactly what it is. The feds made up the text messages.
But you don't have anyone from like the FBI telling you that, or law enforcement?
I have leaks.
Okay.
No.
Has anyone leaked to you?
And Tyler Robinson has.
But has anyone said to you, even off the record, like, yeah, we faked these?
I have very strong sources everywhere on both sides.
Well, I look forward to seeing the evidence of that.
Sure. Because when we keep talking about evidence, it's like, who's going to present that evidence? Like the mainstream media? Like who?
It does suck that this investigation and immediate response from Netanyahu are both weird as fuck. Yes. I'll tell you what. Israel didn't do itself any favors with that. That was pretty crazy. It was pretty alarming that Benjamin Netanyahu, the least likable, most demon-like man, thought that he could just go on camera and be like, I did not kill Charlie Kirk. Twice. Not once, but twice. It was weird as fuck. Probably would have been better if he didn't say nothing. But he thought, this'll do all right. This'll be good. This will quiet down the rumors, he thought. It did not. It made it worse. I never was on the, Israel killed Charlie Kirk camp, but goddamn, dude. Goddamn. He made it hard. He made it hard for me. And I say this as someone who's like, he said rip literally right as it happened. That was also crazy. Motherfucker was so tuned in. He said, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. It was like him and Donald Trump saying it at the same fucking time. What are we doing? You're on a whole ass different time zone. On the other side of the fucking planet. I get it, brother. You got 25K people watching you. We're all concerned that this could happen again to people we care about. No, I think like first of all, do I think that Israel is above doing a high-profile assassination on U.S. soil? Fuck no. Okay? 100%. Of course they would do it. Okay? Maybe they have. But there is no, the whole idea revolves around Charlie Kirk actually being Charlie Kirk was about to turn on Israel publicly. That is bullshit. Like, that's just straight up bullshit. I don't believe that. Erica Kirk moved more sus than BB. I mean, Erica was moving sus too. True. But yeah, this all hinges on Charlie Kirk being woke on Israel, and it's fucking bullshit. Or even more bullshit than that, this all hinges on Charlie Kirk publicly disavowing Trump and Trump's position on Israel. That was never happening. Okay? That was just never happening. He met Erica Kirk in Israel. He met Erica Kirk on his way to Israel. I'm too close to it as well, as far as, like, you know, I was literally about to debate him on the issue of Israel. So 2 weeks prior to his assassination. So, like, I know what his opinions on Israel are. I was, you know, following it closely. There was 0% chance he was turning on Israel. That was not happening.
Who were you expecting to come out?
Hot story.
No, it wouldn't be.
It would be.
It wouldn't be.
If the FBI, like, if I had a source telling me, like, if I had proof that the FBI faked those messages, that would be an enormous story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the text where he said he had no choice but to leave the pro-Israel position? No, he didn't say that. He said that he was fucking annoyed with a lot of the conservative Jewish donors on Turning Point USA because they were constantly yelling at him and calling him a fucking anti-Semite, even though he had been a diehard supporter of Israel his whole fucking career, only because he was desperately trying to merge Tucker Carlson and his contingency back into the MAGA movement when they were falling out of favor with Israel, and that it was he was trying to keep a big tent going. That's why Charlie Kirk got killed, okay? Because he wanted a big tent. That's what happens to people who try to do coalition building. Okay? No, but, like, actually, that is what he was trying to do. He was trying to, you know, not hemorrhage all of his fucking followers to the Groypers. And he was trying to figure out the best possible way of, you know, trying to get, like, Israel skeptic or anti-Semitic people and anti-Israel people back into the MAGA movement, right? And he was constantly being hounded by the Groypers, non-fucking stop. But the idea that he was actually going to turn on Israel is silly because he was never going to turn on Trump. And the example I used is Jeffrey Epstein. He had been a big Jeffrey Epstein booster, talked about it quite a bit, right? Someone should ban you from existence as chicken tender enjoyer. Wait, why? Wait, why'd you... Wait, that chatter has been in here before, right? That's not a new chatter. What's good, King? Hello. How we doing? Oh, God.
Excited?
Yeah, I'm stoked. You say you're going to need another vacation after this one? Is that what you said?
Hell yeah.
Wait, why? Because it's going to be work?
Traveling so much, dude. We are filming so much.
Brother, you telling me that. I was in multiple places this past week.
Man, this is where I'm in for a lot of work this trip.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, chicken tender enjoyer is a first-time chatter. This is a username that I feel like I've seen before, but I guess you're right.
Kind of feel like we live in a post-Epstein world, and we know how stories get shut down. And
is there more?
they is a word, so, like, I don't need to always, like, say they.
Is there more? I need to see more of this fucking interview. I've heard I wish Charlie survived just so we could watch you two agree for an hour. It would have been so wholesome and healing. Yeah, on Israel, yeah, he was gonna be a committed anti-Zionist. And actually shit on Trump too. He's gonna be like, yeah, Donald Trump is. It says full 25-minute interview on CNN. What? I can't. I don't have it. I don't have it. I can't watch it, unfortunately, for now.
Like, it's just a weird, it's like, this is one of these psychology tactics where you're like, who is they? Who is they? And it's like,
Because it sounds like you're saying Jews.
Does the word they mean Jews?
When you're talking about Jews, yes.
But if I'm not talking about Jews, then they doesn't mean Jews. When I say they want us to believe this or they want us to believe that, and you hear Jews, that's your own derangement, right? If I want to say something about Jews, I'll say it. If I want to say something about Israel, I will say it. If I want to, just like when I want to say something about black people, I'll say it. When I was saying during BLM, they want us to believe, nobody said, do you mean Jews? And so again, it's one of these trash tactics to make people fearful to speak. If I want to say Jews, I will say Jews. I don't fear saying Jews. When I say Zionists run the media.
Wait, what do you mean? When you say BLM and they, yeah, you mean like BLM supporters, but yeah, if you're talking about Jews and you say they, yeah, you mean the they means Jews. Like what? Yeah, when she says like, oh, they want us to believe BLM is, popping or whatever, she might mean black people or she might mean the Democrats. But yeah, you could totally say they when you're talking about Jews. It's just entirely dependent on what she was saying.
Yeah, I mean.
But the difference is like she is genuinely anti-Israel as well as being genuinely anti-Semitic. So the lines do get blurred. That's true. The lines do get blurred. So I think one of the worst things you can do if you are actually invested in identifying someone's anti-Semitic tendencies is to bring the conversation back to Israel. Because you are always, a lot of people in the media don't understand this. But if you actually refer to Zionists or to Israel, and then you yourself actually slam Jews in there, you're actually doing a disservice because it goes back to the same conflation that I was talking about earlier. And this is a big part of the problem with the media where like I think she uses ZOG, right? Zionist Occupied Government, which is anti-Semitic. It's like David Duke, right? David Duke said that. But if you were to ask the average person, or in general, like if you were to say like, well, don't you believe that like a lot of people in the American government, regardless of their background or religious beliefs, are genuinely invested in Israel, are firm and committed Zionists? It's true, they are. So that is the most nefarious part about anti-Semitic white supremacist conspiracies, is that the parts that are actually couched in real truths, they must be dealt with delicately. The reason why I say that is because if you don't handle that delicately, like you're going to lose the argument. You're going to actually make other people also lean in to the anti-Semitic conspiracy. You're going to verify the anti-Semitic conspiracy. In a way, it's not dissimilar to like when Zoran says the boots on your neck of the NYPD were laced by the IDF. When he's talking about that, he's talking about the fact that the IDF has trained the NYPD, that the NYPD has a liaison office in Kfar Saba. And when people turn around and say, oh, that's anti-Semitic, why do you say that? That doesn't make people go, oh shit, that's anti-Semitic. Let me not say that. That makes people go, why the fuck are you saying that's anti-Semitic? It's the truth. It makes people actually, it has the reverse effect. And that's what the problem is with a lot of the media, where they cannot contend with a world where most people don't fuck with Israel, and they're still operating with the old guard methods, right? Like they're operating with the old guard mentality where it's like, oh, you say something is anti-Semitic, everybody shuts the fuck up. You say, if someone is being critical of anti-Semitism, or someone is being critical of Israel and you say it's anti-Semitism, they shut up. Okay? But now, because nobody fucks with Israel anymore, and Israel's approval rating is in the fucking gutter and only getting worse, when you say something is anti-Semitic, and it's like something that people can observe, it's like observable reality, it makes people go, okay, then I guess anti-Semitism is fucking bullshit, or okay, I guess I am anti-Semitic. What about all the other instances of real historic anti-Semitism? And it causes them to start falling for reactionary, fascist, anti-Semitic ideology. You understand? That's it. Going full yay. Yeah, that's how people that's how people turn full yay.
Zionists run the media. People that support the political ideology of Israel run the media. Any other things that I can help clarify?
But are you familiar with this like very long-standing trope?
Couldn't
that
give a shit about a trope.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. This is unironically the worst way to fucking argue with someone like Candace Owens on this issue. You have to identify moments where she has straight up sincerely been anti-Semitic, okay? And just ask her about those things. Is she talking about the Talmud? Is she talking about like Jews as a monolithic force? These are the moments that you're supposed to identify. If you want to actually tackle anti-Semitism, you have to tackle the anti-Semitism. The moment that you start talking about Israel is a moment where you've lost that argument, because Israel is the way that anti-Semites couch their anti-Semitic theories with reality. You know how we say like the greatest way to create a conspiracy is to center it around a kernel of truth? The anti-Israel sentiment is the kernel of truth that actually all of the anti-Semitic arguments are packaged around. A lot of these guys don't realize that, and because they think like, oh, you just say something is anti-Semitic and everyone's gonna fucking be like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry for saying this. You're right. It doesn't work that way anymore. It never should have worked that way, because, you know, fucking shitting on Israel is absolutely appropriate. It's been an apartheid state for 80 goddamn years. And an apartheid state that actually was allowed to exist because America gave it unlimited support and political cover and unlimited weapons and allowed it to do whatever the fuck it wanted to do. But that's the problem. I believe a lot of the fascistic takeover tactics that Trump and Stephen Miller were planning got completely side-railed by the overwhelming consensus from both the left and the right of general disdain and hate for Israel, in large part due to the genocide they're still committing, but also in part just out and about anti-Semitism. The Trump regime doesn't really know where they go from here. This is just my opinion. Curious on your take? No, absolutely. It's a major fissure, as I said. That, Jeffrey Epstein, which ironically also ties back to Israel in a meaningful way. All of these things actually became major hurdles for the Trump base to consolidate support at a time when they desperately need it. Meanwhile, they're also hemorrhaging the independents that voted for them. There's a lot of buyer's remorse because they've ruined the economy even further instead of actually fixing it. So, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people fucking hate it.
I really try not to curse, but I just felt like we needed to kill it real quick. You know what I mean? Just get her to move on from it, because I really don't care. I'm so tired of these words. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Are you exhausted?
And also this argumentation, this line of argumentation, especially for someone on the right, is so successful. I don't give a shit about you calling me a bigot. That is at the root of right-wing sentiment, right? Like, that is at the heart. That's the entire movement. Like, there are people who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted to fucking say slurs. You know what I mean? Like what makes you think Jews were always going to be in this fucking special status? Like, it's so stupid. Of course they were going to eventually be like, yeah, and the Jews are actually responsible for all of the other gay and woke shit that we have to deal with. Especially because that's like historically at the heart of all fascist and reactionary conspiracy theories. So it's very stupid, and I don't think anyone in the media is like aware of what normal people think. They're just so far removed. They're all highly educated people. They all agree with one another. There are some, for sure, there are some, especially in the lower ranks, like, you know, journalists, people that are constantly by design having to talk to people of different backgrounds and whatnot. Like, they're aware of it. There are people who definitely also are against Israel as well, but they're fucking quiet. They have to be quiet, because otherwise you don't really get promoted. And that structure definitely exists. So people that are careerists will either already organically believe these sorts of things, or like organically believe, you know, Israel's awesome and great and whatever, or they just slowly but surely lean into it so that they are so they can maintain their career ambitions.
Tired, collectively we're tired. I had to shut it down because I suddenly realized I was homeschooling my toddlers, and I told her as the interview goes on, I was like, look, I have toddlers at home. I can't teach you, you know, basic sentence. I'm teaching my toddlers how to read, and here I am. I'm teaching her how to understand they in a sentence. That's a place. What are we doing? How old is this person? And she said she's the same age as me. And I'm going, you missed first grade?
We're in a business where people comment on.
Anyway, Hasan, has she ever reached out for a collab? Candace Owens, she blocked me many years ago. I've been anti Candace Owens for many years. Anyway, I love you guys. I gotta go. We gotta shoot Firan. But the next time I'm live, I will be live from China. And yeah, very exciting stuff. Lots of travel. We're going to be all up and down China. And hopefully we'll be able to get there, inshallah, without any troubles. But yeah, that's it. That's it, baby. I believe it's going to be Monday here.
I'm just doing
next
this
time
to
I'm
sound like Bo
live.
Burnham in the beginning, but
all right,
I'm
love you all.